Chapter 8:16. At this instant, a tremendous change occurred in the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky. At the side of the 90 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and they were lifelike and possessed imposing auras that shot into the sky like a rainbow. First level intermediate water concept. The enormous sword soared through the sky and contained the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons? Is it very strong? At this moment, it wasn't only Li Ji's expression that went grim, the words Su Li spoke earlier resounded in his ears. Even the surrounding crowd of spectators couldn't help but recall Su Li's words. No one had imagined that Su Li had actually concealed his strength at the beginning, and the strongest strength he could exert was comparable to the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. Before the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons was indeed nothing. Unity of man and sword. The enormous sword fiercely collided with the 7-foot-long spear in Li Ji's hand, and with a shake of the spear, the web between Li Ji's thumb and index finger split open, causing fresh blood to spray out, and his face was even ghastly pale. Li Ji opened his mouth with great difficulty and spat out a mouthful of dazzling and resplendent blood. At the same time that he spat out this mouthful of blood, the enormous sword soared through the sky once more as it charged over. Bang! The spear in Li Ji's hand was blasted away with a single sword strike, and a terrifying force descended onto his body, causing him to fly out like an arrow that left the bow, and he was in an extremely sorry state. When he stood up once more, his body was already on the verge of collapse, and he didn't have the strength to continue fighting. You've won. Li Ji, who had a ghastly pale face, coughed repeatedly, and every time he coughed, a mouthful of blood would be spat out. Obviously, he'd suffered a heavy injury. Li Ji stared fixedly at the enormous sword that stopped in the distance, and the jade-like appearance of the enormous sword and the fierce aura emitted from it brought extreme pressure to him. He knew clearly in his heart that Su Li had shown mercy earlier. If Su Li didn't withdraw his strength in time, he would have already been killed by the enormous sword that soared through the sky earlier. After Li Ji admitted defeat, the enormous sword that was condensed from completely material water concept, origin energy, and sword concept vanished right after, and Su Li's proud figure appeared. Comprehending two types of intermediate concept. The possessor of this number 12 token seems to be a member of the Dark Han dynasty. One of the people in the top 10 was replaced by someone from the Dark Han dynasty. Since then, the people from the Dark Han dynasty have occupied 4 spots in the top 10. The Dark Han dynasty is going to defy the heavens. Many people couldn't help but gasp at the same time. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was originally a stage for the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, yet now, the Dark Han dynasty had already occupied 4 of the top 10 positions. Even if the remaining possessor of the number 13 token challenged any young genius in the Dark Han dynasty and succeeded, there would still be 3 people from the Dark Han dynasty that were ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition in the end. Su Li, this guy, really hit himself well. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. It was the first time he'd seen Su Li execute water concept, and it was even void interpretation concept. Although it was inferior to his sword concept, it wasn't much inferior. There's one thing I'm extremely curious about. Suddenly, Li Ji, who just consumed the medicinal pill and his injuries had eased up, looked at Su Li and took a deep breath before asking. Since your full strength is comparable to the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, why did you spend so much time in the illusory crypt before coming out, and you only obtained command token number 12? What Li Ji asked was what most people including Duan Lingtian wanted to ask as well. For a time, all of them looked curiously at Su Li as they wanted to know how Su Li would answer. I want to try what number token I can obtain without utilizing water concept. Su Li replied indifferently before flying off, and he returned to Sword 13's side after a short moment before standing there silently. The corners of Li Ji's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard Su Li's reply. If it was another person, that person would have probably utilized all his ability in the illusory crypt since long ago. But this Su Li was actually still concealing his ability. Willful. For a time, the same thought couldn't help but emerge in the hearts of most of the people present. Su Li's actions could be said to be willful, yet he had the ability to be willful. Ha! After being stunned for a short moment, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor laughed heartily, and his laughter was wanton and ostentatious. As the emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty, 4 of the 10 young geniuses from his Dark Han Dynasty had charged into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Number 13. Ning Qin glanced indifferently at the possessor of the number 13 token. Instantly, the possessor of the number 13 token flew out. The possessor of the number 13 token that was lucky and had a buy was an expressionless young man in plain clothes, and his pair of ordinary eyes flashed with a strand of fierce bright light from time to time. The possessor of the number 1 token. After the young man in plain clothes appeared, his target was Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he was like most people and questioned the value of the number 1 token in Duan Lingtian's possession. Even though Duan Lingtian was surprised when being challenged, he wasn't surprised, and he directly flew out to meet the young man in plain clothes. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in the young man's hand, a crimson-red sword. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian discerned that the sword in the young man's hand was a Grade 3 Spirit Sword, and the young man in plain clothes was a sword cultivator just like Su Li Kill. The young man in plain clothes attacked without the slightest sign, and he struck first to gain the upper hand. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that was shot out from a bow to lock onto Duan Lingtian. Swish! The coldness of a sword strike that came from the west seemed to be able to wither everything and destroy everything easily. Arctic Forsaken Sword. As soon as the young man in plain clothes attacked, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and it was for no other reason than because of the sword skill executed by the young man in plain clothes. Arctic Forsaken Sword, a low-grade heaven-rank sword skill. Once cultivated, it was able to allow the fierce sword concept to develop extreme cold chi that wasn't ice but ice. Once the sword was drawn, everything in the world withered, and this was how it got its name. This sword skill was precisely the first heaven-rank martial skill that Emperor Wu of Samsara came into contact with in his first lifetime. When Samsara Emperor Wu was young, he'd once relied on this sword skill to become the number 1 expert in the younger generation of a certain area in the foreign lands. Even though he rarely used this sword skill after that, Emperor Wu of Samsara had never forgotten this sword skill that held extraordinary meaning to him. The young man in plain clothes attacked, and the 90 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes attacked at the same time, causing the airflow in the air to roil and give rise to waves of violent winds that blew to the point the clothes of everyone in the sky above the combat ring fluttered. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to this. Besides the group of people that knew Duan Lingtian's ability, the remaining people stared fixedly at the young man in plain clothes. They were curious if the young man in plain clothes would really be able to defeat Duan Lingtian and replace him to seize the number 1 token. Perhaps I can give it a try. When faced with the attack of the young man in plain clothes, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself and made a bold decision. In the next moment, a sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a Grade 3 Spirit Sword. Then let's see if the Arctic Withering Sword that's powered by sword concept that gives birth to cold chi is stronger, or if the Arctic Withering Sword that's powered by wind concept is stronger. Duan Lingtian muttered in a low voice, and his gaze abruptly became fierce as it shot directly at the young man in plain clothes. Swish! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as the sword in his hand shook, and he instantly struck out to intercept the sword in the hand of the young man in plain clothes that emitted a cold and withering aura. Arctic Withering Sword. A similar sword skill was easily executed by Duan Lingtian. So long as it was someone with discerning eyes, they would be able to easily discern that the sword skill executed by Duan Lingtian now was even more formidable than the sword skill executed by the young man in plain clothes. It surpassed the young man in plain clothes in terms of cultivation. The sword concept of the sword of the young man in plain clothes was suffused with icy coldness, and it contained dense withering aura that seemed capable of withering everything. The coldness of the wind concept in Duan Lingtian's sword was even colder, and the withering aura completely crushed the withering aura contained within the sword in the hand of the young man in plain clothes. At the same time that Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword, 91 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and they dashed out along with him. The strength of Duan Lingtian's sword was only a few thousand ancient mammoths stronger than the strength of the young man's sword. This bit of difference in strength was practically negligible. However, when Duan Lingtian's sword struck out, the icy coldness and withering aura contained within the wind concept easily crushed the sword in the hand of the young man in plain clothes when it collided with it. It was a complete and utter suppression. With just a single strike, the sword in the hand of the young man in plain clothes was blasted flying, and his entire body was blasted flying by an enormous force. At the same time, a tremendous change occurred to his hand that held the sword. His young and strong hand started to dry up, and it seemed as if it had instantly become the hand of an old man that had one foot in the coffin. His dry and withered hand was suffused with strands of withering aura, and this aura was ceaselessly moving up his arm. After a short moment, half of the arm of the young man in plain clothes was coiled by the withering aura, and it seemed as if it had transformed into withered wood. If this continued, it would probably only be a short moment before one of his arms would be crippled. It was even to the extent that it might spread throughout his entire body and cause his entire body to transform into a withered wood that didn't have the slightest aura of life. Swish! Right when the young man in plain clothes gritted his teeth and was at war with himself while hesitating if he should cripple this arm of his, a brief sword howl sounded out, and it caused the young man's face to go grim. Swish! A sword light flashed by, and half of the arm of the young man in plain clothes that had completely withered and seemed as if it had transformed into withered wood was severed. The person that struck out with the sword was precisely Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian made a decision for the young man in plain clothes. "Thank you." A wisp of bitterness suffused the corners of the young man's mouth. Even though the person before him had defeated him and even severed half of his arm, not only was he unable to arouse resentment, he was grateful instead. He knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian standing out resolutely, his entire arm would have been crippled. "Your cultivation of the Arctic Forsaken Sword isn't bad, and it won't be long before you'll surely be able to break through to the Mastery Realm." Duan Lingtian stood there and spoke slowly with an imposing aura of passing judgment. "I want to know if your Arctic Forsaken Sword has attained the Mastery Realm?" The young man in plain clothes took a deep breath and asked. "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Right when the young man in plain clothes was stunned, Duan Lingtian had already flown off. At the same time, a clear voice entered into his ears. Chapter 8:17. Perfection Stage. The pupils of the young man in plain clothes constricted, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. After all, even the senior that passed down the Arctic Forsaken Sword to him had only cultivated the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the mastery stage. Yet this young man who was only 28 years old actually said that he had already cultivated the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the perfection stage? When the sword was drawn, the Forsaken aura fused into the sword in my hand as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and in an instant, it broke into my hand like gangrene attached to the bone. Perhaps he has really cultivated the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the perfection stage. The young man in plain clothes took a deep breath before withdrawing. In the sky above the combat arena, the surrounding spectators were in an uproar. "The Arctic Forsaken Sword, I've heard of it before. It's an extremely terrifying low-grade heaven rank sword skill. Once one is swept by its unique Forsaken aura, one's entire life will wither away and transform into a withered tree. That Duan Lingtian has actually cultivated the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the perfection stage, it's truly unbelievable. Yeah, a heaven rank martial skill, even if it's only a low-grade heaven rank martial skill, it's practically impossible to cultivate it to the perfection stage without a few tens of years of hard work. This Duan Lingtian's martial skill in martial skills can be said to be heaven-defying." Everyone exclaimed in admiration, and they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Arctic Forsaken Sword. Only Duan Lingtian knew that the reason he was able to execute the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the perfection stage was because Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and had seriously studied this sword skill. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian, who had fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor Wu, could be said to be able to execute the Arctic Forsaken Sword with ease and without any pressure. If it was another martial skill, Duan Lingtian might not be able to accomplish this. Elder brother Duan, you actually know the same sword skill as him. After Duan Lingtian returned, Feng Tianwu spoke in surprise. Duan Lingtian, how long have you been practicing this sword technique? Jian Shisan asked with a solemn expression. His eyes flickered with a bright light, as if the person in front of him was no longer a person, but a rare treasure. Master, Duan Lingtian hadn't comprehended the concept of void insight a year ago. Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, Su Li had already spoken. A heaven-rank martial skill could only be successfully executed by relying on void interpretation concept. This was an iron law that had been passed down since ancient times in Cloud Continent. He cultivated a heaven-class sword skill to perfection in less than a year? Sword 5 exclaimed softly, looking at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. It wasn't only him, even Feng Wudao and Long Yun, who'd always been at odds with Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian with similar gazes. This level of perception could no longer be described as monstrous. It was simply abnormal. Moreover, it was an abnormal person who could ignore common sense. You're practically a natural sword cultivator. Jian 13 sighed. Sword 5's eyes went completely red when he heard Jian 13. Even though he knew since long ago that even if Duan Lingtian joined their blade sect, he would surely enter the sect of swords in the end. But now that he'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's perception, he couldn't help but feel envious. Compared to Duan Lingtian, the other geniuses were simply trash. Look at Duan Lingtian, then look at his own disciple. Sword 5 became more annoyed the more he thought about it, and he raised his hand to slap Long Yun on the back of the head before cursing. Trash. You piece of trash. Long Yun shrunk back at the side with an aggrieved expression. Who did I offend? I was able to be slapped even while standing silently at the side. Duan Lingtian and the others burst into laughter when they saw Sword 5's actions. The 3rd round of the selections has ended. The 4th round of the selections will be held tomorrow at the same time, and it's also the final round of the selections. At that time, the specific rankings of the top 10 will be decided. After Ning Can withdrew his cold and fierce gaze from Duan Lingtian, he looked at the surroundings and spoke in a clear voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he left with Zishang. Feng Wei brought Lu Yong along and followed closely behind. As for the others, they took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian before leaving. During these past 2 days, the person that received the most attention was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. First, he'd obtained the number 1 token in the 2nd round of the selections, and then he'd revealed a comprehension ability in martial skills that was sufficient to shock anyone. Duan Lingtian didn't mind that he'd become the center of everyone's discussion, and he seemed as if he'd been accustomed to it since long ago. The next day arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, including Duan Lingtian, had arrived in the sky above the Skywolf Fort's combat arena, and they were waiting for the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to make an appearance. After a short moment, the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can and Feng Wei, appeared, and Zishang and Lu Yong followed closely behind them to arrive in the sky above the combat arena. The 4th round of the selections will be held today, and it's also the final round of the selections. Ning Can looked at the surroundings and spoke in a clear voice. The young geniuses that are ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be able to obtain different rewards bestowed by our Skywolf Fort according to their ranking. So, I hope the 10 young geniuses can go all out. Ning Can continued. Instantly, the gazes of the 10 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The rewards of the Skywolf Fort presumably weren't ordinary. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends today, the representatives of the 10 dynasties present here will similarly be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by our Skywolf Fort. Of course, the rewards won't be the same. Ningkan continued. Many representatives had expressions of anticipation when they heard this. Especially the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor, he smiled to the point his eyes narrowed. 4 people from the Dark Han Dynasty had entered the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, so the rewards of his Dark Han Dynasty would presumably be the most generous amongst the 10 dynasties. The rules of the 4th round of the selections are still the same. The possessor of the number 1 token is the first to issue a challenge, and the possessor of the number 1 token is able to challenge anyone starting from the possessor of the number 2 token. Besides being unable to challenge the possessor of the number 1 token, the possessor of the number 2 token is able to challenge anyone starting from the possessor of the number 3 token, and so on and so forth. The possessor of the number 10 token doesn't have the right to choose and can only be chosen. Once the challenge fails, the challenger will be replaced by the opponent, and the 2 tokens will be exchanged. Until no one accepts the challenge, the specific rankings of the top 10 will be listed according to the number token. Ningkan said slowly, besides that, once the person that fought in the previous round is challenged by the person that fought in the next round, the person can use resting as an excuse to refuse. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he revealed a brilliant smile as he looked at the number 1 token in his hand. Looks like this number 1 token is extremely useful in the 4th round. No one was able to issue a challenge to him while holding the number 1 token, and they could only be challenged by him. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly that if he wanted to obtain the first in the martial competition this time, then he must always hold the number 1 token in his hand. In other words, he could only obtain the first in the martial competition after he challenged the other 9 people and obtained 9 successive victories. Is there anything else you don't understand? Ningkan swept the surroundings with his gaze as he asked with a low voice. All the young geniuses shook their heads in unison. Presently, besides Duan Lingtian and the other 10 young geniuses that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the 4th round of the selections, the young geniuses that were eliminated and survived yesterday were present as well. But they didn't have the chance to enter the arena today, and they could only act as spectators and witness the competition between the 10 young geniuses that held the number 1 to 10 tokens. Since it's like this, I announce. Ningkan was just about to announce the start of the 4th round of the selections when he suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and his voice stopped abruptly. Subsequently, he suddenly raised his head to look up into the sky, and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted with a grim voice. "Who's there? You actually dare trespass into my Skywolf fort?" When Ningkan raised his head, Feng Wei had raised his head as well, and he stared up into the sky with a cold and fierce gaze. Long before Ningkan had raised his head, Duan Lingtian had noticed that Sword 13 and Saber 5 had already raised their heads to look up into the sky, and he raised his head to look over as well. Buddha be praised. Vice Fort Master Ning, this monk has been rude. Right when everyone in the sky above the combat arena had raised their heads to look up into the sky, a bald middle-aged man that wore a large red kasaya suddenly walked out from behind the clouds and mist in the horizon. There were 6 scars on the bald middle-aged man's head. This is a monk? Duan Lingtian was stunned as he looked at the bald middle-aged man before him. He was too familiar with the appearance of this bald middle-aged man. Weren't those monks that abstained from meat and recited Buddhist scriptures on earth in his previous life exactly like this? At this instant, a feeling of intimacy couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart. It was for no other reason than the monk that had appeared before him. So there are monks in this world as well? Right, when Senior protected me from Feng Wei and Donghua Lei earlier, he seemed to have mentioned some bald donkey to Feng Wei. Could it be that he was talking about monks? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scenes when Feng Wei and Donghua Lei came to look for him that day. At that time, he clearly remembered what Sword 13 had said to Feng Wei. According to my knowledge, besides our Blade sect, those bald donkeys know as well, these were Sword 13's exact words at that time. At that time, Duan Lingtian had never connected the bald donkeys Sword 13 spoke of together with monks. Of course, this was because of his preconceived notion. If it was on Earth in his previous life, and someone mentioned bald donkeys before him, the first thing he thought of would be monks. But in the cloud continent of this lifetime, not only had he never seen a monk before this, he'd never even heard of the existence of monks. At this moment, as he looked at the bald middle-aged man that wore a kasaya, Duan Lingtian realized that there were monks in this world as well. Moreover, they weren't ordinary monks. Bald donkey Hui Ming, you really came at the right time? Aren't you going to make those two bald donkeys behind you show themselves? Sword 13 looked at the middle-aged monk that had just passed through the clouds and mist, and he spoke indifferently. Vice Sect Master Jian, this monk greets you. Hui Ming wasn't enraged when he was called a bald donkey by Sword 13, and he pressed his palms together as he bowed before his figure flashed out to descend from the sky. At the same time, another middle-aged monk appeared behind him, and another young monk followed closely behind him. Chapter 8:18. Who are they? The clothes they wear are really strange. I've never seen people like this. Not only did they shave their heads, they even made so many scars on their heads. They really have nothing better to do. They call themselves poor monks? Besides that, what's the meaning of Amitabha? The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties discussed animatedly. They'd never seen a person dressed like this. Of course, there were also a few representatives of the dynasties that frowned tightly, and then they seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in a low voice. I heard that there are some formidable sects in the foreign lands, and the people within are all bald and have ring scars on their heads. They abstain from lust and meat, and they concentrate on the martial Tao. Their martial strength is profound. Right, I've heard of it as well. Supposedly, they're called holy monks by the ordinary people of the foreign lands, but the martial artists of the foreign lands generally call them monks. I never imagined that monks really exist. I wonder if they really abstain from lust and meat. Without the pleasures of men and women, without the luxury of fish and meat, just thinking about it makes me feel bad. The voices of the representatives of the various dynasties clearly entered into the ears of the others. Monks? Abstain from lust and meat? Besides Duan Lingtun, the other representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were dumbstruck. There's actually people like this? Abstain from lust and meat, and concentrate on the martial Tao. If they're unable to become experts, then there's really no justice in the world. I wouldn't want to be an expert like this even if it was given to me. Everyone has their own aspirations, and their thoughts are naturally different. For a time, the scene was clamorous because of the arrival of the 3 monks. Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart as he looked at the 3 monks, and his spiritual force swept out to touch the young monk at the first possible moment because he was the weakest. The young monk was around the age of 35 with a handsome appearance and a calm gaze, and he seemed to be senile as if he'd already seen through the mortal world. 6th level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he detected the young monk's cultivation. Never had he imagined that this monk that was similar in age to most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties would actually be in existence at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. This was truly inconceivable. Where exactly are these monks from? If a young monk is so strong, then wouldn't these 2 middle-aged monks be? Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, the spirit energy that was flying towards the middle-aged monk, Hui Ming, suddenly paused and disappeared without a trace as if it had sunk into the ocean. Young benefactor, you are so young, yet you have such attainments in spiritual power. It is really surprising. At the same time, a voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Hui Ming's voice. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear. He knew that this Hui Ming ought to be an expert at the same level as Ning Ken and Jian 13, and he was in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. Besides, behind Hui Ming, there was definitely a colossus that could stand on equal footing with Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. Hui Ming glanced at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner before looking at Saber 5. Vice Sect Leader Saber, long time no see. How have you been? Of course it's for your own good. Saber 5 grunted and seemed to be extremely displeased with Hui Ming. Hui Ming wasn't angry, and then he looked at Feng Wei and greeted. Vice Fort Master Feng, this monk greets you. Hui Ming, Hui Jing, take that little bald donkey and leave quickly. Our Skywolf Fort doesn't welcome all of you. Feng Wei spoke with a low voice. At the same time, he looked at the distant Sword 13 and seemed to be reminding Sword 13 of something. Bald donkey Hui Ming, we're clearly aware of the reason you've come, but my Blade sect has already come to an agreement with Skywolf Fort, so I'm afraid your Empyrean Temple won't be able to come in and get a share of the profits. Sword 13 looked at Hui Ming and spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it contained an indisputable tone. Vice Sect Leader Jian, since this monk has made an appearance, then I naturally have the confidence to interfere. Hui Ming smiled indifferently, and his face that was tranquil like an ancient well faintly contained slight confidence. No matter if it was the Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken, Feng Wei, or the Blade Sect's Sword 13 and Saber 5, their expressions instantly went grim when they heard Hui Ming. At the same time, they raised their heads in unison to look up into the sky. Since you've come, then why hide? Ning Ken spoke with a loud voice. At practically the instant Ning Ken finished speaking, a middle-aged man in cloth clothes flashed out from behind the clouds and mist in the horizon to appear before everyone. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, yet his body faintly emitted an aura that kept others away. Obviously, the cultivation technique he cultivated was special. The middle-aged man had a calm expression that was neither happy nor angry, and his eyes were dim and lusterless, causing him to seem to be even more destitute than the three monks. Payan. The expressions of Ning Can and Feng Wei sank when they saw this middle-aged man in cloth clothes, and even the expressions of Sword 13 and Saber 5 were unsightly. Obviously, they'd never imagined that this person would come. The middle-aged man's figure flashed and descended gracefully from the sky. Another person appeared behind the clouds and mist behind him, and it was a young man with a calm expression who similarly wore cloth clothes. The young man followed closely behind the middle-aged man and descended together with him. It's him. The young man had just appeared when Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and he had an astounded expression. He knew this young man and had come into contact with him in the past. But never had he imagined that the young man would appear here. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian that was indescribably astounded, even Zi Shang and Long Yun had astounded expressions at this moment, and they seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. Why would he be here? The same thought arose in the hearts of both of them. Isn't he one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Flame Young Master? Suddenly, Su Li stood by Duan Lingtian's side and asked with slight hesitation. Su Li remembered it clearly. That day, when he participated in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd once seen this young man in cloth clothes that descended from the sky, and he seemed to be one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Flame Young Master. He seemed to be called Zhang Yan. Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. He still remembered that during the genius competition that day, Zhang Yan was eliminated from the 5 positions because of his arrival, and he was unable to head to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition of the Empire. Shouldn't Zhang Yan be living an ordinary life in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Why has he appeared here? Moreover, he's following an expert that even his master seems to be slightly fearful of. Someone that was capable of causing his master to be fearful was undoubtedly an expert that could be considered to be extraordinary in the foreign lands. Sect Leader Pei. Hui Ming and Hui Jing pressed their palms together as they looked at the middle-aged man in cloth clothes and bowed lightly. Sect Leader. Sword 13, Ning Ken, Saber 5, and Feng Wei were greatly shocked when they heard the 2 monks. Obviously, they'd never imagined that the middle-aged man in cloth clothes before them had actually become the sect leader of that sect. They were clearly aware of what this meant. Pain, you've stepped into that stage? Saber 5 gasped. Even though he'd guessed it in his heart, he still couldn't refrain from asking. Payan looked at Hui Ming and Hui Jing and nodded indifferently, and then he looked at Saber 5 and spoke slowly with a calm and empty voice. Saber 5, you seem to have not improved in these past few years? Saber 5 was angered to the point his face flushed red, yet he was speechless. If it was another person, he'd have slashed over since long ago, but this middle-aged man before him wasn't someone he could go against. As a member of the same generation, the halos on the middle-aged man even surpassed his junior brother, Sword 13. In their generation, Sword 13 could be considered to be the number one person in the Blade sect. Who are you? You actually dare humiliate my master? Saber 5 didn't react, yet Long Yun was enraged instead, and he took a step forward and glared angrily at Payin. In his heart, his master didn't allow anyone to disrespect him. Slap. A clear sound of a slap resounded out, and Long Yun's head tilted as a burning palm print appeared on his face. At the same time, a young man in cloth clothes appeared before Long Yun, and he looked at Long Yun with an expressionless face. The person that slapped Long Yun earlier was precisely this person. Zhang Yan, you're courting death. Long Yun was slapped to the point he was dazed, and when he recovered from his shock, he revealed a savage expression as he raised his saber to flash out and slash towards the person before him, and it seemed as if he wanted to slash the person into two. Long Yun attacked with rage and exerted his full strength. His cultivation at the second level of the Void Interpretation stage and first level saber concept were fully revealed, and when combined with the Grade 3 Spirit Saber, he drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to develop the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. Zhang Yan still had an expressionless face when facing a saber strike that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons, and it was as if he didn't see it. Right when many people thought that Zhang Yan would be slashed into two by Long Yun's saber strike. Clang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused the scene to fall into deathly silence. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun's full-strength saber strike that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons was actually received by the young man in cloth clothes with his bare hands. Moreover, he'd only used two fingers, his thumb and index finger. The two fingers that were coiled by a layer of material water concept held onto the saber and blocked Long Yun's furious strike. Ha! Long Yun shouted out explosively and wanted to withdraw the Grade 3 Spirit Saber in his hand, yet he noticed that Zhang Yan's hand was like an iron pincer, causing him to be utterly unable to withdraw the saber. How could this be possible? For a time, Long Yun's pupils constricted as he had an astounded expression, and he looked with disbelief at Zhang Yan, who looked at him with an expressionless face. How could you possibly possess such a formidable strength? At this moment, it wasn't only Long Yun who was astounded. Duan Lingtian, Zishang, Su Li, and all the others that knew of Zhang Yan's past were extremely shocked by the strength Zhang Yan revealed now. It has only been a few years. How could this Zhang Yan possibly possess such a formidable strength? As he looked at the 150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that ceaselessly fluttered about in the sky above Zhang Yan, Duan Lingtian felt his heartbeat quicken to a terrifying degree. When his spiritual force stretched out, he detected Zhang Yan's current cultivation. Sixth level of the Void Interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Never had he imagined that in a short few years, Zhang Yan would actually possess such a formidable cultivation. The strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. Cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage accounted for 80. Chapter 8:19. In Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories related to Zhang Yan still stopped at a few years ago. At that time, Zhang Yan had once fought him in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom because of Zishang's younger sister, Ziyan. After that, they even had some conflicts because of Ziyan's hatred towards him. Of course, they were all small conflicts that weren't worth mentioning. At that time, Zhang Yan's strength was far inferior to him. It was even to the extent that Zhang Yan wasn't even able to seize one of the final 5 positions in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition that led to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Never had he imagined that a person like this, a person that was eliminated in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition all those years ago, would actually bring along such a terrifying strength when he appeared once more. Zhang Yan's current strength had already surpassed him in all aspects, And even if he utilized all his abilities and utilized the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Yan. What exactly has this Zhang Yan encountered to actually become so strong? In the distance, Zishang stared fixedly at Zhang Yan, and his face was similarly filled with bewilderment. With the strength Zhang Yan revealed now, even if he allowed Elder Ghost's incomplete soul to possess him, he would probably only be able to fight Zhang Yan to a tie. Unless he was able to break through to the third level of the Void Interpretation stage, and at that time, he would be able to easily defeat Zhang Yan. Because at that time, Elder Ghost would possess a strength at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage after possessing him. As far as he was concerned, at that time, it would be equivalent to him being a 7th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Zhang Yan. This Zhang Yan is like a completely different person when compared to when I met him for the first time. Su Li took a deep breath, and he was extremely shocked by the strength Zhang Yan possessed now. Out of consideration for the fact that we're both from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I won't kill you. Zhang Yan's fingers shook and easily blasted away the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand, and then his figure flashed to return behind the middle-aged man before standing there silently. Pei, and this is your disciple? He really has a good upbringing. Saber 5's face sank. How could he not be enraged when his disciple was taught a lesson before him? Saber 5, it's better to let the matters of the young deal with themselves. Or perhaps, you want to stand up for your disciple and deal with my disciple? Pain said faintly, you, Saber 5, shouldn't be so depraved? Saber 5 was instantly stunned when he heard this, yet he had nothing to say in reply. He could only glare at Long Yun with disappointment, causing the bitterness on Long Yun's face to grow even more. Hui Ming, you win. Ning Can glared hatefully at Hui Ming. He had never expected that Hui Ming seemed to have known that the Blade sect would stand on his side and had even found helpers. At this time, even if the Skywolf Fort and the Blade sect worked together, they would not be able to chase him away. Another emotion-severing sect has come to take a share of the pie. Jian Shisan shook his head, and then he seemed to have thought of something and muttered. However, it doesn't matter. With the three of them, it's more or less enough. After muttering to himself, Jian Shisan glanced at Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, was filled with confusion. First, 3 monks had come, then a common-clothed middle-aged man had come, and he'd even brought Zhang Yan over. Moreover, this common-clothed middle-aged man seemed to be the master of a sect, and he was even Zhang Yan's master. What exactly is going on? Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around it no matter how hard he racked his brains. Amitba. Vice Fort Master Ning, you don't have to pay attention to us. Feel free to do what you need to do. As for Sect Master Pei, we'll entertain him on your behalf. Hui Ming smiled as she spoke to Ning Can, and her appearance was as infuriating as it could be. Ning Can was angered to the point his face was livid, but since the matter had developed to this extent, it wasn't good for him to say anything further. He looked at the surroundings and said with a low voice, "The 4th round of the selections begin." Duan Lingtian was just about to ask Jian Shisan about the 3 monks and the common-clothed middle-aged man when he heard Ning Can's voice, and he temporarily suppressed the bewilderment in his heart before flying out. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the central area of the sky above the combat arena, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had all recovered from their shock. The appearance of the 3 monks and the common-clothed middle-aged man and young man caused them to be bewildered as well. They were able to discern that no matter if it was the 3 monks or the middle-aged man and young man, their origins were obviously extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be to the extent of causing the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to lose their composure like that. Now, when Ning Can announced the start of the 4th round of the selections, all of them suppressed the bewilderment in their hearts and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. I wonder who Duan Lingtian will challenge first. Someone was filled with curiosity towards this. The possessor of the number 10 token is Duan Lingtian's friend, and he probably won't be the first to challenge. I think that he'll probably challenge the possessor of the number 9 token. Many people looked at the group of the Darqing dynasty, and their gazes descended onto Yi Ling. Yi Ling was slightly eager to give it a try when being looked at by many gazes, and she wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to challenge her. Perhaps she would be able to obtain the number 1 token because of this. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't even spare a glance at her. "I challenge." Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, and then he paused for a moment before continuing. "The possessor of the number 2 token, Zishang." Zishang. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke these words, the scene was in an uproar. Most people had never imagined that Duan Lingtian would challenge Zishang, and only those that knew of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian knew why Duan Lingtian would make such a choice. For a time, the gazes of many people descended onto Zishang, and they were extremely curious towards the true strength of this personal disciple of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Zishang. Based on the strength Zishang revealed earlier, it ought to be insufficient to obtain the number 2 token. But since he was able to obtain the number 2 token and was able to make Vice Fort Master Ning take him as a personal disciple, it was sufficient to show that he wasn't simple, and perhaps he'd concealed his true strength since the beginning. Zishang, Vice Fort Master Ning's personal disciple. Duan Lingtian, the person that refused to become Vice Fort Master Ning's personal disciple. The battle between the two of them will surely be extremely exciting. I feel that Duan Lingtian has probably concealed his strength as well. Every single time he makes a move, he seems to have only revealed the tip of the iceberg. I have this feeling as well. Since he's able to obtain the number 1 token, I presume he has true ability. Unknowingly, many people's impression of Duan Lingtian had changed, and they didn't unanimously feel that Duan Lingtian had obtained the number 1 token through trickery any longer. Ning Can's personal disciple? The sounds of discussion in the surroundings caused the 2 middle-aged men, Shang Huiming and Hui Jing, to simultaneously follow the gazes of everyone to look at Zishang. Even the common-clothed middle-aged man, Peiyan, the master of Zhang Yan, had his gaze descended onto Zishang at this moment. Zishang. Zhang Yan still had an expressionless face, but the depths of his eyes were obviously filled with slight surprise. Obviously, he'd never imagined that he would be able to see Zishang here. As for Duan Lingtian, he'd noticed Duan Lingtian when he'd just arrived, and even though he was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to appear here, he wasn't too shocked. After all, when he was in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day, Duan Lingtian had revealed terrifying natural talent, and it wasn't strange for him to possess his current accomplishments. When he saw Duan Lingtian once more, he didn't look at Duan Lingtian with hatred like before, and perhaps it was because he'd already completely severed his relationship with Duan Lingtian. In the past, he'd emptied his heart for Zishang's younger sister, Ziyen, yet in the end, it was all for naught. Since the moment Ziyen swore on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that it would be impossible for her to like him in her entire lifetime, he was completely disheartened and even wanted to die. But unfortunately, he didn't die. Later on, he encountered an emotion-severing sect disciple by chance that had come out to relax, and under the sympathy of fellow sufferers, he followed the disciple to join the emotion-severing sect. At the emotion-severing sect, he'd found his final home. His state at that time just happened to conform to the objective of the emotion-severing sect, so when he started cultivating, he advanced swiftly. Later on, he was even thought highly of by the vice sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Peiyan, and he became Peiyan's personal disciple. After a few years of cultivation and coupled with the inexhaustible resources Peiyan gave him, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and his comprehension towards concept grew even deeper. Presently, even in the entire emotion-severing sect, there wasn't a second disciple in the younger generation that could defeat him. Not long ago, his master had broken through in his cultivation and smoothly succeeded the position of sect master of the emotion-severing sect, causing his status in the emotion-severing sect to rise along with it, and he was even publicly acknowledged as the successor of the next sect master of the emotion-severing sect. It was precisely because of this that when Zhang Yan saw Duan Lingtian once more, he completely didn't have the hatred from all those years ago. This was something Duan Lingtian noticed earlier, but he didn't know the reason. I admit defeat. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xianxia, who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, didn't hesitate in the slightest to admit defeat. Admit defeat? For a time, the scene was in an uproar. Besides a small number of people that knew that Duan Lingtian was capable of restraining Duan Lingtian, everyone else had puzzled expressions as they didn't know why Xianxia didn't even have the courage to fight Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Duan Lingtian is really so strong? Even Xianxia doesn't dare fight him. I think Xianxia gave in to him instead, but he doesn't seem to get along well with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he's the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to give in to Duan Lingtian. No matter what, he doesn't even have the courage to enter the arena. Xianxia is truly too cowardly. Waves of merciless ridicule entered into Xianxia's ears, causing his expression to become completely gloomy. There was naturally a reason why he didn't dare accept Duan Lingtian's challenge. He knew clearly in his heart that with the hatred Duan Lingtian had towards him, once he dared enter the arena, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not hold back in the slightest and kill him. Even though he had the Elder Ghost as his trump card, this trump card of his just happened to be restrained by Duan Lingtian, and he was utterly unable to utilize it. Moreover, once he faced Duan Lingtian with his own strength, Duan Lingtian would be entirely capable of killing him before he could admit defeat once Duan Lingtian executed that illusory realm soul skill. So, admitting defeat was his only choice, and also the best choice. Chapter 8:20. Ning Can's expression actually remained unchanged when he saw his personal disciple being ridiculed like this, and it was as if he utterly didn't hear those unpleasant words. Of course, the reason he was able to be so composed was because he'd long since found out from Xianxia that Duan Lingtian was able to counter him. Xianxia naturally didn't say that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession could counter him, and he instead unified the statement that he'd mentioned to Feng Wei that day. He said that Duan Lingtian was a variant like him, and it just happened to counter his innate ability. No matter what, Xianxia had admitted defeat. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had obtained victory in his first battle. Duan Lingtian returned to the side of Feng Tianwu and the others and looked at Sword 13 at the first possible moment, and he couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. "Senior, who exactly are those 3 monks and that paean? Why have they come to Skywolf Fort?" Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled by this. "They've come to Skywolf Fort for the sake of all of you." Sword 13's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and he replied to Duan Lingtian's question. "For the sake of us?" Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression, and he completely didn't know what Sword 13 meant by this. Sword 13 continued. "There's no need to conceal some things now. Do you know why Skywolf Fort is holding this martial competition of the 10 dynasties?" "For what?" Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he naturally didn't know. Of course, even though he didn't know, but he subconsciously felt that something was off. Because in the history of the Dark Han dynasty, there hadn't been a grand event like the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that had occurred in the past. Moreover, it was a grand event that a power of the foreign lands like Skywolf Fort had personally held for the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, and it was even more strange. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't believe that Skywolf Fort didn't have any ulterior motives. After all, Skywolf Fort had promised numerous rewards for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and this was the reason why the 10 dynasties were scrambling for it like a flock of ducks. Otherwise, the 10 dynasties wouldn't even bother with Skywolf Fort. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian had thought that perhaps Skywolf Fort intended to recruit disciples through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But on second thought, something didn't seem right. Even if the Skywolf Fort wanted to recruit disciples, there seemed to be no need to hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They could totally send people to the 10 great dynasties and spread the news. At that time, so long as it was a comparatively outstanding young genius in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, they would surely be interested. In that case, the Skywolf Fort wouldn't need to pay any remuneration to the 10 dynasties. Although the small amount of compensation that Skywolf Fort paid to the 10 dynasties was nothing to Skywolf Fort, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. Everyone understood the principle of saving as much as possible. Since the Skywolf Fort was willing to not hesitate to pay a reward that could be considered to be generous to the 10 dynasties for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then it would surely not make a losing deal. Of course, all of this was Duan Lingtian's own guess. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian knew that his guess wasn't wrong. Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the sake of selecting outstanding young martial artists from the 10 dynasties. These young martial artists will bring great benefits to Skywolf Fort. As for the exact benefits, it's not convenient for me to tell you now, but you'll know very soon. Sword 13 spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and then he asked, "So, in this way, Senior, you came here for the sake of getting a share of the benefits from Skywolf Fort and want to take away half of the outstanding young martial artists?" "Exactly." Sword 13 nodded. At this time, there was nothing to conceal. Even if it's the Empyrean Temple's Baldi Hui Ming and the emotion-severing sects Payan, they've come here for the sake of all of you outstanding young martial artists. Originally, I intended to join forces with Skywolf Fort and make the Empyrean Temple's Baldi retreat in the face of difficulties. But, unexpectedly, they actually found the members of the emotion-severing sect. As he finished speaking, Sword 13 was slightly helpless. Through Sword 13's explanation, Duan Lingtian was temporarily able to sort out the sequence of events that had occurred. Because of certain reasons, no matter if it was Skywolf Fort, the Blade Sect, or even the Empyrean Temple and Emotion-Severing Sect, all of them wanted to find a group of outstanding young martial artists. For the sake of finding outstanding young martial artists, Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties because doing this would allow them to achieve their goal in the most efficient manner. Senior, if I'm not wrong, the reason all of you sects want to find outstanding young martial artists is probably because you want us to enter a certain place and seek benefits for all of you? That place ought to have an inscription formation set up there that prohibits martial artists above the age of 40 from entering. Is it like this? A flash of inspiration flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he faintly guessed some things, and he asked Sword 13 via voice transmission. All of this was his guess after combining the requirements of Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He still remembered that before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began a few days ago, the first young genius that was measured to be 40 years old by the age-measuring pearl was killed by Feng Wei in rage. Obviously, Skywolf Fort attached great importance to the age of the young geniuses that participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. How did you know? Sword 13 went pale with shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's guess. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he said, "Besides that, I'm also able to guess that the place all of you sects intend to send outstanding young martial artists to is probably left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu." Sword 13 was completely speechless. He knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao were heaven-defying, yet never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian's thoughts were actually so meticulous, and he was able to associate so many things through some small clues. Exactly. The place their Blade sect wanted to send outstanding young martial artists to was precisely left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. Moreover, that place did indeed have an age restriction towards the people that entered. Martial artists that had reached the age of 40 would die without a doubt if they entered. When he saw Sword 13 stunned, Duan Lingtian knew that his guess wasn't wrong. A place left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu and an inscription formation like that, there's surely many good things within it. I truly never imagined that the reason Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was for this. Duan Lingtian sighed, and at the same time, he was faintly excited in his heart. Perhaps, before he obtained the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara, he would be able to obtain a windfall, and presumably, that place would have many good things. Otherwise, why would the powers of the foreign lands like Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect flock to it like a flock of ducks? After all, no one was stupid, and no one would do something that was strenuous and thankless. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the central area in the sky above the combat arena, and Xianxia, who'd admitted defeat after being challenged by him earlier, was standing there. After Xianxia entered the arena, his gaze had descended onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. Precisely speaking, it descended onto Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw this, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. This Xianxia actually really wants to go against Tianwu. I challenge the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. Xianxia spoke out and directly challenged Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu flew out to stand in confrontation with Xianxia, and her beautiful face was filled with a calm expression. Instantly, the scene was in an uproar. Xianxia admitted defeat before Duan Lingtian earlier, yet he actually wants to challenge Feng Tianwu now. Could it be that he thinks Feng Tianwu is inferior to Duan Lingtian? The strength that Duan Lingtian has revealed now seems to be far inferior to Feng Tianwu, right? Up until now, Duan Lingtian has revealed a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage and his second level intermediate wind concept. On the other hand, not only has Feng Tianwu revealed a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage, she's even revealed her fourth level intermediate fire concept. Xianxia, Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu are all members of the Dark Han dynasty. Logically speaking, he ought to know who's stronger between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Since he chose Feng Tianwu, I presume he knows that Feng Tianwu's strength is weaker than Duan Lingtian. It ought to be like this. The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties discussed animatedly, and the sky above the combat arena seemed to have become a bustling market. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Fourth level fire concept? No matter if it was the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple or the emotion-severing sects Peiyin and Zhang Yan, all of them looked at Feng Tianwu with surprised expressions when they heard the discussions in the surroundings. This young woman looked to be a little over 20 at most. Not only is she a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, she's even comprehended 4th level fire concept. Vice Fort Master Ning, how old is this little girl? Hui Ming looked at Ning Can and asked curiously. Ning Can grunted coldly. 25. 25? As soon as Ning Can finished speaking, it wasn't just Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and the young monk behind them. Even Peiyin and Zhang Yan were greatly shocked. Of course, even though Peiyin and Zhang Yan were shocked, they didn't reveal it on their faces, and only a trace of astonishment flashed past their eyes. The members of the emotion-severing sect were emotionless, and even if the world was turned upside down, their expressions would still be composed as before. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Xianxia's mouth as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Originally, there was no enmity between him and Feng Tianwu, but because Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian were close, he'd taken Feng Tianwu to be his enemy in his heart. Now, his master had ordered him to kill Feng Tianwu, so he went with the flow and intended to kill Feng Tianwu. "Unleash your secret technique," said the old man. Feng Tianwu stood in confrontation with Xianxia as she spoke indifferently. Secret technique? As soon as Feng Tianwu spoke, it caused the surrounding spectators to be stunned. Looks like Xianxia has really concealed his strength. Many people recovered from their shock and sighed with emotion. Right when numerous gazes descended onto Xianxia sneered. "As you wish." Instantly, a small black dot appeared between Xianxia's brows, and it was clearly exposed under the gazes of everyone present. Subsequently, the small black dot ceaselessly enlarged. In the end, it transformed into a black-colored flame brand. The scene before them caused the surrounding spectators to be stunned, and they completely didn't know what had happened. The changes on Xianxia's body were too strange when it entered into their eyes. Chapter 821. Obviously, the sensitive Peiyin had noticed the slight change in the aura on Xianxia's body. If Peiyin knew that the remnant soul of a powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu was hiding in Xianxia's body, and that the remnant soul could temporarily attach itself to his body, allowing him to possess a strength that was 4 levels higher than usual, perhaps he would not be confused. As the origin energy on Xianxia's body surged, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred and finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Is this really the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by Xianxia's origin energy? Many people exclaimed in surprise when they saw the 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Xianxia's head. Using just his origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This was the symbol of a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist. I can't believe that Xianxia is actually a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist. Earlier, Feng Tianwu asked him to cast some sort of secret technique. Subsequently, a strand of black flame mark appeared between Xianxia's brows, and then he revealed his cultivation base at the 6th-level void interpretation. Could it be that he cast the secret technique to possess such a cultivation base? It should be. However, this secret technique is really freakish. It actually allowed a 2nd-level void interpretation martial artist to possess the strength of a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist in an instant. The surrounding crowd was shocked by Xianxia's secret technique. Secret technique? At this moment, even the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple were shocked by Xianxia's transformation. Xianxia's cultivation base is actually on par with mine after he cast the secret technique. Zhang Yan stared at Xianxia with a slightly solemn expression on his face. After joining the emotion-severing sect and possessing his current cultivation base, he had recalled his past more than once. Of course, it was not his wishful love that he could not bear to look back on. Instead, it was his memories of the various people he had come into contact with. Among them, he and the other 4 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom left the deepest impression on him, followed by Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, with his current cultivation, whether it was the other 4 of the 5 young masters or Duan Lingtian, he was destined to leave them far behind. However, now that he saw Xianxia reveal a cultivation base at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, he finally realized that he was too arrogant. Ghost Elder, kill her. At the same time, an anxious voice resounded in Xianxia's body. It was Xianxia's voice. Presently, Xianxia was being controlled by the remnant soul of the ghost flame. Just as Guihua controlled Decease and was about to kill Feng Tianwu, his figure that was about to shoot out suddenly froze on the spot. His pair of lusterless eyes were instantly filled with a trace of fear. All of this was because he saw Feng Tianwu unhurriedly take out a broken stone tablet. That stone tablet was currently trembling slightly, as if it had sensed something. Damn it! Why is the Devil Seal tombstone in her hands? Subsequently, a ghastly and aged voice resounded ceaselessly in Xianxia's body. Xianxia, go play with her yourself? Admit defeat if you can't win. That Duan Lingtan actually gave the Devil Seal tombstone to her. Damn it! In the next moment, the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanished completely. Xianxia's soul returned to his body. Elder brother Duan really thought it through thoroughly. A wisp of a light smile appeared on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face when she saw this scene. The Devil Seal tombstone in her hand was given to her by Duan Lingtian last night, and he asked her to use it to scare Xianxia once the black-colored flame brand appeared between Xianxia's brows. At that time, Xianxia would admit defeat. I admit defeat. Xianxia's oppressive and bitter voice sounded out, and it was like a rock shattering the heavens, causing everyone that was anticipating him to make a move to be dumbstruck. Admit defeat? Why did he admit defeat? This was the confusion and bewilderment in the hearts of most people. After Xianxia revealed a cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, besides Duan Lingtian, practically everyone else thought that Feng Tianwu would admit defeat, and even if she didn't admit defeat, she would still be defeated by Xianxia. However, reality played an enormous joke on them. After Xianxia revealed a cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, he came menacingly a moment ago, yet he was completely terrified in the next moment, and he even admitted defeat directly. What's this Xianxia doing? If he wanted to admit defeat, couldn't he have done so earlier? Why did he only admit defeat after executing his secret technique? Isn't this a waste of my fucking time? Why did Vice Fort Master Ning take such a trash disciple? He's too useless. He possesses a cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage, yet he doesn't dare make a move against Feng Tianwu. The clamorous noise in the surroundings was one-sided, and all of them were denouncing Zishang. Zishang. At the same time, Ning Ken, who was in the sky above the combat arena, had a completely gloomy expression, and his furious voice transmission pierced into Zishang's ears. What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you that you must kill this Feng Tianwu? Master, I'm unable to kill Feng Tianwu because of some things. It's temporarily inconvenient for me to say. But I guarantee that I'll surely give you an answer. Zishang, who was prepared since long ago, replied when he heard Ning Can's voice transmission. I hope you do as you say. Otherwise, even if you're my personal disciple, I'll still punish you heavily. Ning Can's expression eased up slightly when he heard this, yet he still warned Zishang. Don't worry, Master. Zishang replied, and then he stared coldly at Feng Tianwu as he said via voice transmission, Feng Tianwu, I truly never imagined that Duan Lingtian would give that thing to you. If it's possible, I hope you can transfer it to me, and I can agree to any request of yours. It's even to the extent that I can use the 8th level fire concept fragment my master bestowed to me in exchange for it, so long as you're willing to give me the broken stone tablet you put away earlier. Zishang's words were filled with temptation. But unfortunately, Feng Tianwu utterly didn't fall for this trick of his. Dream on. Instantly, Zishang's face was livid, yet he couldn't do anything to Feng Tianwu. Without the assistance of Elder Ghost, he was utterly not a match for Feng Tianwu, who'd comprehended 4th level intermediate fire concept. Zishang challenged Feng Tianwu and admitted defeat. Both of them exchanged command tokens. The possessor of the number 2 token became Feng Tianwu. The possessor of the number 7 token became Zishang. After Feng Tianwu obtained the number 2 token, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side and returned the Devil Seal tablet to Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. At the same time, she asked with surprise, Elder Brother Duan, what exactly is this broken stone tablet? Zishang actually wants to use an 8th level fire concept fragment to exchange for it with me. 8th level fire concept fragment? His wishful thinking is really great. Duan Lingtian looked at the distant Zishang and laughed with ridicule when he heard this, and then he said via voice transmission, Tianwu, I don't know exactly what this thing is. But you just have to remember one thing. Even if you give me 109th level fire concept fragments, I still won't exchange for this stone tablet. Not to mention a mere 8th level concept of fire fragment. It's so precious? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in astonishment when she heard this. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't clearly state what the broken stone tablet was and what value it had, but what Duan Lingtian said earlier allowed her to realize that the broken stone tablet wasn't simple. Kid Lingtian, thank you. Feng Wudao clearly saw the small movements between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, so he naturally guessed the reason Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, and he couldn't help but thank Duan Lingtian. Uncle Feng, we're all on the same side, so you don't have to be so courteous. Not to mention this was only a slight effort. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Yes, we're on the same side. Feng Wudao laughed freely, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian before looking at his daughter, and he revealed an ambiguous smile. Duan Lingtian directly disregarded this. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu was embarrassed to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and it seemed as if blood would drip out from it. Imperial Uncle, did you see that? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor spoke with a serious expression. Bai Nanyin nodded and said with a fearful expression, the reason Zishang admitted defeat was because Feng Tianwu withdrew that broken stone tablet, and it's the saint weapon that Zishang said can provide an amplification of strength. I'm not sure if this broken stone tablet is a saint weapon or if it's capable of providing an amplification of strength. But I discern that Zishang is extremely afraid of it. During the Dynasty Martial competition that day, Zishang lost after Duan Lingtian withdrew this stone tablet. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian challenged Zishang, Zishang directly admitted defeat. I presume it's because he's afraid of that stone tablet. Besides that, when he faced Feng Tianwu, he was originally prepared to make a move, yet when Feng Tianwu withdrew that stone tablet, he directly admitted defeat. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor nodded. Perhaps, since the beginning, Zishang had the intention of utilizing our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family to help him seize that stone tablet. But unfortunately, Big Brother has gone missing because of that stone tablet, and it's extremely likely that he's already been killed. Bai Nan sighed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. In the sky above the combat arena, endless discussions arose. Practically every single person was denouncing Zishang. Then why did Zishang suddenly admit defeat? Zhang Yan frowned, and then he looked at the nearby Peiyan. Master, have you noticed something? Peiyan shook his head. The three monks from the Empyrean Temple had bewildered expressions now, and they were unable to wrap their heads around Zishang's actions of admitting defeat. The discussions of the surrounding spectators gradually stopped when the possessor of the number 3 token, Qi Feng, ascended the arena. After Qi Feng ascended the arena, his gaze locked onto a graceful and beautiful figure. The possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling. Yi Ling, the strongest expert in the younger generation of the Darqing dynasty. Her cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, and she'd comprehended 2nd level void interpretation concept, causing her strength to be extraordinary. But unfortunately, she was bound to lose when encountering Qi Feng. Qi Feng, the Darqi dynasty's 9th prince, revealed a cultivation at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage and 4th level void interpretation concept as soon as he made a move, and he domineeringly crushed Yi Ling. Before him, Yi Ling didn't have the slightest strength to fight back and lost in a single move. Fortunately, Qi Feng showed mercy and didn't ruthlessly destroy a beauty, otherwise, even if Yi Ling had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. If I don't utilize my soul skill, I'm not a match for Qi Feng. Chapter 8:22. After Qi Feng, it was the possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, that ascended the arena. After Qin Kong ascended the arena, his gaze locked onto the possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li. Su Li's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, and he'd comprehended 3rd level intermediate sword concept and 1st level intermediate water concept. Coupled with a grade 3 spirit sword, he possessed the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. Qin Kong was a 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 4th level void interpretation stage concept. Not to mention he was using a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if he was only using a grade 4 or grade 5 spirit weapon, he would still be able to crush Su Li in strength. Under the circumstances that the difference in strength was so great, Su Li didn't make a move and directly admitted defeat. The possessor of the number 5 token, Ta Mu, was from the Daryuan dynasty, and his figure was robust like an ox. The grade 3 spirit weapon in his hand was a pair of gloves, and his iron fists struck out like cannonballs. Those that were struck by his fists didn't die but were heavily injured to the point of being on the verge of death. The possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li. Just like Qin Kong, Ta Mu challenged Su Li. Su Li admitted defeat without ascending the arena earlier, so he couldn't refuse Ta Mu's challenge. But just like the previous battle, he still directly admitted defeat. Even though the concept Ta Mu had comprehended was slightly inferior to Qi Feng and Qin Kong, it was still a 3rd level void interpretation stage concept, and coupled with his cultivation at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, Su Li was far from being a match for him. It was precisely because of this that Su Li admitted defeat decisively and didn't waste any time. After Ta Mu, it was the possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, that ascended the arena. After Lu Yong ascended the arena, his gaze flashed past Zishang, O Qin, Yi Ling, and Su Li. He could only choose these 4 people. Su Li. In the end, he chose Su Li. Su Li was challenged for the 3rd time. Su Li, this number 10 token of yours is really a hot potato. Zhang Shouyong looked at Su Li and couldn't help but laugh. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, the smile that suffused his face was sufficient to show that he was slightly taking pleasure in Su Li's misfortune, just like Zhang Shouyong. Su Li laughed bitterly, yet he didn't admit defeat this time and directly ascended the arena to confront Lu Yong. Lu Yong was the Darming dynasty's crown prince and the personal disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended 2nd level fire concept. Besides that, Lu Yong had comprehended 5th level elementary wind concept and 3rd level elementary lightning concept. Lu Yong's spirit weapon was a grade 3 spirit fan that didn't have a fan face and only had a fan frame. When he unleashed all his techniques, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 105 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Su Li's strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, his strength was 5 ancient horned dragons less. Something seems to be off. Logically speaking, this Lu Yong's strength is inferior to Su Li, and he ought to be fearful. But now Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lu Yong, who was filled with confidence. He faintly felt that something was amiss. Ha! Under the gazes of everyone present, Lu Yong made a move. As soon as he made a move, he struck first to gain the initiative and utilized all his ability, causing the grade 3 spirit fan in his hand to transform into a flaming fan that emitted an extremely hot aura. For a time, the airflow in the air shook, and when it was touched by the flaming fan in Lu Yong's hand, it gave rise to a wave of heat that spread out in all directions and blew towards all the surrounding spectators. Duan Lingtian only felt a dense and hot aura assault his face, and he instantly noticed the change in the fire concept within Lu Yong's fan compared to before, causing his face to be unable to refrain from going grim. Su Li, watch out. He's already comprehended 3rd level intermediate fire concept. Duan Lingtian hurriedly sent a voice transmission to warn Su Li. Meanwhile, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth abruptly appeared in the sky above Lu Yong, who was completely coiled by flames and seemed to have transformed into a large fireball that charged towards Su Li. 115 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Swish! After being warned by Duan Lingtian, Su Li, who was prepared, fused into the enormous sword formed from material water concept along with his sword when faced with Lu Yong, who was rolling over like a large fireball, and then he soared through the sky. An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out as a fierce sword concept was emitted, and it caused many people that were comparatively nearby to feel a chill run down their spines. It's useless. The difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons is sufficient for me to easily crush you. The rolling large fireball was like a cannonball that shot towards the enormous sword. At the same time, Lu Yong's sonorous voice sounded out. Is that so? Su Li's voice was without the slightest fear, and the enormous sword he'd formed along with water concept and sword concept abruptly charged into the sky as soon as he finished speaking. You can't escape. Lu Yong's cold snort sounded out as the large fireball that emitted waves of heat charged into the sky and chased after Su Li, and it seemed as if it wouldn't stop until it caught up to Su Li. Swish! The enormous sword charged into the sky, yet the large fireball behind it grew closer and closer. The difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons caused the speed of the enormous sword to be slightly slower than the large fireball. What does Su Li want to do? Zhang Shou-yong had a bewildered expression when he saw this scene, and he was utterly unable to guess Su Li's intentions in doing this. As far as he was concerned, Su Li's actions now was undoubtedly completely exposing himself before Lu Yong, and he might face danger at any moment. Duan Lingtian frowned as well. He kept having the feeling that it was impossible for Su Li to make such a low-level mistake. Could it be that this fellow, Su Li, still has some trump card? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian glanced at Sword 13, and this thought arose in his heart when he noticed Sword 13's composed expression. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up as he stared fixedly at the enormous sword that was ceaselessly being pressed closer by the large fireball. Perhaps Su Li would really be able to give him a pleasant surprise. Swish! The enormous sword continued charging up, whereas the large fireball grew closer and closer to it. Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing rumbling sounded out, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from looking over. At the place the sound sounded out, the airflow in the air flashed, and it seemed to have formed circle after circle of ripples that ceaselessly spread out in all directions, causing it to be extremely gorgeous. But now, no one noticed this, and the gazes of everyone had descended onto the enormous sword that suddenly turned around. The enormous sword turned around, and the tip of the sword pointed towards the large fireball that charged up. Swish! Suddenly, everyone saw the enormous sword suddenly tremble before swiftly descending, and it actually pierced straight towards the large fireball that charged towards it. The enormous sword descended from the sky, and it carried the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons along with it. The large fireball soared into the sky, and it contained the strength of 115 ancient horned dragons. The two of them were about to collide, and if nothing unexpected happened, the outcome would be revealed immediately. Su Li is about to lose. This was the thought in the hearts of most people present. After all, the difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons was like a chasm that was impossible to surmount. Swish! Swoosh! Finally, the enormous sword and the large fireball collided with a bang, and the collision caused intense and dazzling sparks that were like numerous flames that had condensed into form. Under the gazes of everyone present, the enormous sword that was formed from material water concept collided with the large fireball, and because of the gap in the level of concept, the concept of water restraining fire was unable to be realized. In the blink of an eye, the large fireball remained unchanged, yet the enormous sword was weakened to the point of shrinking by a portion. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and the enormous sword seemed to have given up resisting, whereas the strength of the large fireball became even stronger as it fiercely smashed onto the enormous sword, and it smashed the enormous sword into pieces. Right when everyone thought that Lu Yong, who controlled the large fireball, had defeated Su Li, who controlled the enormous sword. Impossible! An exclaim of shock sounded out abruptly, and it was filled with disbelief. It's Lu Yong's voice. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but stare over, and with a single glance, they saw that when the enormous sword shattered, Su Li, who was within it, held the sword with both hands as he continued descending. At this instant, Su Li transferred all his strength to the sword in his hand, and the 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had gradually dispersed from the enormous sword shattering earlier condensed once more. Swish! The 3-foot-long blade descended directly, and when the energy of the large fireball was completely exhausted on the enormous sword, it penetrated through the large fireball that was in a weak state before descending towards Lu Yong's head. Stop! Feng Wei's face went grim when he saw this, and he shouted out explosively with the intention of making a move to rescue Lu Yong, his personal disciple. But unfortunately, it was too late. Swish! Su Li descended from the sky with his sword, and the sharp 3-foot-long blade followed along Lu Yong's head and stabbed into his body. As soon as Lu Yong died, the large fireball dispersed along with him and transformed into nothingness. After pulling out his sword, Su Li, who wore tattered clothes and had blood on the corners of his mouth, revealed a smile. So what if there was a difference of 5 ancient horned dragons? He, Su Li, would still annihilate Lu Yong beneath his sword. Su Li! Feng Wei shouted out coldly as the clothes on his body inflated, and he wanted to take revenge for his personal disciple, Lu Yong. But unfortunately, he hadn't made a move when he was stopped by Ning Can. Feng Wei, calm down. Don't forget that the ranking selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a matter of life and death. As the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, if you make a move for your own benefit, then where would you place the Skywolf Fort? As he finished speaking, Ning Can's tone became even more stern. Feng Wei calmed down when he heard this, but ghastly hatred still arose in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Su Li. So long as he had the slightest chance in the future, he would absolutely not let Su Li off, even if Su Li was Sword 13's personal disciple. Even though Lu Yong couldn't be considered to be at the top in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability amongst the group of young geniuses that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, because Lu Yong's character was to his liking, he'd always been extremely satisfied with this personal disciple of his. But now, his personal disciple had been killed right before his eyes, so how could he not be enraged? As expected of the extremely renowned heaven-rank sword skill of the Blade sect, the Child Mother Chainsword, it's really extraordinary. Hui Ming's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. The other middle-aged monk that stood by Hui Ming's side, Hui Jing, focused his eyes as he looked at Sword 13. Vice Sect Master Sword, could it be that this young man is your disciple? Baldy Hui Jing, even though your strength isn't much, needless to say, your judgment isn't bad. Sword 13 nodded. Hui Jing laughed bitterly. He was an 8th level void transformation stage martial artist at any rate, yet when it entered Sword 13's mouth, it had instead become a strength that wasn't much. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that Sword 13 had the qualifications to say this. According to his knowledge, Sword 13 had already broken through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage now, and it was far from something he could compare to. Chapter 8:23. Mother-Child Chain Sword? As he looked at Su Li, who'd become the center of attention after killing Lu Yong, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Earlier, when Su Li abandoned the enormous sword and the enormous sword was blasted into pieces by Lu Yong, Duan Lingtian had seen Su Li's movements that were like a bolt of lightning. After abandoning the enormous sword, Su Li used his body to control the chain sword at the first possible moment and killed Lu Yong, who didn't have the time to react. Lu Yong had a strength that was stronger than Su Li, yet a single mistake caused him to perish. It was lamentable. Even though the mother-child chain sword Su Li cultivates is only a low-grade heaven-rank sword skill, but his actions from before have obviously already been cultivated to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Su Li was really a natural sword cultivator. Good. Amazing. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators that were shocked by Su Li's actions recovered from their shock and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. As far as they were concerned, the sword skill Su Li executed earlier was miraculous. So what if there was a difference of 5 ancient horned dragons? He'd still killed his opponent while being weak. Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li flew down and arrived before Duan Lingtian in a short moment, and then he said with a smile, "Duan Lingen, I've helped you take revenge. How will you repay me?" If it was another person, then out of consideration that the person was Feng Wei's personal disciple, Su Li might not kill the person. But Lu Yong had once made a move against Duan Lingtian in the illusory purgatory during the first round of the selections. According to Zhang Shou Yong, Duan Lingtian had almost died at the hands of Lu Yong. It was precisely because of this that he'd killed Lu Yong. Duan Lingtian was a friend he'd gotten to know since he was young, and Duan Lingtian had even generously lent him a hand when he needed help. In his heart, Duan Lingtian had an extremely special position. No matter who it was, anyone that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian was the enemy of Su Li. "What do you want in return?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Alright, I was just joking." Su Li shook his head and smiled. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Actually, at the instant Su Li killed Lu Yong, he'd already guessed Su Li's motive for killing Lu Yong. It was to avenge him. Otherwise, Su Li was completely capable of heavily injuring Lu Yong, and there was no need to kill Lu Yong at all. Because killing Lu Yong was of no benefit to him, and it was even to the extent that he would offend the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. This point could be seen from the hateful gaze Feng Wei shot at Su Li. Duan Lingtian didn't say any more words of gratitude because there was no need. His friendship with Su Li didn't require these superficial things. Nothing needed to be said. The possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, has challenged the possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li, and failed. Su Li has obtained the number 6 token. Besides that, because of Lu Yong's death, the top 10 of the martial competition lacks a position, and it's filled by the possessor of the number 11 token. Ning Can announced loudly. The possessor of the number 11 token was precisely Zhang Shou Yong, and he'd obtained Su Li's number 10 token. As for Su Li, he'd obtained Lu Yong's number 6 token. Su Li, looks like I have to thank you as well. Zhang Shou Yong originally thought that he had no fate with the top 10 of the martial competition, yet never had he imagined that things would take a turn and allow him to enter the top 10. In other words, even if he admitted defeat 9 times successively and lost to the possessors of the number 1 to 9 token, he would still be a person in the top 10 of the martial competition. Moreover, Zhang Shouyong didn't intend to accept the challenge of anyone because he knew that there was a certain gap between him and the 9 people in front of him. Even if he made a move, he would only be asking for humiliation. It would be better to stand here and wait for the rewards for the top 10. The 4th round of the selections continued. The possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu, seemed to have transformed into a tinder elf that arrived at the central area of the sky above the combat arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, at the first possible moment, and she challenged her by name. Yi Ling took a deep breath before flying out to meet Feng Tianwu's gaze. Now, Yi Ling, who'd witnessed Feng Tianwu's true strength, didn't dare underestimate Feng Tianwu in the slightest. Even though Feng Tianwu's cultivation was inferior to her, her comprehension of concept far surpassed her. So when facing Feng Tianwu now, Yi Ling seemed as if she was facing a great enemy. The 2 young female experts stood in confrontation, and for a time, it drew the attention of everyone present. Yi Ling had been renowned in the Darqing dynasty for many years, and the people of the other dynasties had heard of her. Even though Feng Tianwu was beautiful like a celestial maiden and even possessed extraordinary strength, yet she was unknown before this. But after Feng Tianwu made a move earlier, no one dared question Feng Tianwu's strength. Everyone knew that this young woman that was beautiful like a celestial maiden didn't only possess a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, her strength far surpassed the numerous experts of the younger generation. She was only 25 years old, 2nd level void interpretation stage, and had comprehended 4th level void interpretation concept. Not to mention a female martial artist, even if it was a male martial artist, how many people were capable of accomplishing this? Ha! Yi Ling shouted out in a delicate voice and was the first to make a move. The sword in her hand was like a swimming dragon that was peerlessly graceful, and it flashed out like a flying leaf to lightly tap towards Feng Tianwu. In the surroundings of the sword, there seemed to be strands of jade-green ripples coiled and pulsated, and it was the material form of water concept. Swish! The sword strike was ordinary, yet it contained an extraordinary strength. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth condensed into form. 98 ancient horned dragon silhouettes soared down from the sky along with Yi Ling, who'd transformed into flying cotton, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Feng Tianwu. Swoosh! Feng Tianwu moved, she was swift like the wind and flashed like fire, and she moved to intercept Yi Ling in a short moment. Swish! The whip that was coiled with flames was like a swimming spirit serpent, and the serpent's tail swept out to fearlessly intercept the sharp sword in Yi Ling's hand. Whoosh! In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth rose abruptly and transformed into 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and it was an entire 2 more than the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Ling. The 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the 98 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and they fought together. For a time, they were evenly matched. Clang! The Grade 3 Spirit Whip and Grade 3 Spirit Sword collided, and both of them shook before retreating at the same time. At the instant they retreated, both of them advanced side by side and charged towards each other. Swish! 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 For a time, the sword silhouettes and whip silhouettes that covered the sky crisscrossed past each other like waves of a violent storm, and the 2 beautiful figures were like fire and water as they ceaselessly collided with each other. In the end, it was still Feng Tianwu that gained the upper hand, and she injured Yi Ling in a spurt of energy to obtain the final victory. Yi Ling gasped for breath as she looked at the beautiful figure in the distance, and her gaze was as complicated as it could be. Could it be that this young woman that wore red clothes and was like a fire spirit is really the darling of the heavens? Not only did she possess a drop-dead gorgeous appearance that aroused envy in others, she also possessed a strength that shocked others. I originally thought that the Darqing dynasty's Yi Ling could be considered to be the number 1 female expert in the younger generation of our 10 dynasties. But now it would seem that it isn't so. The Dark Han Dynasty's Feng Tianwu is the true #1 female expert in the younger generation of our 10 dynasties. It's the first time I've seen a peerless beauty with such natural talent. The surrounding spectators sighed with emotion. Chen, the possessor of the #8 token, stood in the distant sky, and he stared at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that was filled with fear and seriousness. Even though he felt that his strength surpassed Yiling, it wasn't by much. Once he faced Feng Tianwu, he didn't have complete confidence. It would be fine if it was another person, but this Feng Tianwu was only a young woman that was merely 25 years old, and his heart was filled with bitterness when such a young woman caused him to have such feelings. The fire spirit flashed through the sky and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Could it be that the heavens are really jealous of outstanding geniuses? Sword 13 and Saber 5 looked at Feng Tianwu and sighed in their hearts. Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and it caused them to feel pity. Of course, they knew as well that if it wasn't for Feng Tianwu possessing the fire spirit body, it would be impossible for her to possess such accomplishments at such an age. So that's how it is. In the sky, the sect leader of the emotion-severing sect, Peiyan, withdrew his gaze from Feng Tianwu and muttered to himself. "Master, what did you notice?" Zhang Yan stood by Peiyan's side and asked respectfully and reverently. "If I'm not wrong, this Feng Tianwu ought to possess an innate spirit body." Peiyan muttered, and as he finished speaking, his gaze seemed to become slightly misty as if he was recalling something. "Innate spirit body?" Zhang Yan's pupils constricted as he said with astonishment. "Could it be that she possesses an innate spirit body like senior brother Hong?" Peiyan nodded lightly and said with an expressionless face, "But your senior brother Hong is different from her. Your senior brother Hong possesses the lightning spirit body, whereas she ought to possess the fire spirit body." Even though Peiyan's face didn't reveal any joy or anger from the beginning until now, a trace of sorrow still flashed within his eyes when he spoke up to hear. "So that's how it is." Zhang Yan couldn't help but gasp when he heard this, and then he sighed as he looked at the distant young woman that was like a fire spirit. Because of that senior brother Hong, he knew a little about the fate of innate spirit bodies. It was said that before him, senior brother Hong was the only direct disciple that his master had taken in. However, he had never seen this senior brother Hong before. When he entered the emotion-severing sect, that senior brother Hong was already gone. It was said that when he was 30 years old, the lightning spirit body's energy that was hidden in his body erupted, causing him to die young. However, that senior brother Hong's innate talent and strength when he was still alive was enough to make him feel ashamed. It was said that in the entire history of the emotion-severing sect, no one could compare to senior brother Hong's innate talent. It could be said that it was unprecedented. An innate spirit body. After breaking through to the void interpretation stage, due to some reason, one can't consume spirit fruits to cultivate. Otherwise, with senior brother Hong's innate talent, he could have broken through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30 and escaped the fate of being an innate spirit body. Zhang Yan sighed in his heart. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Zhang Yan muttered to himself in a low voice. Perhaps he was talking about the senior brother that he had never met, or perhaps he was talking about the red-clad young woman in the distance. In the history of Cloud Continent, there seemed to be very few people who could reverse the fate of an innate spirit body. Chapter 824. The possessor of the number 8 token, Chen, entered the arena. Chen could only choose 2 people, the possessor of the number 9 token, Yiling, and the possessor of the number 10 token, Zhang Shouyong. Not to mention Yiling had just fought a battle and could refuse his challenge with the reason of resting. Even if Yiling didn't enter the arena in the previous battle, he wouldn't choose Yiling for now. Presently, he needed to preserve his strength to deal with the challenges of experts. So now he started to challenge from the weakest, and it was undoubtedly the best strategy. The possessor of the number 10 token. Chen's gaze descended onto Zhang Shouyong as he challenged him. "I admit defeat." Right when Chen finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong had already admitted defeat without the slightest hesitation. He'd witnessed Chen's strength earlier. Chen possessed a cultivation at the third level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended second-level void interpretation concept. Chen was superior to him, so even if he accepted the challenge, the outcome would still be the same. Subsequently, it was the possessor of the number 9 token, Yiling, that issued a challenge, and she could only challenge Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong admitted defeat. Number 10. Meanwhile, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ningken, looked at Zhang Shouyong and asked frankly, "Are you willing to be ranked at the 10th position in the martial competition? If you are, and no one challenges you in the future, then you don't have to waste your breath and admit defeat." Zhang Shouyong nodded and replied frankly, "All right." Ningken nodded, and then he swept the surroundings with his gaze, causing it to descend onto the other 9 people including Duan Lingtian. The 10th position has already been confirmed. Now, we'll continue to compete for the exact rankings of the top 9. Of course, if the person ranked at the last amongst all of you is willing to be ranked equal to the number token in your possession, then you can speak out. Presently, the person ranked at the last was Yiling. But Yiling obviously didn't intend to be willing to be ranked at the 9th position, and she had the intention of replacing the possessor of the number 8 token, Chen, in her heart. Besides that, she wasn't convinced of Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang's strength. After a round passed and Zhang Shouyong was eliminated, the other 9 people continued. As the possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the arena. Sush. His figure was like a gale as he arrived at the central area in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. Number 9. At the first moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Yiling. Yiling was not surprised to be challenged by Duan Lingtian. Even though even Zi Shang, who'd executed a secret technique to raise his strength to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, had admitted defeat before Duan Lingtian. But as far as he was concerned, Zi Shang was like a candle that looked good on the outside but was useless. Otherwise, how could he have surrendered before Feng Tianwu without a fight? Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. Otherwise, the most precious command token in your possession will change owners. Yiling reminded Duan Lingtian. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled. As if she had noticed Duan Lingtian's contempt towards her, Yiling's face sank. Her figure flashed as she took the initiative to strike first. The 3-foot-long sword in her hand drifted along with the flow of the waves as she pointed it at Duan Lingtian. The moment she attacked, Yiling used her full strength without holding back. Duan Lingtian stood in place, as if waiting for Yiling's attack to land on him. When they saw Yiling's attack coming closer and closer to Duan Lingtian, the surrounding spectators gasped, and they felt that Duan Lingtian was too careless. Yiling's sword arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and it was extremely close. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and a dim light flickered in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 illusions! Instantly, Duan Lingtian's vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. Instantly, his spiritual force constructed an illusory space, and the illusory space that appeared out of thin air enveloped Yiling. Duan Lingtian doesn't want to live anymore? When they saw Yiling's sword had already arrived before Duan Lingtian's chest and only needed a little bit more to penetrate through, many people felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions. Isn't this courting death? In the distant sky, a trace of a bright light flashed within the eyes of Zhang Yan, and then he muttered to himself. Could it be that he wants to utilize his demonic technique again? Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques, and he'd heard Ziyin mention it more than once a few years ago. It was even to the extent that he'd witnessed it with his own 2 eyes. Demonic technique? Pei An's face remained expressionless when he heard Zhang Yan muttering to himself, but a trace of astonishment was mixed within the depths of his eyes. What's Yiling doing? Someone exclaimed in shock and broke the silence at the scene. When they saw Yiling's sword about to pierce Duan Lingtian's chest, it suddenly changed directions and stabbed madly towards the space at the side, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. Has Yiling gone mad? She doesn't dare kill Duan Lingtian? Wait, something seems to be off. Right when many people were surprised and bewildered, they saw a scene that caused them to be dumbstruck. After Yi Ling moved away the sword that pierced towards Duan Lingtian, she actually turned around and attacked towards the air once more, and it was as if her opponent wasn't Duan Lingtian but the air. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. Could it be that Yi Ling has gone mad? This was the thought in the hearts of most people. Only a few people withdrew their gazes from Yi Ling and looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise and bewilderment. These few people were naturally the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple. As for Sword 13 and Saber 5, they'd heard Su Li and Long Yun mention Duan Lingtian's ability many times, and even though they were surprised, they were mentally prepared since long ago. Demonic technique? After Payan finished listening to Zhang Yan's narration via voice transmission, he still had an expressionless face, but when he replied to Zhang Yan, he rejected Zhang Yan's judgment. There are no demonic techniques in this world. I feel that Duan Lingtian's ability is slightly similar to a soul skill. Of course, if he isn't an ordinary human but a variant, then this ability of his is extremely likely to be his innate divine ability. Soul skill? Innate divine ability? Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes were filled with bewilderment. These 2 words were extremely unfamiliar to him. There's a spiritual force fluctuation there. Yi Ling hasn't gone mad, she's instead fallen for Duan Lingtian's trick. Besides the group of people from the Dark Han dynasty that weren't surprised by what had happened to Yi Ling, the members of the other 9 dynasties had shocked expressions, and a few Void Transformation Stage inscription masters had even noticed some clues. Even though they were able to utilize their spiritual force to interfere with the spiritual force that enveloped Yi Ling, they didn't dare. What a joke! This was Skywolf Fort, and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was being carried out. If they dared interfere and the Skywolf Fort blamed them, they would surely die without a doubt. Swoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian, who'd been standing on the spot without moving since the beginning, finally moved. Whirlwind! His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that charged towards Yi Ling. Yi Ling seemed to be ignorant when facing his charge, and she still swung her sword to battle the air as if she'd really gone mad. Bang! Duan Lingtian easily moved around to Yi Ling's side before casually slapping out with his palm to injure Yi Ling and blast her flying, causing her to temporarily not have the strength to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force shook to shatter the illusory space he'd constructed with his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions. Yi Ling's countenance was ghastly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood before returning to her senses. When she saw the composed Duan Lingtian, her expression couldn't help but go grim. In next to no time, the voice transmission of the representative of the Darqing dynasty sounded out by Yi Ling's ears, and she instantly found out what had happened earlier, causing her to be terrified to the point her face went ghastly pale. When she looked at Duan Lingtian once more, besides terror, there was only terror in the depths of Yi Ling's eyes. So it turned out that everything she experienced earlier was fake. An illusory space. That was an illusory space. Yi Ling quickly guessed what had happened, and her first thought was if Duan Lingtian had utilized an external force similar to inscriptions or an inscription formation. But with a quick thought, she felt it was impossible. An inscription formation had to be set up at a fixed place, and this was Skywolf Fort. So even if Duan Lingtian really knew how to set up an inscription formation, he wouldn't dare act rashly. Most importantly, she didn't sense any fluctuations of inscriptions or inscription formations. It was precisely because of this that she'd confirmed one thing. The illusory space she faced earlier was executed by Duan Lingtian himself, and it was similar to the soul skills of those special demon beasts of legend that possessed extraordinary natural talent. Now, I believe you have the ability to obtain the number 1 command token. Yi Ling took a deep breath and smiled amiably to Duan Lingtian before taking the initiative to give him a flirtatious glance. Yes. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian only casually nodded to her before withdrawing. This caused her to be instantly exasperated. To think that she, Yi Ling, was the dignified #1 figure in the younger generation of the Darqing dynasty, and even the emperor of the Darqing dynasty wanted to take her as his daughter-in-law, yet this Duan Lingtian actually dared to completely disregard her. But when Yi Ling's gaze inadvertently descended into the distance and saw Feng Tianwu, who was chatting happily with Duan Lingtian, the rage on her face vanished without a trace. She felt slightly ashamed of her inferiority before Feng Tianwu. Perhaps only a woman like her is worthy of him. Yi Ling laughed with self-ridicule, and then she returned to the Darqing dynasty's group. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, it was the turn of the possessor of the #2 command token, and it was precisely Feng Tianwu. After Feng Tianwu ascended the arena, her gaze locked onto the possessor of the #8 command token, Ochen. Ochen's cultivation and concept were similar to Yi Ling, and his ability surpassed Yi Ling slightly. But in the end, he still lost at Feng Tianwu's hands. The possessor of the #3 command token, Qi Feng, ascended the arena. Victory! The possessor of the #4 command token, Qin Kong, ascended the arena. Victory! Not long after, it was the turn of the possessor of the #6 command token, Su Li, to ascend the arena. He challenged Yi Ling and won. After Su Li, it was the possessor of the #7 command token, Zishang. As soon as Zishang ascended the arena, the surroundings were in an uproar. Do all of you think Zishang will call out a person to challenge and then admit defeat? There's really such a possibility. Secret technique? 6th level of the void interpretation stage? It's just a candle that looks good on the surface but is useless. Zishang, what an enormous joke. Chapter 825. The waves of ridicule from the surroundings entered into Zishang's ears, and it caused his expression to become unsightly and livid. The possessor of the #8 token, O Chen. Because Yi Ling had just fought Su Li, Zishang could only choose O Chen, who possessed the #8 token. O Chen had a casual expression as he similarly felt Zishang was only good-looking but useless. Along with a strand of a black-colored flame brand appearing between Zishang's brows, 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more in the sky above him, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. However, not many people were surprised now, and even more people looked at Zishang with ridicule as if they were waiting for Zishang to lose face once more. But in next to no time, the pupils of these people couldn't help but constrict. Because not only had Zishang revealed a strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage this time, he'd even exerted it. He heavily injured O Chen with a single strike. O Chen spat out a few mouthfuls of blood successively before fainting, and then he was taken away by the representative of the Darchu dynasty. This time, all the voices that questioned Zishang stopped abruptly. Zishang looked at the surroundings and grunted coldly, and he seemed to be declaring his displeasure. No matter what, Zishang's domineering display of his strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage to defeat O Chen in a single move still shocked many people. What secret technique is that? It's too abnormal. No wonder Vice Fort Master Ning took him as his personal disciple, so it turns out that he has such a formidable ability. As expected of the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning, he's extraordinary as expected. The various voices that ridiculed Zishang earlier had vanished, and only waves of praise remained. These people really changed their attitudes quickly. Su Li frowned. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. They're only a group of opportunists that will fall wherever the wind blows. So there's no need to be serious with them. Zishang heavily injured O Chen, causing O Chen to lose the strength to continue fighting. It was even to the extent that after he consumed the grade 3 life recovery pill given by the Skywolf Fort, even though O Chen recovered slightly, he wasn't able to recover completely. In this way, O Chen could only be ranked at the 9th position in the martial competition. Yi Ling obtaining the #8 token without shedding a drop of blood caused her to feel as if she was dreaming. All of this was given to her by Zishang. Yi Ling glanced at Zishang, her eyes filled with fear. After a moment, She recalled that she had already been defeated by Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Feng Tianwu. She also knew that she wasn't a match for the other three. For a time, she made a decision in her heart, and she looked at Ning Ken, Vice Fort Master Ning. I'm willing to be ranked at the 8th position in the martial competition this time. Meanwhile, the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions of the martial competition had been decided. The 4th round of selections continued. Just as Duan Lingtian, the possessor of token number 1, was about to enter the arena, Su Li called out to him. What is it? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li in confusion. Meanwhile, Su Li didn't answer Duan Lingtian, and he looked at Ning Ken, who was high in the sky instead, and said frankly, Duan Lingtian challenged me in this battle. I admit defeat. Ning Ken nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as he looked at Su Li. Why are you in such a hurry? I still have a few people that I haven't challenged. If you enter the arena, you'll surely not challenge me and Tian Wu first. Besides that, I still want to watch you fight those 3 fellows without any distractions. The meaning within Su Li's words was extremely obvious. He wanted to first decide his ranking before properly watching Duan Lingtian fight the other 3 fellows. As for those 3 fellows, they were naturally Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Ta Mu, and all of them were existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Subsequently, it was Feng Tianwu's turn. I challenged the possessor of token number 6, Su Li. I admit defeat. Perhaps she was influenced by Su Li, but Feng Tianwu didn't enter the arena and directly admitted defeat to Su Li. There was a difference of 10 ancient horned dragons between her and Su Li, and coupled with Su Li's shocking child chainsword, she didn't have the slightest confidence in going against Su Li. Subsequently, the possessors of token number 3, 4, and 5 successively challenged Feng Tianwu, who just obtained token number 6. When facing these 3 existences that were even stronger than Su Li, Feng Tianwu didn't enter the arena and directly admitted defeat. Due to Su Li admitting that he was inferior to Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Ta Mu, their rankings rose successively. Qi Feng had obtained token number 2. Qin Ran had obtained token number 3. Ta Mu had obtained token number 4. As for Su Li, he obtained token number 5 instead. Feng Tianwu, token number 6. Zi Shang, token number 7. This was a temporary ranking. Duan Lingtian entered the arena, and his gaze locked onto Ta Mu. I challenged the possessor of token number 4. After a short moment, Ta Mu flew out and stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you look weak, so hand over token number 1. Otherwise, I won't be courteous to you. Ta Mu grinned, and he seemed to be honest, yet his eyes were filled with strands of bright lights. That will depend on if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Needless to say, Ta Mu's strength wasn't bad. At the very least, it could be considered to be not bad when compared to Yi Ling, who'd fought Duan Lingtian earlier. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, he'd even comprehended 3rd level void interpretation concept. But unfortunately, Ta Mu wasn't an inscription master. Thus, under Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, Ta Mu was easily defeated by Duan Lingtian. Ta Mu lost to the point he was muddle-headed, and he had a bewildered expression. I lost? Right when the surrounding spectators were slightly speechless, Ta Mu wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes glowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian as he said shamelessly, Duan Lingtian, take me as your disciple? Teach me the ability you used to deal with me earlier, how about it? I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ta Mu, and then he returned to the side of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and the others. But Ta Mu followed him instead. I've decided, I'll follow you in the future. I'll surely learn your ability. F***K off. Duan Lingtian frowned as he shouted out with a grim voice, and then his brows relaxed as he paid no further attention to Ta Mu. Ta Mu. Right at this moment, the representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the old man with a robust figure, soared through the sky and arrived by Ta Mu's side in a short moment before slapping the back of Ta Mu's head. Slap. After he slapped Ta Mu, the robust old man looked at Duan Lingtian. Please forgive Ta Mu if he's caused any trouble to you. Duan Lingtian nodded. I won't leave, I won't leave. I want to follow master, I want to follow my master. Ta Mu, who was dragged away by the robust old man, was ceaselessly shouting and pestering Duan Lingtun, and he seemed like an ignorant brat. This scene caused the surrounding spectators to be slightly speechless. Duan Lingtun was speechless when he heard Ta Mu repeatedly call Duan Lingtun master. Why didn't he know that he'd taken Ta Mu as his disciple? Brother Lingtian, I think it's pretty good even if you take that fellow as your disciple. In the future, you'll have one more person to be at your beck and call. Zhang Shouyong smiled. Duan Lingtun rolled his eyes angrily at Zhang Shouyong, who took pleasure in Ta Mu's misfortune. Big brother Zhang, if you want him, then take him yourself. I want to as well. But the problem is that he doesn't take a fancy to me. Zhang Shouyong laughed bitterly. Ta Mu was similar in age to him, yet his strength far surpassed him. Making Ta Mu take him as his master was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending the heavens. After Ta Mu caused the commotion, the atmosphere at the scene underwent a slight change. Ta Mu, wanting to take Duan Lingtian as his master, seemed to be at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, yet everyone present was clearly aware that the reason Ta Mu did that was entirely because of Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. Even if it was them, they were similarly filled with curiosity and yearning towards that ability. When the representatives of some dynasties focused their gazes on Duan Lingtian, their eyes were filled with greed, and they wished for nothing more than to capture Duan Lingtian and torture him to find out the secrets of his unfathomable ability. Duan Lingtian, the ability you executed that was similar to a soul skill. Could it be that it's an innate divine ability? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Sword 13's voice. Innate divine ability? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? Under his bewilderment, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and in the end, he finally found out what an innate divine ability was. It was a unique innate ability that variants that were between humans and demon beasts were born with, and it relied on spiritual force and was of a variety. Some were similar to soul skills, and some were similar to secret techniques. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. He knew that Su Li's master had taken him to be a variant that was born from the combination of a human and demon beast. Perhaps, sometimes being a variant isn't bad. At the very least, I don't have to worry about someone coveting my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, or doing something crazy to me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he quickly made a decision. Senior actually knows of innate divine abilities? Duan Lingtian looked at Sword 13 and replied via voice transmission with slight surprise, and he didn't answer Sword 13's question. On the other hand, when Sword 13 heard what Duan Lingtian said, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had tacitly admitted it. Moreover, besides this, he was really unable to think of how Duan Lingtian was able to execute an ability that was similar to a soul skill. After all, in Cloud Continent, only those special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were able to grasp various soul skills through the innate soul brand before they attained the Emperor stage. The Emperor stage was the general name of the Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage. Only after attaining the Emperor stage would human martial artists be able to utilize spiritual force to execute spiritual force abilities that were similar to soul skills against their enemies. The Empyrean temples Hui Ming and Hui Jing and the emotion-severing sect's master, Peiyan, had similar thoughts as Sword 13. Are you aware of Duan Lingtian's background? Peiyan asked Zhang Yan in a low voice. Yes. Zhang Yan nodded. He's from the lowest level kingdom under the Dark Han dynasty that I was in earlier, and it can be said that he's from a completely grassroots background. The lowest level kingdom under the dynasty? Grassroots background? A person from a grassroots background in a tiny kingdom possesses such accomplishments before the age of 30, unless such a person is a variant or has obtained some great fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it's practically impossible for such a person to exist. Peiyan muttered to himself. Besides that, as far as he was concerned, how could a great fortuitous encounter be something that one could obtain just because one wanted to? Chapter 8:26. On Cloud Continent, there were many demons that had broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into human form, yet they chose to live in seclusion because they were tired of fighting and killing. After living in seclusion, these demons might even find ordinary humans to mate with and live the rest of their lives. As far as Payan was concerned, Duan Lingtian's father or mother ought to be a demon that chose to live in seclusion in that tiny kingdom. What a pity! Payan sighed. Master, what's a pity? Zhang Yan was stunned. I presume you know the reason I brought you here today? That Duan Lingtian is so close to Sword 13, so he'll surely follow Sword 13. Payan said, Don't worry, Master. Even if our emotion-severing sect doesn't have Duan Lingtian, I'll surely obtain the profundity fragment you need at that place. Zhang Yan's gaze was firm as he emitted strong confidence. Profundity fragment. When he heard Zhang Yan's words, Pei An's face that had always been stoic had a rare slight ripple. Presently, he was only a step away from the martial monarch stage. And it was precisely this step that caused him to be unable to break through to the martial monarch stage. On Cloud Continent, there were many martial artists like him, and there were even some martial artists that had cultivated to this stage at a younger age than him, yet they were unable to break through to the martial monarch stage in their entire lifetime. All of this was because those people were unable to comprehend profundity. Profundity was the path to step into the martial monarch stage, and so long as one didn't comprehend profundity, one would be unable to become a martial monarch expert. Senior brother, you said he's a variant? Hui Jing looked at Hui Ming with a serious expression and asked. Hui Ming nodded. Besides this, I can't think of anything else. Moreover, there are only two possibilities for him to possess such a cultivation and ability at such an age. Firstly, he's a variant. Secondly, he has an extremely fortuitous encounter. But how could a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to possess such a cultivation and ability at such an age be something that can be obtained just like that? Hui Ming said with a serious expression. Variant? The young monk standing behind Hui Ming stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as battle-intent soared from his body. Duan Lingtian noticed the fierce gaze of the young monk at the first possible moment, and when they met eyes, he was shocked in his heart. Looks like besides abstinence and reciting Buddhist scriptures, the monks in this world similarly possess the heart of a powerhouse that refuses to submit to others. Almsgiver Duan, if there's a chance in the future, this little monk would like to battle you. A clear voice transmission pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears. It was precisely the voice of the young monk. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and he didn't lose out in the slightest in terms of imposing manner. After Duan Lingtian defeated Ta Mu, it was Qi Feng's turn. Now, Qi Feng was the possessor of token number 2. He could choose from Zi Shang and Qin Kong, and in the end, he chose Qin Kong, who was the possessor of token number 3. Qi Feng, I'll definitely beat you this time. Qin Ran and Qi Feng were old rivals. After confronting Qi Feng, she made a bold statement. When faced with Qin Kong's arrogance, Qi Feng seemed to be extremely calm instead. Both of them were 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists and had similarly comprehended 4th-level void interpretation stage concept, so the amplification of the grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands was equal. As for other low-level void initiation stage concepts, both of them were on par. All in all, it could be summarized in 4 words. Equal in strength. Both of them attacked with their full strengths and were equal in strength, so they competed in combat experience and comprehension of martial skills. Of course, there were also some details. The battle between the two of them was like a raging fire, and it drew the gazes of everyone. As he looked at the two figures that ceaselessly crisscrossed and listened to the waves of explosions that ceaselessly sounded out, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered. Looks like it wasn't luck that allowed Qi Feng to defeat Qin Kong repeatedly in the past. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that even though both of them seemed to be equal in strength on the surface, Qi Feng leaned towards steadiness and was extremely patient. As for Qin Kong, he became more and more irritable along with the passage of time, and in the end, he even started to reveal some fine flaws. In a battle between experts, even fine flaws were usually able to become the key to one's defeat. Qi Feng was a perfect example of this. Bang! At the instant Qin Kong revealed a fine flaw, Qi Feng attacked like a bolt of lightning and utilized Qin Kong's flaw to suppress Qin Kong in one go. In the end, Qi Feng held a bow in one hand while condensing arrows in the other, and 2 arrows condensed from material wind concept tore through the sky and gave rise to ear-piercing whistles as they easily pierced through Qin Kong's shoulders. Why is it like this? Qin Kong abruptly stopped moving as he looked at the fresh blood that ceaselessly flowed from the bloody holes on his shoulders, and he was slightly dazed for a moment. He'd lost again. He'd lost again. At this instant, Qin Kong was like a living dead, and he allowed the bloody arrows on his shoulders to shoot out violently, yet he didn't use his origin energy to stop his injuries. Qin Kong's injuries were stopped only when the representative of the Qin dynasty moved forward and brought Qin Kong away, yet Qin Kong still hadn't recovered from his shock. This Qi Feng is calm, patient, and resolute. I hope he isn't an inscription master. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Up until now, there weren't many young geniuses amongst the 10 dynasties that were able to make him take them seriously, including Ta Mu and Qin Kong. Yet now, not only did Qi Feng cause his expression to become serious, he seemed to have sensed a trace of a dangerous aura on Qi Feng. This sort of feeling was extremely strange, yet extremely clear. The 4th round of the selections continued. Ta Mu challenged Xianxia. The outcome was obvious. Ta Mu lost miserably. In next to no time, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian challenged Qin Kong and utilized the illusory space created by his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to envelop Qin Kong and easily defeat him. Qin Kong followed in Ta Mu's footsteps. If you have the balls, don't use such shameful methods. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his soul skill, Qin Kong wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and spoke hatefully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Qin Kong's naive words. The surrounding spectators started laughing as well. Qin Kong is a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist at any rate, yet he actually spoke such naive words. Laughable. Yeah, Duan Lingtian didn't rely on any external forces and relied on his own ability. On what basis can he exert his full strength, yet Duan Lingtian can't? Waves of mocking laughter entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Qin Kong's expression to be livid as he glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian before returning to the Qin dynasty's group. Subsequently, Qi Feng entered the arena. Qi Feng challenged Ta Mu, and Ta Mu admitted defeat. Qin Kong challenged Ta Mu, and Ta Mu admitted defeat. No matter if it was Qi Feng or Qin Kong, Ta Mu had always been seriously observing their strengths, and it was precisely because of this that he was very clearly aware of the gap between the two of them. Once I learn his ability from my master, I'll surely beat all of you until you piss your pants in terror. Even though Ta Mu admitted defeat, he was extremely optimistic, and after he grunted twice, he looked flatteringly at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't spare him a glance at all. But even then, Ta Mu wasn't discouraged in the slightest, and it seemed as if he'd taken Duan Lingtian as his master for his entire lifetime. In next to no time, under Ning Can's intentional arrangement, Ta Mu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng successively went against Xianxia. Xianxia executed his secret technique, causing a strand of black-colored flame brand to appear between his brows, and after his strength advanced to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, he easily defeated Ta Mu and Qin Kong. Qi Feng was defeated in 3 moves by him. For a time, Xianxia once again took back the number 2 token that belonged to him. Even though he'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu, Ta Mu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng that were difficult for Feng Tianwu to go against had successively lost at Xianxia's hands. So Xianxia once again seized back the number 2 token that belonged to him with an advantage of 3-1. As for Su Li, he was similarly unable to defeat Ta Mu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng, so he refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions of lending the Devil Seal tablet to him to defeat Xianxia. Even if he was able to defeat Xianxia, he was still unable to shake Xianxia's identity as the possessor of the number 2 token. For a time, besides Duan Lingtian that hadn't fought Qifeng, the rankings of the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were as follows. Possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian. Number 2, Zishang. Number 3, Qifeng. Number 4, Qin Kong. Number 5, Tamu. Number 6, Su Li. Number 7, Feng Tianwu. Number 8, Yiling. Number 9, Ochen. Number 10, Zhang Shouyong. Logically speaking, Duan Lingtian ought to have fought Qifeng since long ago. However, Ning Can had suddenly interfered earlier and allowed Duan Lingtian to rest temporarily before allowing the others to decide on the specific rankings before allowing Duan Lingtian to go against Qifeng. Ning Can's actions caused Duan Lingtian to smell a trace of a scheme. Even if it was the surrounding spectators, they faintly felt that something wasn't right. Why did Vice Fort Master Ning do this? Even Zishang, Qin Kong, and Tamu lost at Duan Lingtian's hands as expected. Could it be that he thinks Qifeng can threaten Duan Lingtian? In my opinion, this is simply unnecessary. Even though Qifeng's strength is extremely strong indeed, Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability caused even Qin Kong and Tamu to be affected. Qifeng is probably not a match for Duan Lingtian. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly, and all of them didn't feel that Qifeng was able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, I keep having the feeling that something isn't right. Before Duan Lingtian entered the arena, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows knit together as she spoke to Duan Lingtian with slight fear. Don't worry. Actually, how could Duan Lingtian not have this feeling? But he knew that he had to participate in this battle. Whirlwind. Under the anticipating gazes of Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that instantly arrived at the central area in the sky above the combat arena. Qifeng had been waiting there since long ago. For a time, both of them stood facing each other and stood in confrontation. Duan Lingtian, so long as you defeat me or even kill me, the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be yours. Qifeng stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his focused and fierce gaze seemed as if it could see through everything. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim with admiration in his heart. Qifeng was worthy of being someone that played with the bow, and the focus and fierceness of his gaze was something that an ordinary person couldn't compare to. Qifeng, if I'm not wrong, you ought to be an inscription master, right? Chapter 827. How did you know? After Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Qifeng's ears, it caused Qifeng to be stunned, and then he replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission with slight astonishment. But his heart was still filled with bewilderment. Besides the members of the Darky dynasty, only the Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng of Skywolf Fort knew that he was an inscription master. Not only do I know that you're an inscription master, I even know that Ning Can asked you to kill me. Moreover, he ought to have told you that you're a 4th level void interpretation stage inscription master, and so long as you stretch out your spiritual force, you're completely capable of disregarding my ability, right? Duan Lingtian continued with an indifferent voice that didn't contain the slightest expression. Qifeng was shocked. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would even know this. After all, even the other members of the Darky dynasty didn't know this, and only he and the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng knew. You guessed. Qifeng took a deep breath and asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it and nodded frankly. Actually, when Ning Can intentionally arranged the battle between him and Qifeng to be the last, he'd faintly realized that the situation was slightly bad. Along with the passage of time, he realized a problem. Even though it was only a strand of an incomplete soul, the soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu within Zishang's body would surely be able to discern the strength of his spiritual force when he executed the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions. The strength of his spiritual force just happened to be at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Besides existences at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage and above that were capable of disregarding his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, human martial artists at the 4th level of the Void interpretation stage were similarly capable of disregarding his soul skill. Looks like Xianxia has really racked his brains to want me dead. Duan Lingtan took a deep breath as cold lights flickered within his eyes, and it faintly contained terrifying killing intent. He believed that even those Void transformation stage inscription masters present might not be able to detect the exact strength of the spiritual energy he possessed now. Only the remnant soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu in Xianxia's body could know the exact strength of his spiritual power. So, behind all of this, it was definitely Xianxia who was playing tricks. As for the purpose, it was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Since you've already guessed it, why do you still want to go on stage? Why don't you just admit defeat? Qi Feng sighed via voice transmission, and his tone seemed to carry slight pity mixed within. What? Do you pity me? Duan Lingtian ridiculed via voice transmission. If I'm not wrong, so long as you kill me, you'll surely be able to obtain extremely generous rewards, right? Qi Feng grunted via voice transmission. Remuneration? You're underestimating me too much. I admit that after Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng found out that I was an inscription master and could counter you, they had indeed promised me generous rewards to kill you. But I refused. I, Qi Feng, am unyielding and unyielding. How can I bend my back because of a few concept fragments? Although, I do need those concept fragments. But there is no enmity between us, so I won't go against my conscience and kill you. Conscience? Needless to say, Qi Feng's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be moved. He was naturally able to discern if Qi Feng's words were true or false. Then you, Duan Lingtian frowned, and he faintly realized that it was very likely that he'd really wronged Qi Feng. I'm a person, I have loved ones, and I have people I want to protect. After I refused, Ning Can and Feng Wei gave up on using soft tactics and chose to use force. They said that if I didn't do as they said, then they would send people to the Darky dynasty to kill everyone related to me. When Qi Feng spoke up to hear, his tone was filled with rage and helplessness. He was enraged by Ning Can and Feng Wei's overbearingness, and he was enraged by his own uselessness. But when he thought of how it was extremely likely that his friends and family would be killed because of a single choice he made, he could only helplessly compromise. So, do you understand now? Qi Feng spoke bitterly via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's face was covered in a layer of frost since long ago. Never had he imagined that Ning Can and Feng Wei would actually use such despicable methods for the sake of killing him. Using the family of another to threaten another to help them kill him, they were simply worse than animals. Originally, I thought that I could only go against my conscience and kill you. But since you've already guessed it, then I'm not afraid to tell you. In this way, I can be considered to have given myself an explanation. Qi Feng spoke via voice transmission. Moreover, you were actually able to guess all of this and still dared to come up after guessing it? I presume you've thought of a way to deal with it, right? Or perhaps, your spiritual force has already improved once more. Qi Feng continued. You're wrong. Duan Lingtian rejected Qi Feng's guess via voice transmission. I'm wrong? Qi Feng was stunned. Duan Lingtian replied, and then he said, I've indeed guessed your motives, but my spiritual force hasn't broken through. Besides that, I don't have a way to deal with it for now. What? Qi Feng was greatly shocked in his heart, and then he said via voice transmission, Then aren't you courting death? Originally, Ning Can, who was threatened by Ning Can and Feng Wei and had no choice but to agree to their demands, had already made the decision to help the tyrant and kill Duan Lingtian. The reason he'd made this decision was only for the sake of the lives of his friends and family, and not for the benefits promised by Ning Can and Feng Wei. He was already prepared to bear the condemnation of his conscience for his entire lifetime. But unexpectedly, Duan Lingtan had actually exposed everything he wanted to do, and this caused the decision he'd made earlier to be shaken, causing him to feel even more guilty in his heart. You can understand it like this. When he heard Qi Feng, Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and then he said, All right. Make a move for the sake of your friends and family. Qi Feng was dumbstruck. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? He clearly knows that he's courting death, yet he still dares to come up. Moreover, he speaks frankly as if he's really unafraid of death. What exactly do you want? Qi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva as strands of cold sweat flowed out from his forehead, and he asked via voice transmission. Didn't you say so? I'm courting death. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Didn't I answer him earlier? This Qi Feng is really forgetful. Don't joke around. Qi Feng laughed bitterly as he replied. Do I look like I'm joking? Duan Lingtian frowned and urged. Quickly make a move. If this stalemate continues, then be careful that Ning Can and Feng Wei notice an inkling. At that time, it wouldn't just be you, even your friends and family would be unable to bear the consequences. No! Qi Feng refused and said via voice transmission, it was fine if you didn't know earlier, but since you've already found out now, I'm unable to do this no matter what. You should admit defeat. I'll think of another way to deal with my own matters. At this moment, Qi Feng was unable to pass the barrier in his heart. You're a man, why are you so hesitant? How can you be sure that there isn't a solution that's perfect for both sides? Quickly make a move. Duan Lingtian shouted via voice transmission, and it shocked Qi Feng to the point of completely recovering from his shock, causing the haze from before to be swept away. You really want me to make a move? You really won't admit defeat? Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. Meanwhile, he'd noticed the fierce gazes that Ning Can and Feng Wei shot over as well, and coupled with Duan Lingtian's urging, the origin energy on his body started to rise. Make a move. Duan Lingtian nodded and could be considered to have answered Qi Feng. Even though I don't know what you want to do. But I still have to remind you that you must be careful. Once you feel you're no match for me, then quickly admit defeat. After Qi Feng finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became fierce, and the gaze that shot out from them seemed to be able to see through everything. That's right. When he saw Qi Feng had recovered his peak state in battle, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile, yet the depths of his eyes started to flicker with a dim light. Thousand illusions! Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed a soul skill. An illusory space was constructed and enveloped Qi Feng. Duan Lingtian has made a move. It's that unfathomable ability again. Looks like Qi Feng is going to lose. Qin Kong's strength is almost on par with Qi Feng, yet she was defeated in a single move by Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. I presume Qi Feng will have a similar outcome. The surrounding spectators seem to have already seen the scene of Qi Feng being heavily injured and defeated by Duan Lingtian in a single move. As far as they were concerned, this battle was without the slightest suspense. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you use an illusory realm soul skill executed by a 4th level void interpretation stage spiritual force to deal with a 4th level void interpretation stage inscription master. Zishang looked at Duan Lingtian from afar, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though you didn't die at my hands, I'm still extremely happy because there'll be one less person in this world that can go against me and threaten me in the future. Your Devil Seal tablet will soon become mine as well. The brilliant life of I, Zishang, has only just begun, whereas the life of you, Duan Lingtian, will come to an end today. Zishang's face was covered in delight when he thought of this, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Qi Feng. Duan Lingtian refused to become my personal disciple in public and caused me to lose face, so he has to pay the price. Ning Can's ghastly gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's figure as he muttered. Slap. A light slap sounded out, and it was Qi Feng's spiritual force that swept out to shatter Duan Lingtian's illusory space and completely cripple Duan Lingtian's soul skill. If Qi Feng's spiritual force was only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, it would be insufficient to shake the illusory space that Duan Lingtian constructed with his 4th level void interpretation stage spiritual force. But it just so happened that Qi Feng's spiritual force was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and it just happened to be capable of countering Duan Lingtian's illusory space. At this instant, the spiritual forces of the representatives of the various dynasties that were inscription masters noticed an inkling as well. Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability has been destroyed. I truly never imagined that Qi Feng was actually an inscription master. It wasn't just that, after he extended his spiritual force, he actually easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. The scene before our eyes is truly surprising. Chapter 828. The representatives of the various dynasties that were inscription masters were completely in an uproar. Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability was destroyed? Qi Feng was an inscription master, yet his spiritual force easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's ability by stretching out his spiritual force? The words of these inscription masters quickly entered into the ears of everyone present, and it caused everyone to look at Duan Lingtian and Qi Feng in disbelief. They quickly noticed that Qi Feng seemed to have utterly not noticed the unfathomable ability Duan Lingtian executed, and he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. Could it be that Qi Feng really destroyed Duan Lingtian's ability? If it's really like this, then wouldn't Qi Feng be able to easily obtain victory? Duan Lingtian is in danger. Instantly, the group of people that were originally filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian when they saw Qi Feng withdraw his grade 3 spirit bow. I was wondering why Ning can specially arrange this. So it turns out that Qi Feng is an inscription master, and he's even able to counter brother Lingtian. Zhang Shouyang's expression was unsightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression as he muttered. Duan Lingtian was able to come this far by relying on his unfathomable ability. Now that his ability has been destroyed, I'm afraid he's in danger. A worried expression appeared on Su Li's face. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted slightly as the red robe on her fluttered without the wind, and she seemed as if she was prepared to lend Duan Lingtian a hand at any moment. Lingtian kid, since he's an inscription master and can counter you, then you should quickly admit defeat. Feng Wudao sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. You're still young, your path in the future is still very long. It's fine if you don't want the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even though there hadn't been any progress between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu until now, but in Feng Wudao's heart, he'd taken Duan Lingtian to be his son-in-law since long ago, so he naturally didn't wish for anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to hear him at all. Not only did he not reply, he didn't even look in his direction. This made him a little worried. What is this kid doing? Actually, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who sent a voice transmission to ask Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. Even Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang had persuaded Duan Lingtian on more than one occasion. However, in the face of their dissuasion, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear and continued to do as he wished, as if he did not hear them at all. Qi Feng quickly kill him, so as to avoid him admitting defeat. Ning Can looked at Qi Feng, who'd already withdrawn a grade 3 spirit bow and condensed an arrow with his origin energy combined with 4th level intermediate wind concept, and he shouted out via voice transmission. Qi Feng shuddered when he was shouted at by Ning Can, and his gaze became even more focused and fierce. His gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. At this moment, it seemed as if only Duan Lingtian remained in the world in his eyes. When Qi Feng destroyed his soul skill, 1000 Illusions, and withdrew a grade 3 spirit bow, Duan Lingtian's expression had already become completely serious. Without the reliance of his soul skill, 1000 Illusions, he was utterly unable to go against Qi Feng with his current strength. But there was naturally a reason why he hadn't admitted defeat until now. Unknowingly, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had completely seethed, and the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, was circulated along with it. Origin energy had just risen on Duan Lingtian's body when it fused together with his 2nd level intermediate wind concept and transformed into true wind. Strong winds coiled around his body, yet it didn't give Duan Lingtian the slightest sense of security. Under Qi Feng's gaze that seemed capable of seeing through everything, Duan Lingtian felt that he had nowhere to hide, and even if he utilized his movement technique, whirlwind, to flash about in all directions, his heart was still filled with uneasiness. He'd witnessed Qi Feng's ability earlier. Besides possessing formidable strength, Qi Feng was even a natural archer, and he possessed all the characteristics of an outstanding archer. Calmness, patience, and resolution. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these three characteristics. During his life as a mercenary on Earth in his previous life, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be an all-round king of soldiers, and he similarly possessed these characteristics. Moreover, these characteristics were the characteristics he possessed as a top sniper. Snipers and archers seemed to be extremely different, yet they achieved the same result through different means. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian felt uneasy when facing Qi Feng, because he knew how terrifying an archer that possessed these three characteristics was. Practically every single arrow in the hands of an archer like this was capable of piercing through a willow leaf, and there wasn't a single arrow that missed its target. Come! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian adjusted his state of mind. A grade 3 spirit sword appeared in his hand, and then it was coiled by material wind concept and emitted strands of sharp aura. It was an aura that was similar to a blade of wind. At the same time, the origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into numerous roaring dragons that ceaselessly charged through the meridians in his body according to the mental cultivation method of the seventh form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Every single charge carried along the formidable medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, and its ceaselessly accumulated strength as if it was preparing for something. A light sound resounded out, and it caused everyone present to hold their breaths. It was the arrow that was completely condensed from material wind concept in Qi Feng's hand, and it was knocked on the grade 3 spirit bow in his hand. Moreover, it was pressed against the bowstring before drawing the bowstring. The bowstring was pulled back to form a full moon shape. Qi Feng's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. Qi Feng's hair shook as he knocked the arrow, and in the end, even his hairband broke apart. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled before finally condensing into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. A total of 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were accumulating strength and waiting to be deployed. Presently, Qi Feng's hair fluttered without the wind, and when combined with the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky, it seemed to have transformed into a magnificent and perfect scene. Finally, at the instant the hearts of the surrounding spectators rose to their throats, Qi Feng released the arrow that was condensed from material wind concept. Swish! The arrow instantly vanished from the grade 3 spirit bow and tore through the sky. In the sky, the 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flashed out, and their speed was so swift that it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past the horizon. So swift! At practically the instant Qi Feng released his grip, Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but go grim. At practically the exact same moment, the arrow that was shot out instantly enlarged before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it pointed directly at the space between his brows and was about to pierce into his body. Swish! At the instant Qi Feng released his grip, the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand already seemed to have foresight, and it shot horizontally towards the space between Duan Lingtian's brows. At practically the instant the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was placed horizontally between his brows, the arrow that was completely condensed from material third-level intermediate wind concept had arrived as well, and it directly collided with the body of the grade 3 spirit sword. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying force surge into the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand, causing the space between his thumb and index finger to split open and drip with fresh blood. It wasn't just that, the formidable force blasted onto his body and fiercely knocked him flying. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and the hand that held the sword had completely lost all feeling, and Duan Lingtian didn't even know when the grade 3 spirit sword had left his hand. Presently, he was facing the force that came from the arrow that entered his body. This force was extremely overbearing, and as soon as it entered Duan Lingtian's body, it shattered the meridians it passed through inch by inch, and it injured Duan Lingtian's internal organs. Wah! Poof! During the process of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying, blood ceaselessly sprayed out from his mouth, and it was all blood that came from the injuries of his meridians and internal organs. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted, and her eyes almost split apart as she cried out in shock. Her figure was like a flame as it rose up, and she wanted to go rescue Duan Lingtian, yet she was stopped by Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao knew that not to mention his daughter didn't have the strength to rescue Duan Lingtian. Even if she did, once she interfered in this battle, Skywolf Fort would absolutely not let the matter go. Lingtian, quickly admit defeat. When he saw Qi Feng condensing another arrow and knocking it on the grade 3 spirit bow before drawing it to a full moon, Feng Wudao couldn't help but continue sending voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, quickly admit defeat. Brother Lingtian. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong saw the scene before them, and their bodies trembled from excitement. They clenched their fists tightly as they ceaselessly sent voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears with the intention of making Duan Lingtian admit defeat. Elder brother Duan. Elder brother Duan. Admit defeat. Quickly admit defeat. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were suffused with crimson red as she ceaselessly exclaimed in shock, and she completely disregarded her image. At this moment in her heart, she only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive, and everything else wasn't important. This Duan Lingtian still hasn't admitted defeat until now. Could it be that he really wants to court death? Qi Feng is about to release another arrow, and he'll die for sure once this arrow is released. The surrounding spectators shook their heads, and they felt that if Duan Lingtian still didn't admit defeat, then he would surely die here today. Amit Ba. The Empyrean temples Hui Ming and Hui Jing pressed their palms together and muttered. Duan Ling, you said you'd fight me in the future? Could it be that you want to break your promise? The young monk's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian's figure and muttered to himself. Zhang Yan, you have to properly learn from this Duan Lingtian in the future. He's not simple. The emotion-severing sects master, Payan, seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes revealed a trace of understanding as he spoke to Zhang Yan in a low voice. Learn from Duan Lingtian? Zhang Yan was puzzled. Wasn't this Duan Lingtian about to be killed? Finally, Duan Lingtian's figure that was blasted flying stopped in midair. However, his body was trembling as if he was experiencing something in his body. Within Duan Lingtian's body, that strong force that came from Qi Feng's arrow fiercely pierced into his main meridians after destroying Duan Lingtian's meridians and internal organs. Chapter 829. As soon as the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill emerged, it perfectly fused with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body, and they resisted the formidable force from outside together. With the addition of the rebirth pill's medicinal strength, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, and it easily annihilated the external force. Subsequently, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill started to return to the depths of Duan Lingtian's dantian and hide there. Of course, a large portion of it had completely fused into the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body because they fought side by side earlier, causing Duan Lingtian's origin energy to expand, and it fiercely charged forward as if it was injected with chicken blood. Bang! A light bang sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's bottleneck that hadn't moved for a long time, the bottleneck to the third level of the void interpretation stage, was broken with a bang. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's origin energy underwent a transformation. Third level of the void interpretation stage. I've broken through? Duan Lingtian's heart surged when he noticed the changes in his body. He knew that he'd succeeded, and he'd successfully relied on that energy to break through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Because he noticed that after the overbearing origin energy in his body charged through the bottleneck to the third level of the void interpretation stage, It didn't reduce in the slightest and continued charging forward. After he noticed this, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to circulate the mental cultivation method of the seventh form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. His origin energy fiercely flashed out, and it was completely urged by the overbearing medicinal strength left behind by the rebirth pill, and it seemed as if it was injected with chicken blood and utterly didn't know how to stop. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed to his astonishment that the bottleneck to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage had formed as soon as he'd broken through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. Bang! Duan Lingtian hadn't even had the time to react when the bottleneck that led to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage was instantly blasted open, whereas Duan Lingtian's origin energy underwent a change once more. At this moment, the speed of the origin energy that was urged on by the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill slowed down slightly, but it still didn't show any signs of stopping. Finally, after the bottleneck to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage appeared, his origin energy completely calmed down, whereas the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was completely exhausted. 2 levels? Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely stunned. He originally only intended to rely on the strength of Qi Feng's arrow to take the risk of stimulating the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill in his body and break through the bottleneck that led to the third level of the void interpretation stage. But who would have thought that he still underestimated the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill? The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill directly urged on his origin energy, causing him to successively break through 2 levels and break through to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, it was the late stage of the fourth level of the void interpretation stage, and it directly formed the bottleneck that led to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. In other words, if he advanced a step further, he would be able to break through to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. The pleasant surprise came too quickly, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to recover from his shock. When a wave of piercing howls sounded out by his ears and he felt as if his throat was locked onto by something, Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to look before guessing what had happened. Qi Feng's second arrow was coming. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. Sword drawing arts. At this moment, what Duan Lingtian needed to do was stop Qi Feng's arrow and not take the initiative to launch an attack, so he didn't utilize the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash and instead utilized the most straightforward sword drawing arts. When the sword was drawn, the vast origin energy Duan Lingtian had just broken through instantly gushed into the sword, and the second level intermediate wind concept fused into his origin energy at the same time. Swish! The sword Duan Lingtian hastily withdrew from his hand was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and when combined with the fourth level void interpretation stage origin energy he possessed now, he mobilized the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. Half of it was the strength contained within the fourth level void interpretation stage origin energy, and the other half was the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It wasn't just that. There was also the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons contained within Duan Lingtian's second-level intermediate wind concept. When the two were added together, it was an entire strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. It practically just happened to be equal to the strength contained within Qi Feng's arrow, and the outcome was obvious. When the sword was drawn and the arrow shattered, a terrifying force emitted from the point of collision and gave rise to a terrifying wave of air. Bush, 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 bush. Terrifying violent winds swept out from all directions, and it blew to the point some young geniuses with comparatively lower cultivations couldn't help but squint their eyes. Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the storm, didn't move at all. The sword in his hand had already been put away since an unknown time, and the sword light from before that was like a bolt of lightning was completely obliterated after it shattered Qi Feng's arrow. The vast and surging energy of the heavens and the earth in the sky was unable to condense into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in time in the end. Who? Duan Lingtian, who realized he hadn't exposed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Right when everyone including Qi Feng was dumbstruck, Duan Ling Tian moved. Whirlwind. The direction Duan Ling Tian flashed out was precisely the direction Qi Feng was at. 1,000 illusions. This time, the spiritual force Duan Ling Tian urged out was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the spiritual force from before. After he broke through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force broke through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage along with it, and the illusory space constructed from his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was even more solid than before. In the next moment, the illusory space had already enveloped Qi Feng. Subsequently, under the dumbstruck gazes of the surrounding spectators, Duan Ling Tian, who still had blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth, flashed to arrive by Qi Feng's side. Under the circumstances that Qi Feng didn't react in time, Duan Ling Tian slapped out with his palm and heavily injured Qi Feng. The illusory space shattered into pieces right after. Qi Feng's countenance went ghastly pale as his body shook, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, who stood nearby, a wisp of bitterness suffused his face. "You've broken through?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. It was because Qi Feng had clearly explained the sequence of events to him earlier, otherwise, he would absolutely not have held back earlier. As for the 2 arrows Qi Feng shot out without holding back in the slightest, Duan Ling Tian didn't blame him. A person like Qi Feng either didn't make a move, or once he made a move, he would use his full strength. Perhaps, in his mind, there was no such thing as mercy. Moreover, Qi Feng had once advised him to admit defeat, yet it was he himself who didn't admit defeat and asked Qi Feng to make a move. It could be said that even if he died this time, it would be because of his own arrogance and conceit, and he wouldn't die at Qi Feng's hands because Qi Feng had already said clearly that he didn't want to kill him. It was he who forced Qi Feng to make a move. Fortunately, he made the right bet and didn't die. "You had the intention of relying on my strength to break through since the beginning?" Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked once more. "You're very smart." Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently, and then he soared up into the sky and looked at Ning Ken, who had a livid expression as he said in a clear voice, "Vice Fort Master Ning, thank you. If it wasn't for you asking Qi Feng to temper me, I wouldn't be able to complete my breakthroughs so quickly." Duan Ling Tian especially emphasized the words temper. Ning Ken grunted coldly as he was naturally able to discern the ridicule in Duan Ling Tian's words. He'd never imagined that he originally wanted Qi Feng to kill Duan Ling Tian, yet never had he imagined that it would instead help Duan Ling Tian and allow Duan Ling Tian to complete his breakthrough at the most critical moment. When he recalled the way Duan Ling Tian raised his hand to shatter the arrow shot out by Qi Feng, he was still unable to wrap his head around it until now. Even if Duan Ling Tian has broken through, he seems to be only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, right? What did a 3rd level void interpretation stage martial artist rely on to shatter the arrow shot out by Qi Feng? He didn't doubt that Qi Feng had shown mercy because the arrow shot out by Qi Feng had 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes accompanying it. That was Qi Feng's full strength. Looks like Duan Ling Tian still has many secrets. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Ning Ken thought in his heart. After he ridiculed Ning Ken, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Feng Wei, who had an unsightly expression, and then he looked at the nearby Zishang and said via voice transmission, "Zishang, you're surely extremely disappointed now, right?" Zishang's face sank when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he bluntly replied via voice transmission. "Duan Ling, don't be complacent. Even if you're able to survive Qi Feng, you're bound to not live for long. Then we'll see. Let's see who lives longer." Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Zishang before returning to the side of Feng Tianwu and the others. "Tianwu, Uncle Feng, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. I'm sorry I made all of you worry." Duan Ling Tian looked apologetically at the 4 people before him. Actually, the voice transmissions that the 4 of them didn't stop earlier had been heard by him, and it wasn't that he didn't hear it. But because he was in a tense state at that time, he was utterly unable to reply to the 4 of them. "Duan Ling, you really terrified all of us." Su Li shook his head and laughed bitterly, And then he said, "Next time, tell us in advance if you want to take a risk, so that we can be mentally prepared." "You didn't see it earlier, young Miss Tianwu." "Humph." Feng Tianwu grunted coldly and interrupted Su Li, and then she looked at Duan Lingtan and asked with concern, "Elder brother Duan, are you all right?" "I'm fine, I've only suffered some light injuries." Duan Lingtian shook his head. The injuries to the meridians and internal organs in his body had almost recovered after he consumed the healing medicinal pill earlier. That sword strike of his from before wasn't simple at all. In the distant sky, Hui Ming, who stared at Duan Lingtian from afar, said with a serious expression, "That sword strike was actually capable of going head-to-head with the arrow Qi Feng shot out, and it indicated that it at least contained the strength of around 150 ancient horned dragons." The strength of 150 ancient horned dragons? Hui Jing was surprised. Is this possible? Even if Duan Lingtian has broken through, he's only broken through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. How could he possibly possess such a formidable strength? Perhaps this is the strength of a variant. Hui Ming continued. It can only be explained like this. Hui Jing nodded. Duan Lingtan, you really didn't disappoint me. I really look forward to the battle with you in the near future. Chapter 830. I'll accompany you until the end. After Duan Lingtian received the little monk's reply, he replied unhurriedly. Earlier, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the little monk's challenge. Now, Duan Lingtian, who'd successively broken through 2 levels and had a great increase in strength, was naturally even more unafraid. It was even to the extent that so long as this little monk wasn't an inscription master, then merely relying on his cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage was utterly incapable of resisting the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, that he executed now. Unless the little monk had consumed a special spirit fruit that was capable of improving the soul, or in other words, spiritual force. So long as the little monk's spiritual force was at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and so long as the little monk wasn't an inscription master, then once the little monk fell into the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, the little monk would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered before him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. After Sword 13 and Saber 5 nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtan, they soared into the sky and gathered together with the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, the 2 middle-aged monks of Empyrean Temple, and the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan. The higher-ups of the 4 great powers of the foreign lands were gathered together. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian was about to lose, yet who knew that things would turn around and he would actually defeat Qi Feng and obtain the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Someone couldn't help but exclaim with shock. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention as well. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What sort of honor was this? Xianxia, I truly never imagined that I would be able to see you here. Nor did I imagine that you'd actually join the emotion-severing sect that isn't inferior to Skywolf Fort and even become the personal disciple of the sect master of the emotion-severing sect. Duan Lingtian flew up to arrive by the side of Xianxia, who stood alone in the sky, and he took the initiative to greet Xianxia. All those years ago, even though there was some conflict between him and Xianxia, it couldn't be considered to be a deep enmity. Since people from the same imperial kingdom were able to meet in the foreign lands, it was sufficient to show their fate. You're not bad as well. You were able to successively break through 2 levels under such dangerous circumstances and break through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, the sword you used to shatter Qi Feng's arrow isn't simple, is it? Xianxia stared deeply at Duan Lingtian, his face still expressionless. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face completely froze when Xianxia was halfway through his words. He only recovered after a long while. He took a deep breath and asked, "Was it your master who saw through it?" Xianxia nodded. "Looks like your master is only half a step away from the martial monarch stage." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He never imagined that Xianxia's master would be so abnormal. Not only was he able to discern that he had broken through to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage when the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to take form, he was even able to discern that the sword he used at that time was not simple. The sword he used at that time was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Naturally, it was not simple. You can even see that? It was rare for Zhang Yan's stern face to be moved. This isn't difficult to guess. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His mind had fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, so it wasn't difficult to deduce and guess some things. Even a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist like Sword 13 was unable to discern the cultivation he revealed under the circumstances that the heaven and earth phenomenon hadn't taken form. Only an expert that was half a step into the martial monarch stage or an expert that had stepped into the martial monarch stage or above would be able to discern it. It was obviously impossible for Zhang Yan's master to be at the martial monarch stage. If Zhang Yan's master was at the martial monarch stage, then once he made an appearance, no matter if it was the 2 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort or the Blade sects Sword 13 and Saber 5, they would probably not dare speak loudly before him. Moreover, Skywolf Fort and Blade sect were only third-rate powers in the foreign lands. Since the emotion-severing sect was together with these 2 sects, then it would presumably not be strong and would surely be a third-rate power as well. There were no martial monarch stage experts in the foreign lands' third-rate powers. A power that possessed a martial monarch stage expert, even if it was only a martial monarch stage expert, could be considered to be a second-rate power in the foreign lands, and it was far from something a third-rate power could compare to. It could be said that a martial monarch stage expert was sufficient to sweep through an entire third-rate power. The strength of a martial monarch stage expert was obvious. Zhang Yan, why did you go to the emotion-severing sect? I heard from Senior Sword that your emotion-severing sect isn't an ordinary sect, and only people that have severed their emotions are able to do well there. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You seem to be doing well there, and you've even become the personal disciple of the emotion-severing sect's master? Could it be that you've severed your emotions as well? Didn't you like Ziyan? Even though it had been a few years, Duan Lingtian clearly remembered Zhang Yan's persistence toward Ziyan all those years ago. I'm me, she's her, and I don't have any relationship with her anymore. Zhang Yan spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't contain any emotions. What? Zhang Yan's reaction caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely surprised. Zhang Yan, could it be that something has happened between the 2 of you? Even until now, I still remember. You stood up for her when we fought for the first time all those years ago. After that, you went against me at every turn because of her as well. If you've come to look for me for the sake of discussing her, then you should return. If you've come to catch up with me, then I welcome you. Zhang Yan continued. Looks like you've really changed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He still remembered that Zhang Yan had looked at him with a hostile gaze all those years ago, and especially before Ziyan, Zhang Yan wished for nothing more than to slice him into pieces. But now, even though Zhang Yan couldn't be considered to be friendly to him, he didn't reject him like he did in the past. No matter what, I have to congratulate you for having such good fortune. As members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well, being able to meet in the foreign lands can be considered to be fate. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he spoke. Zhang Yan didn't have any hostility towards him, so he naturally wouldn't bear a grudge over the little conflict from all those years ago. He'd always been one that didn't offend others if they didn't offend him. In this world, having another friend was better than having another enemy. Thank you. Even though Zhang Yan still had an expressionless face, yet a trace of bright light flashed past his eyes, and he'd obviously approved of Duan Lingtian's words. In the distance, the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect were gathered together. Sword 13 Hui Ming, Payan. I know the objective of all of you coming here this time is none other than the intention of sharing a share of the profits with my Skywolf Fort. Since all of you have come, my Skywolf Fort will naturally not monopolize the profits. Ningkan went straight to the point. But all of you must contribute a portion of the rewards distributed to the young geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the dynasties during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Of course. Sword 13 nodded and was the first to agree. I have no objections. Hui Ming pressed his palms together as he spoke. All right. Pei An had an expressionless face as he replied indifferently. Not long after, the higher-ups of the 4 great powers of the foreign lands gathered the various rewards for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, whereas Ning Can's expression eased up slightly. In this way, his Skywolf fort wouldn't suffer a loss. Subsequently, it was the distribution of the rewards. 5 young geniuses from the Darkhan dynasty are ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and they'll be able to obtain 10 concept fragments, 10 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 10 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can, who stood at the center of the sky above the combat arena and had become the center of attention, spoke out slowly. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. After the Darkhan dynasty's emperor received his rewards, he hurriedly thanked Ning Can with a smile on his face. On the other hand, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties revealed envious expressions as they looked at the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, and some of their eyes even revealed greed and killing intent. Obviously, they had ill intentions. Besides that, the representatives of the Darqi dynasty, Darqin dynasty, Daryuan dynasty, Darchu dynasty, and Darqing dynasty will each obtain 2 concept fragments, 2 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 2 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Can continued announcing and gave out the rewards at the same time. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The representatives of the 5 dynasties hurriedly expressed their gratitude. In the end, the remaining representatives of the 4 dynasties will each obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Can continued. Obviously, this was a consolation prize, and there wasn't even a concept fragment. Even though the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties were extremely unsightly, they still gratefully accepted it. The dynasties behind them had worked hard for so long and even sacrificed many young geniuses, yet they only obtained this little bit of rewards and didn't even obtain a concept fragment. So how could they be happy? Even if it was only a single concept fragment, it was sufficient to represent a future void transformation stage expert. So, the value of a concept fragment wasn't something spirit weapons and medicinal pills could compare to. After the rewards of the various dynasties were distributed, Ning Can's voice sounded out once more. Now, I invite the young geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to come over. Bush, 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 bush. Instantly, the 10 people including Duan Lingtian soared into the sky and surrounded Ning Can. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be able to obtain 3 4th level concept fragments, 10 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 10 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Can passed over the spatial ring that contained the rewards to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. Duan Lingtian grinned and completely disregarded the coldness that was contained in the depths of Ning Can's gaze when he looked at him. For a time, Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. 3 4th level concept fragments? Even if it was the representatives of those dynasties, including the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, all of their eyes had gone completely red. After all, the concept fragments obtained by the representatives of the various dynasties were only 1st-level concept fragments, and they were utterly unable to compare with 4th-level concept fragments. Duan Lingtian had obtained 3 concept fragments in one go, so how could they not be envious? If they were to find out that Duan Lingtian didn't care much about these rewards, they would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. In reality, Duan Lingtian really didn't care much about the rewards he'd just obtained, and he casually tossed the spatial ring that stored the rewards into his own spatial ring without the slightest intention of opening it to take a look. Duan Lingtian's rewards were the best. The second in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Zi Decease, only possessed 2 4th-level concept fragments, 9 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 9 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Chapter 8:31. The rewards of the people at the bottom were even worse. Grade 3 spirit weapons and Grade 3 life recovery pills were gradually reduced according to their rankings. When it came to the 10th place, Zhang Shouyong, he only obtained a Grade 3 spirit weapon and a bottle of Grade 3 life recovery pills. As for concept fragments, the 4th to 6th place respectively obtained 3, 2, and 1/3 level concept fragments. The 7th to 9th place respectively obtained 3, 2, and 1/2 level concept fragments. The 10th place, Zhang Shouyong, obtained 3 first level concept fragments. Even then, Zhang Shouyong was still overjoyed. Because amongst the 3 first level concept fragments he obtained, there just happened to be an earth concept fragment. Duan Lingtian sighed when he saw Zhang Shouyong's brilliant smile, and then he casually withdrew the spatial ring he obtained earlier and withdrew the 3 fourth level concept fragments within it. I wonder if there are any earth concept fragments. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's luck wasn't bad, and amongst the 3 fourth level concept fragments, there just happened to be an earth concept fragment. Big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian withdrew the 4th level earth concept fragment and passed it to Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, you've comprehended earth concept as well, keep it for yourself. Zhang Shouyong's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude as he shook his head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. Big brother Zhang, I have an earth concept fragment of an even higher level. Duan Lingtian spoke via voice transmission. When he was in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, he'd obtained a 7th level earth concept fragment. So unless it was an earth concept fragment at the 8th level or above, otherwise, he wasn't interested. After he persuaded Zhang Shouyong put away the 4th level earth concept fragment. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian gave the 4th level fire concept fragment to Feng Tianwu. Su Li had no use for the last 4th level water concept fragment, so he casually tossed it back into his spatial ring. After all the rewards were distributed, most people were immersed in happiness, and it was only when Ningkan spoke once more that the entire scene went silent. Representatives of the 10 dynasties, young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. The rewards distributed earlier are only the rewards of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Ning Kan's voice clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. Only the rewards of the martial competition? Ning Kan's words caused many dynasty representatives and young geniuses to have bewildered expressions as they didn't know what Ning Kan meant, yet all of them still looked at Ning Kan with anticipation. They were able to discern that Ning Kan's words, "Today, our Skywolf Fort is recruiting disciples. All young geniuses at the void interpretation stage and above in the 10 dynasties can join our Skywolf Fort." Ning Kan said with a loud voice, "Once all of you join our Skywolf Fort will bestow some concept fragments, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills to all of you. Can't be to the dynasty to the can't dynasty?" As soon as Ning Kan finished speaking, many young geniuses present were tempted. After going through the various selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, practically every single one of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were still able to stand here was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above. In other words, every single one of them was able to join the Skywolf Fort and become a disciple of the Skywolf Fort. Our Blade sect similarly welcomes everyone to join. Meanwhile, Sword 13 spoke as well, and then he added, "What we can give won't be less than the Skywolf Fort." Instantly, even more people were tempted. The Blade sect was a formidable power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to the Skywolf Fort, and the domineering aura Sword 13 revealed earlier caused them to feel rather reverence and yearning. Buddha be praised. The middle-aged monk, Shang Huiming, stood out as well and said with a loud voice, "The Empyrean Temple has opened its doors and sincerely invites all the young and male geniuses to join. We'll surely not treat everyone unfairly." As soon as the monk spoke, the group of young geniuses went silent. After a short moment, a young man couldn't refrain himself from asking, "Monk, I heard that not only does your Empyrean Temple have to shave one's head, abstain from eating meat and abstain from sex. Is it really like this?" Instantly, the group of young men looked over. If it was really like this, then what was the point of living? No matter how great the benefits were, they would surely be unwilling to go. Buddha be praised, everyone, you've misunderstood. Hui Ming laughed bitterly. Our Empyrean temple is divided into inner disciples and secular disciples. Secular disciples don't have these rules. That's fine. Hui Ming's reply caused many young men to heave a sigh of relief. The emotion-severing sect welcomes everyone to join. The sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan, spoke out as well, and he had an expressionless face as he spoke in a cool manner. The four great powers of the foreign lands were recruiting disciples at the same time, and it caused many young geniuses to be slightly unable to make a choice. Of course, there were also some that made a choice. For example, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong stood by Sword 13's side, and they obviously intended to head to the Blade sect with Sword 13. On the other hand, Zi Shang instead followed by Ning Can's side. As Ning Can's personal disciple, he naturally joined the Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang were the first and second respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and they both had their own places to belong to. For a time, the third, Qi Feng, had become the target of competition between the four great powers. Qi Feng, the emotion-severing sect welcomes you to join. The sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan, was the first to extend an invitation. Qi Feng, our Blade sect welcomes you to join as well. Sword 13 extended an invitation as well. He'd clearly seen Qi Feng's ability earlier, and that archery skill was truly extraordinary. Most importantly, Qi Feng's calmness, patience, and decisiveness displayed his value even more. Buddha be praised. The Empyrean Temple welcomes benefactor Qi Feng to join. Hui Ming wasn't willing to fall behind. Qi Feng, if you don't join my Skywolf Fort, then I'll send people to annihilate your entire sect. Feng Wei, who'd threatened Qi Feng once more via voice transmission. As far as he was concerned, since Qi Feng had given in once, then Qi Feng would surely give in this time. You want to annihilate my entire sect if I don't join Skywolf Fort? Vice Fort Master Feng Wei, are you inviting me? Or are you threatening me? But unfortunately, Qi Feng didn't choose to swallow his anger this time, and he looked at Feng Wei instead as he spoke with a low voice. As soon as Qi Feng said this, the entire scene was in an uproar. Feng Wei, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, actually threatened Qi Feng like this for the sake of making Qi Feng join? For a time, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties frowned. Since Feng Wei was able to threaten Qi Feng, then did it mean that he could threaten them as well? Qi Feng, don't make slanderous accusations. Feng Wei's face went grim as he'd never imagined that Qi Feng would actually shed all pretenses and repeat the words he'd threatened him with. Moreover, Qi Feng had said it loudly in public. Slanderous accusations? Qi Feng glanced indifferently at Feng Wei and grunted coldly, and then he looked at the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan, and his expression eased up as he asked respectfully. Sect Master Pei, if I join the emotion-severing sect, will the emotion-severing sect be able to protect the safety of my friends and family? As soon as Qi Feng said this, Ning Can and Feng Wei's expressions went grim. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. He never imagined that Qi Feng would be so audacious to actually dare make a fool out of Skywolf Fort like this. When Qi Feng said this, it practically confirmed the fact that Skywolf Fort was threatening him. This time, Skywolf Fort was unable to clear its name even if it jumped into the Yellow River. Just as Duan Lingtian had thought, when the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties looked at Ning Can and Feng Wei, the vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, their eyes contained slight rejection mixed within. Feng Wei, look what you've done. Ning Can's voice transmission pierced into Feng Wei's ears, and he cursed. Just because of your threat to Qi Feng, our Skywolf Fort might be completely working for the 3 great powers this time. Feng Wei's expression became even gloomier when he was cursed by Ning Can like this. Of course, he didn't dare vent his feelings on Ning Can. His eyes were filled with cold lights as his gaze locked tightly onto Qi Feng. Of course. Peiyan didn't hesitate in the slightest when faced with Qi Feng's question and nodded lightly, and then he said with an expressionless face, "If you're willing to join my emotion-severing sect, then I can put it down right now. Touching your friends and family is going against me, Peiyan." Peiyan making such a promise caused Sword 13 and Hui Ming to be unable to help but shake their heads and sigh. They knew that Qi Feng and the others had no chance. Instantly, their gazes moved onto Qin Kong that was ranked 4th in the martial competition. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to speak when Qin Kong had already said, "I'll go wherever Qi Feng goes." Sword 13 and Hui Ming instantly laughed bitterly. "Sect Master Pei, I'm willing to join your emotion-severing sect." When Qi Feng heard Peiyan's promise, he agreed right away to join the emotion-severing sect. "All right." Peiyan nodded, and a rare wisp of a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Welcome." Obviously, he'd heard Qin Kong's words as well. For a time, the 3rd and 4th had both joined the emotion-severing sect. "Ta Mu, our Skywolf Fort invites you to join." Ning Can looked at Ta Mu that was ranked 5th in the martial competition this time, and he issued an invitation. Ta Mu grunted, and then he grinned and said, "Are all of you going to head to the Daryuan dynasty to kill my family as well if I fucking refuse? If it's so, then I'm truly sorry, I'm an orphan." Ning Can was slightly embarrassed when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "Of course not. You surely said no because you heard me say I'm an orphan." Ta Mu had an expression that said, "Don't try to deceive me." Ning Can's face sank, and then he glared fiercely once more at Feng Wei who was by his side. If it wasn't for Feng Wei threatening Qi Feng earlier and ruining the reputation of Skywolf Fort, how could he possibly be in such a passive state? "Moreover, I'll go wherever my master goes." As Ta Mu spoke, his eyes glowed as he looked at Duan Lincoln. "I want to join the Blade Sect." "The Blade Sect welcomes you." Sword 13 started smiling as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian's existence would even help him pull Ta Mu over. Chapter 8:32. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Ta Mu's words. But for the sake of not making things difficult for Sword 13, he didn't say anything in the end. "I'll join Skywolf Fort." A clear and cold voice sounded out, and it was the Darqing dynasty's Yi Ling who took the initiative to speak. She seemed to completely not care about Feng Wei's threat to Qi Feng from before, or perhaps she didn't believe Qi Feng's confident words from before. Yi Ling's thoughts were extremely simple. Besides the Skywolf Fort that only had Zishang, the Blade Sect and Emotion-Severing Sect had a few young geniuses that were more outstanding than her, so she wouldn't be put in an important position even if she went. So she chose Skywolf Fort. "Skywolf Fort welcomes you." Ning Can laughed heartily as he never imagined that there would be someone that would take the initiative to request to join Skywolf Fort under such circumstances. After all, the reputation of the Skywolf Fort had already been ruined by Feng Duan. "I'll join the Empyrean Temple." O Chen, who was ranked at the 9th position in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, had more or less recovered from his injuries now, and he spoke out. His thoughts were similar to Yi Ling's. Up until now, the Empyrean Temple hadn't accepted a single person that was ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, so if he went, he would surely be valued. Meanwhile, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had been completely divided up. The Blade Sect was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Duan Lingtian, Ta Mu, Su Li, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong. 5 of the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had been obtained. Even though the Emotion-Severing Sect was similar to Skywolf Fort and only obtained 2, the 2 young geniuses it obtained were existences that were ranked at the 3rd and 4th position in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and their strengths were extraordinary. Qi Feng, Qin Kong. Skywolf Fort obtained 2. Zishang, Yiling Empyrean Temple only obtained 1. Ochen. In next to no time, the remaining young geniuses had successively chosen their factions. Perhaps it was because they were reminded by Yi Ling and O Chen's choices, but even more people chose to join the Empyrean Temple and Skywolf Fort. This caused the two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to smile widely. Amitba! Amitba! Hui Ming's face was also full of smiles. However, the two vice sect leaders of the Blade sect, Xianxia and Saber 5, as well as the sect leader of the emotion-severing sect, Payan, were not unhappy because of this. In their opinion, what was the point of having so many people? Quality was king. In next to no time, brilliant smiles appeared on the faces of the representatives of the 10 dynasties because they'd more or less received a great gift from the 4 great sections. Giving them a big gift was mainly to thank their respective dynasties for nurturing this group of young talents. Everyone, this matter is over. My emotion-severing sect will leave first. Payan greeted indifferently before leaving with Zhang Yan and the other young geniuses. Amitba, it's time for this poor monk to return. Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and the young monk came, and more than 10 people left. It's time for our Blade sect to leave as well. Xianxia glanced at Ning Kan and Feng Wei before indifferently greeting the two of them, and then he led Duan Lingtian and the others to soar into the sky and head out of Skywolf Fort. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian noticed a gloomy gaze sweeping over, and he couldn't help but turn around to look. Zishang. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile as he looked at the owner of this gaze. Duan Ling, I've said it before, you won't live for long. Zishang's voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Idiot! Duan Lingtian replied calmly via voice transmission, and then he followed Xianxia and the others to leave Skywolf Fort together. Idiot? Zishang's expression was livid, and in the end, he gritted his teeth fiercely before looking at Ning Kan, who was communicating with the other young geniuses. Master, I want to tell you something. Duan Lingtian has a treasure in his possession. That treasure is a saint artifact that surpasses spirit artifacts, and it's capable of providing an amplification of an entire 2 times. Zishang had thrown caution to the wind now, and in his heart, he was only thinking about how to kill Duan Lingtian. As for anything else, he didn't think about it for now. What? Ning Kan's pupils constricted when he heard Zishang's voice transmission, and then he looked at Zishang and said with a low voice, "Come with me." After a short moment, both of them arrived at an empty place. Is what you said true? Ning Kan asked with a low voice. Yes. Zishang nodded. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Kan asked again, and his tone contained slight reproach. I originally thought that Qi Feng would be able to kill him, and then I would think of a way to obtain his spatial ring after Qi Feng killed him. Zishang took a deep breath as he spoke. You want to take possession of that saint artifact? Ning Kan's eyes flickered with bright lights as his fierce gaze descended onto Zishang, and it seemed as if it could penetrate through Zishang. Zishang gritted his teeth and nodded before admitting it. I'll deal with you later. Ning Kan grunted coldly and left directly. But based on his tone, he didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Zishang. If Zishang was in Zishang's shoes, he wouldn't easily tell others about the saint artifact as well. A saint artifact that provides an amplification of 100%. If the fort master is able to obtain it, then he'll be able to easily defeat those 2 old fellows from the Blade sect, that old baldy from the Empyrean Temple, the old sect master of the emotion-severing sect, and the current sect master, Payan. After Ning Kan and Zishang parted ways, they headed directly to the inner fort. This was a great matter that had a profound effect on Skywolf Fort, and it couldn't be neglected. Duan Ling, let me see how you die this time. A wisp of an evil sneer appeared on the corners of Zishang's mouth when he saw Ning Kan leave, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scenes of Duan Lingtian being killed by the experts of Skywolf Fort. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian's group left ancient desert city, they headed all the way towards the northeast. The Blade sect was in that direction. Our Blade sect is divided into the House of Sabers and House of Swords. The master of the House of Sabers is the master of my senior brother Dao, and the master of the House of Swords is my martial uncle. Xianxia introduced the Blade sect to Duan Lingtian and the others. He'd obtained a great harvest from this trip, and he was in an extremely good mood. Tamu, how about coming to the House of Sabers with me? Suddenly, Saber 5 arrived by Tamu's side and spoke to Tamu. I'll go wherever Master goes. Tamu didn't even think before speaking directly. I'll give you the best cultivation environment, how about it? I'll go wherever Master goes. I'll satisfy all your requests, how about it? I'll go wherever Master goes. Can you say something else? I'll go wherever Master goes. In the end, Saber 5 was completely speechless. In the end, he could only place his gaze onto Duan Lingtian. Kid Lingtian, let this disciple of yours join our House of Sabers. How about it? As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was skilled in the sword, and coupled with his junior brother Jian would surely not let Tamu go. He'd never thought of pulling Duan Lingtian into the House of Sabers. He only hoped to be able to persuade Duan Lingtian and make Duan Lingtian order Tamu to join the House of Sabers. As far as he was concerned, once Duan Lingtian gave the order, then Tamu would absolutely not refuse. He's not my disciple. Duan Lingtian frowned and spoke resolutely. Kid Lingtian, what benefits do you want? Speak frankly. In any case, my House of Sabers is taking Tamu for sure. He's not my disciple. Kid Lingtian, how about this? He's not my disciple. Can you not interrupt me? Wait for me to speak. He's not my disciple. After a round of this, Saber 5 was completely convinced, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's truly an enormous waste that the two of you aren't master and disciple. You think so as well? When he heard Saber 5, the eyes of Tamu, who'd always been silently following by Duan Lingtian's side, lit up, and he seemed to have found a common topic with Saber 5. Yes, I do think so. Saber 5's eyes lit up. There seems to be hope. Not bad, not bad. Your judgment isn't bad. Tamu praised. Since you said my judgment isn't bad, then I'll let you join the House of Sabers. Saber 5 seized the opportunity, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Tamu. I'll go wherever Master goes. For a time, Saber 5 was completely convinced, and he completely lost his temper. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. As far as they were concerned, Tamu was simply a clown. Tamu. Duan Lingtian, who'd never paid any attention to Tamu, looked seriously at Tamu for the first time. Master, what instructions do you have? Tamu looked respectfully and reverently at Duan Lingnan. I've already said that I'm not your master. Besides that, I want to tell you that I'm unable to teach you what you want to learn from me because it's a technique that can't be copied. Duan Lingtan spoke with a serious expression, and his words came from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, Master. Once I learn it, I'll absolutely not teach it to a third person. Tamu vowed solemnly, and his words obviously didn't take Duan Lingtian's words seriously, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless once more. Did you not hear what I said clearly? Duan Lingtan frowned and spoke with slight impatience. Master, I know you reject me now and don't want to pass that technique down to me. But I believe that I'll be able to move you with my sincerity one day. Tamu spoke in all seriousness. You think I'm lying to you? Duan Lingtian could be considered to have come to an understanding now, and it turned out that Tamu hadn't believed him since the beginning. Tamu doesn't dare. Tamu heard that Duan Lingtian's tone was off, and he hurriedly lowered his head like an aggrieved child. Forget it, I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. Duan Lingtian had completely lost his temper. This Tamu was simply a piece of rotten wood, and it was a strange piece of rotten wood that couldn't withstand any carving. Master, I'll surely do my duty as a disciple. Tamu spoke seriously. Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to him and instead looked at Su Li as he scolded with a smile. Su Li, when did you comprehend intermediate water concept? You've concealed it too deeply, right? In the past, I thought you'd comprehended sword concept. I haven't used it for a long time, and I've almost forgotten it. It just so happened that I encountered layer upon layer of pressure during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and I recalled it, so I used it. Su Li smiled as he spoke. Do you think I would believe you? Chapter 8:33. Ta Mu, do you believe it? Su Li smiled faintly, and then he looked at Ta Mu and asked, If Master believes it, I'll believe it. If Master doesn't believe it, I won't believe it. Ta Mu didn't hesitate in the slightest and replied resolutely. How obedient! Duan Lingtian, why don't you accept this disciple? I think he's pretty good. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Master, for interceding for Ta Mu. Ta Mu hurriedly bowed and thanked Su Li, and these words came from the bottom of his heart and were exceedingly sincere. If you want to take it yourself. Anyway, I have nothing to teach him, and I'm not interested in accepting such a disciple. After glaring at Su Li, Duan Lingtian snappily said. Su Li smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, is still in the Dark Han dynasty. What do you plan to do in the future? Are you going to bring her out, or are you going back? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong was not alone. He still had his wife, Wang Qiong, in the Dark Han dynasty's Zhang clan. When they were in the Dark Han dynasty, Zhang Shouyong and his wife were inseparable. This time, Zhang Shouyong didn't bring her along when he left the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the foreign lands. After a while, you'll come with me and bring her out. When he heard Duan Lingtian mention Wang Qiong, Zhang Shouyong's face was filled with gentleness as he spoke with a light smile. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. In his heart, Brother Zhang had always been the same Brother Zhang who had saved his life and helped him a lot. Perhaps his current strength had temporarily surpassed Big Brother Zhang's, but as long as Big Brother Zhang had something to do and needed it, he would definitely not shirk his responsibility. Even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. When the time comes, I'll go back with you. Feng Tianwu said. Of course I'm bringing you along. Zhang Shouyong smiled. If all of you want to return to the Dark Han dynasty, I'll send a few elders to travel with all of you. This foreign lands is different from your Dark Han dynasty, and it's filled with danger everywhere. Jian Shisan heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the other two and said with a smile. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked him. He knew that this was the special treatment that Sword 13 had given them, and it was a treatment that ordinary Blade School disciples would not be able to enjoy. However, if you really want to go back, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a year. Jian Shisan added. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. Early on when he was still at Skywolf Fort, he'd faintly guessed some things from Sword 13's words, and it was related to the secret vault left behind by Emperor Wu. Moreover, there was a special inscription formation set up in the secret treasure. Only people below the age of 40 could enter it. In addition, there were many precious treasures in this secret treasure. Nonsense. If there were no precious treasures in it, why would the 4 extraterrestrial forces, Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect, spend so much effort on it? Not to mention anything else, just the soul fragments that the 4 great powers had paid for the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were already extremely valuable. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the 4 great powers would absolutely not do a business that would suffer a loss. They'd surely received specific information about the secret vault left behind by Emperor Wu beforehand, and they knew that the thing they wanted was within it. But Duan Lingtian not being surprised didn't mean that Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong weren't surprised. After they discerned that Duan Lingtian seemed to know something that they didn't, the 3 of them couldn't help but ask curiously via voice transmission. Elder Brother Duan, why do we have to return a year from now? Duan Lingtian, when you said you understood earlier, you seem to know why we have to return a year from now? Brother Lingtian, what exactly is going on? Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally conceal it when faced with their questions, and he told them of his guesses. All of this was his own guess. From the beginning until the end, Sword 13 hadn't mentioned it to him. The secret vault, left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu? Only people below the age of 40 can enter it? There are precious treasures that the 4 great powers want to obtain within it? Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the sake of the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were shocked. Never had they imagined that so many things were hidden behind the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Earlier, they were rather puzzled as to why the 4 great powers had paid such a great price for the sake of seizing the group of young geniuses from the 10 dynasties. Now, they came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that the 4 great powers wanted to utilize this group of young geniuses to search for the treasures they wanted in the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. Looks like after we enter the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, there'll be another open and veiled struggle. Su Li sighed via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed to this. After all, there were 4 great powers that knew of the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. At that time, they would surely send people in, and the people they sent in would surely fight for various treasures. Moreover, it might not only be the 4 great powers that knew of the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, and there might be 5 great powers, 10 great powers, or even more powers. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt traces of heavy pressure. The size of the foreign lands was far from something the 10 dynasties could compare to. Not to mention those formidable powers at the second-rate or above, just third-rate powers like the Empyrean Temple and Emotion-Severing Sect were examples. Today, Duan Lingtian had seen 2 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40, the Empyrean Temple's Little Monk and the Emotion-Severing Sect's Zhang Yan. Duan Lingtian believed that the Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect surely had a few young experts that were so outstanding. Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong were slightly dazed, and they still hadn't recovered from their shock. To them, an expert like Emperor Wu that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent only existed in legends. Exactly how precious would the treasures within the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu be? It was difficult for them to imagine. Sword 13 who led the way ahead and Saber 5 who brought up the rear seemed to have noticed something, and their brows suddenly knit together. Subsequently, they seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and they squinted their eyes and looked over. Shit! Sword 13's face went grim. Saber 5's expression was extremely unsightly as well. In the distance, there were 3 figures flashing over swiftly like 3 black bolts of lightning, and they appeared within their field of vision in a short moment. The speed of these 3 people was so swift that it caused it to be difficult for Sword 13 and Saber 5 to arouse the thought of fleeing. If it was only the 2 of them, then perhaps they would be able to escape easily. But the problem was that it wasn't just the 2 of them now, and there was also Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses that needed to be taken care of. It's Ning Can. In next to no time, Saber 5 shouted out coldly with an extremely gloomy expression. Ning Can, what's he doing here? Saber 5's cold shout caused Duan Lingtian, the group of young geniuses, and Feng Wudao to recover from their shock, and they stopped moving successively before looking at the 3 figures that were approaching from afar. One of them was precisely the familiar Ning Can, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Besides Ning Can, there were 2 other old men. In terms of speed, one of the old men was actually slightly swifter than Ning Can, whereas the other old man's speed was equal to Ning Can, Mengli, Yukong. Sword 13 flew out to greet the 3 people that flashed over, and he looked at Ning Can's group of 3 as he said with a low voice, "All of you probably didn't catch up just to send us off, right? Sword 13, all of you can leave safely so long as you hand over Duan Lingtian." Ning Can went straight to the point and stated the reason he'd come. He only had a single objective in coming here, and it was to make Duan Lingtian stay. Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim as he never imagined that Ning Can's group of 3 had caught up for him. Even though he'd never seen the other 2 old men, since they'd come with Ning Can, then he was able to discern their strength from the speed they revealed earlier. One of them was even stronger than Ning Can, and the other was on par with Ning Can. Thus, Duan Lingtian easily guessed the identities of the other 2 old men, and they ought to be the vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Skywolf Fort had a total of 5 vice fort masters. Ning Can and Feng Wei, who presided over the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that he'd seen at Skywolf Fort, were only 2 of them. Ning Can, are you joking? Sword 13 hadn't spoken when Saber 5 had already sneered. Duan Lingtian is a member of our blade sect now. If you want to touch him, then ask the saber in my hand first. As Saber 5 spoke, a thick and heavy wide saber appeared in his hand, and the wide saber emitted a peerlessly fierce aura that faintly contained traces of the smell of blood. Obviously, many souls had died beneath the saber, and it caused the saber to be tainted with dense blood. Sword 13, you mean this as well? The old man that was obviously stronger than Ning Can took a step forward and stared at Sword 13 with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Meng Li, what's the meaning of your Skywolf Fort doing this? Bullying my blade sect for having no one? Cold lights flickered within Sword 13's eyes as his body emitted piercingly cold sword insight, and along with this, killing intent that shot into the sky and was icy cold and bone-piercing. Meng Li, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, his cultivation had stepped into the 9th level of the void transformation stage many years ago, and he was one of the 2 strongest people beneath the fort master of Skywolf Fort. The other person was the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort as well, and his cultivation was similar to Meng Li. That person, Feng Wei, and the 3 people before him were the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. The last person that came with Meng Li and Ning Can was called Yukong, and his strength was similar to Ning Can as both of them were existences at the 8th level of the void transformation stage. One was at the 9th level of the void transformation stage while the other 2 were at the 8th level of the void transformation stage. The 3 of them had chased over from Skywolf Fort with ill intent, and they'd come for the sake of Duan Lingan. Duan Ling, these 3 old fellows are chasing over like flies, and it's actually because of you? Could it be that you've dug up their ancestral graves? Su Li looked at Ning Can's group of 3 and asked with slight shock. It would be fine if I dug up their ancestral graves, at least I know why they're looking for me. The problem is that I utterly don't know why they're targeting me. Chapter 8:34. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian hadn't thought that these 3 old men had come for Zishang, but when he thought about it, he felt it wasn't too realistic. The enmity between him and Zishang was a personal one. Even if Ning Can was Zishang's master, it was impossible for Ning Can to openly stand up for Zishang and make a move against him. Otherwise, Ning Can would become the greatest joke in the world. Not to mention calling over the other 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, and one of them was even a 9th level void transformation stage expert like Sword 13. Sword 13, our Skywolf Fort has always coexisted peacefully with your blade sect. So long as you hand over this young man today, we'll leave right away. We'll even give a gift of thanks to the blade sect in the future. Meng Li spoke with a low voice, and his words carried an intention of coercion. What if I don't hand it over? Sword 13's face sank. Then I can only be blunt. Cold lights flashed within Meng Li's eyes as he abruptly soared into the sky and shot directly towards Sword 13. I heard from Ning Can that you've already broken through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage. Today, allow me to experience the strength of the number 2 expert of the Sword sect. You'll see. Sword 13 wasn't afraid in the slightest as he moved forward to greet Meng Li, and his body emitted a fierce sword chi. At this instant, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword. The collision between Meng Li and Sword 13 was utterly impossible to see clearly in the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, because their speeds were truly too swift. Bang, 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 bang. When the 2 of them collided, it caused the airflow in the sky to explode and give rise to waves of piercingly cold gales that caused the clothes of Duan Lingtian and the others to flutter with the wind. During the battle between Sword 13 and Meng Li, his figure would occasionally vanish into thin air before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and he would occasionally appear once more. Based on the state of the 2 of them, they seemed to be evenly matched. In the sky, an innumerable amount of ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced out and fought together, and it seemed to be extremely horrifying. As expected of the publicly acknowledged genius of the House of Swords in the Blade sect. Sword 13, you've just stepped into the 9th level of the Void transformation stage and are able to fight me equally. It was none other than the voice of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Meng Li, shameless boasting. Sword 13's clear and cold voice sounded out, and in the next moment, everyone present felt an even fiercer aura rise up from Sword 13's body. In the next moment, there seemed to be many more ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky, and Sword 13's strength seemed to have obtained an enormous increase at this moment. The whistling of the sword that tore through the skies stopped abruptly. In the next moment, everyone including Duan Lingtian saw Sword 13 appear and stand proudly in the sky. In his hand was a meter-long blade that flowed with flowing lights, and it was dripping with dazzling and resplendent fresh blood. In the distance, Meng Li also appeared. However, his face was somewhat pale. Not only that, if one looked closely, one could see a faint sword mark on Meng Li's hand. It was a sword mark that had been treated. Senior is so strong? Duan Lingtian was shocked. According to what Meng Li said, Sword 13 had only broken through to the 9th level of the Void transformation stage recently, whereas he'd broken through to the 9th level of the Void transformation stage long ago. But even then, he was still unable to defeat Sword 13. Sword 13, you really deserve to be the publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the Blade Sect's House of Swords. You've just broken through to the 9th level of the Void transformation stage, yet you're already able to suppress me. I have to admit that you're extremely strong. Meng Li stood in the distance and looked at Sword 13 with a serious expression. Meng Li, your Skywolf Fort must give me an explanation for the matter today no matter what. Otherwise, don't blame me, Sword 13, for being ruthless. At this moment, Sword 13's gaze was cold and fierce, and he'd completely lost his amiable manner from before as he chatted cheerfully with all the young geniuses, and he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of slaughter. The eyes of all the young geniuses that chose to join the Blade sect lit up. This was the vice sect master of the House of Swords that they wanted to join. At the same time that such strength caused them to be filled with yearning, they felt a great sense of security. Swoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind whistling swept over, and subsequently, a familiar figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Feng Wei! Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw the person that had arrived. When he noticed the fierce and greedy gaze that the person looked at him with, he knew that Feng Wei had come for him as well. Wait, greedy? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. Feng Wei's gaze revealed greed when he looked at him, and Xianxia was able to faintly guess what it meant. Perhaps he possessed something that Feng Wei urgently desired, or more precisely speaking, it was something that Skywolf Fort desired. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Skywolf Fort to dispatch 4 Vice Fort Masters. Feng Wei, you've come at the right time. I'll leave that Duan Lingtian to you. Yu Kong, join forces with me to suppress Sword 13. Ning, can you deal with Saber 5? Meng Li revealed a smile when he saw Feng Wei arrive, and he ordered. As soon as Meng Li finished speaking, he charged toward Sword 13 with the other Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Yu Kong, in a menacing manner without holding back in the slightest. Early on when Feng Wei appeared, Sword 13's expression had already gone grim. Never had he imagined that Skywolf Fort would actually dispatch such a large force for the sake of a Duan Lingtian. All 4 Vice Fort Masters had moved out. But when facing the joint forces of Meng Li and Yu Kong, he quickly didn't have the mood to think about why Skywolf Fort would do this, and his figure flashed out to battle Meng Li and Yu Kong. He wasn't afraid of a single Meng Li, and it was even to the extent that so long as he was given time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Meng Li. A single Yu Kong, if he exerted his full strength, then he would at most be able to cause Yu Kong to lose his life with 3 sword strikes. But when Meng Li and Yu Kong joined forces, it caused him to have the feeling that he had nowhere to exert his strength, and he was barely able to fight them to a draw. Saber 5, I've wanted to fight you since long ago. Ning Kan looked at Saber 5 as he shouted coldly, and then his entire body flashed out as if he'd transformed into an eagle that whistled as he charged towards Saber 5. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Saber 5 laughed with disdain as the broad saber in his hand flashed out boldly to tear through the sky, and he moved forward to meet Ning Ken without the slightest fear to battle. "Ning Ken, all of you behave yourselves. Don't blame me for being merciless if anyone dares to flee." Feng Wei's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and the others before finally descending onto Duan Lingtian, and then a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Duan Lingtian, I've really underestimated you." As soon as Feng Wei said this, it caused all the young geniuses including Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong to look at Duan Lingtian successively, and they felt that Feng Wei's words carried hidden meaning. They felt shock and curiosity from the bottom of their hearts towards Skywolf Fort deploying such a large force for the sake of Duan Lingtian today. "Now I'll give you a chance. Swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll forever be loyal to my Skywolf Fort, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Feng Wei's gaze gradually turned cold, and his breath was like ice that was bone-piercingly cold, causing the group of young geniuses present to be unable to refrain from shivering and shuddering with fear. Feng Wei actually wanted Duan Lingtian to make such an oath. Once this oath was made, it meant that Duan Lingtian would be bound to the Skywolf Fort for his entire lifetime, and he wouldn't betray Skywolf Fort and wouldn't do anything that would let Skywolf Fort down. Otherwise, he would be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Besides that, Feng Wei had clearly stated that if Duan Lingtian didn't make this oath, then he would make Duan Lingtian die today, or perhaps, he would make Duan Lingtian die right now. "Swear loyalty to Skywolf Fort?" Duan Lingtian sneered. "If I only have this choice, then I'd rather die." "Then you can go to hell." Feng Wei's eyes revealed ruthlessness as the terrifying imposing aura on his body swept out, and he took a step forward as his imposing aura gushed out and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly when he was pressured by Feng Wei's imposing aura, and a talisman appeared out of thin air in his tightly clenched right hand. It was precisely one of the two talismans his deadbeat father had left behind for him. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to toss out the talisman and crush Feng Wei, a figure appeared like a shadow to obstruct his path. "Uncle Feng." As he looked at the red-clothed middle-aged man that stood before him, Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and he said with an anxious expression, "Uncle Feng, you're not a match for him, quickly move aside." "Ha! If I, Feng Wudao, am unable to even protect my own son-in-law, then what's the point of me living?" Feng Wudao laughed loudly when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his laughter was wanton as he faced death calmly. "Uncle Feng, I can..." Right when Duan Lingtian wanted to say that he could deal with Feng Wei, four figures appeared by Feng Wudao's side right after him, and they protected him firmly behind them along with Feng Wudao. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong and Tamu. "All of you move aside." When he noticed the terrifying aura that arose from Feng Wei's body, Duan Lingtian's face instantly went grim, and he hurriedly flew out with the intention of locking onto Feng Wei before tossing out the talisman in his hand. But unfortunately he was still too late. Bang! Feng Wei casually raised his hand and slapped out with his vast palm, causing waves of continuous sounds of air exploding to resound out in the sky as a terrifying force pressed down onto Feng Wudao's group of 5, causing them to be blasted flying. Chapter 8:35. Kill! Saber 5 coldly spat out a single word, and then he charged towards those 10 Skywolf Fort elders like a tiger that had entered a pack of wolves. With a raise of his saber, 3 Skywolf Fort elders had died under his saber in the blink of an eye. Saber 5. The faces of Ning Can and Feng Wei went grim when they saw this, and they charged madly towards Saber 5 to go 2 against 1. "The 7 of you, bring that Duan Lingtian back." At the same time, Ning Can, who joined forces with Feng Wei to temporarily restrain Saber 5, ordered the remaining 7 Skywolf Fort elders with a cold voice. The 7 Skywolf Fort elders recovered from the shock of their companions being killed, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. All of them recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian recognized them as well. The 10 Skywolf Fort elders that followed behind Feng Wei were precisely those 10 Skywolf Fort elders that had appeared in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties earlier. The remaining 7 Skywolf Fort elders attacked at the same time to pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and they'd taken Duan Lingtian to be their prey. Feng Wudao, who'd consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly from his injuries, had a piercingly cold gaze as he flashed towards a Skywolf Fort elder to stop him. That Skywolf Fort elder was in existence at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage as well, and for a time he was evenly matched with Feng Wudao. The other 6 Skywolf Fort elders continued to charge towards Duan Lingtian. Elder Brother Duan, watch out. Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Master. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Ta Mu hadn't completely recovered from their injuries when they pounced towards the 6 Skywolf Fort elders with the intention of stopping them. But unfortunately, only a single Skywolf Fort elder made a move, and the strength of the Void Transformation stage swept out to blast them flying. For a moment, the 4 of them were injured again. Fortunately, the elder from Skywolf Fort didn't kill them. Otherwise, Feng Tianwu and the others wouldn't have survived. 6. Looking at the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort who were charging at him, Duan Lingtian's face turned extremely ugly. Among the 6 elders of the Void Transformation realm, the 2 talismans in his hand could only kill 2 of them. However, after killing 2 people, there were still 4 people left. It seemed meaningless. He then looked at Meng Li, who was in an intense battle with Sword 13 and whose figure was flickering unpredictably. The strongest Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, in existence at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. If he could use the talisman to kill him, then with Sword 13's strength, he would surely be able to reverse the situation. But the problem was that Meng Li, who was in battle mode, was so fast that he couldn't lock onto his target. If he wanted to kill someone with a talisman puppet, he had to lock onto the target for a period of time. In the end, Duan Lingtian completely gave up on this idea. Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. I'd rather die in battle than become a captive. Duan Lingtian looked at the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort, and his eyes went cold as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed before fusing with material wind concept to transform into waves of strong winds that flashed around his entire body. The hairband that held Duan Lingtian's long hair together with Feng Qingyang's hair broke apart, and the aura on his body ceaselessly rose. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to withdraw his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and fight desperately. Swish! An enormous sword light that was over 10 meters long descended from the sky, and it descended towards the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort that were charging towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. The faces of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders went grim as they joined forces to attack, yet they were barely able to resist this terrifying sword light, yet they still needed a certain amount of time to shatter it. Duan Lingtian, leave quickly. Survive well. Right when Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene before his eyes, a voice that was like a thunderclap swept down and entered into his ears. Senior. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked at Sword 13 that was dealing with the 2 Vice Fort Masters of the Skywolf Fort, and he realized that it was Sword 13 that had made a move earlier. Master, leave quickly. Meanwhile, Ta Mu reacted and charged towards Duan Lingtian before flashing towards the distance and fleeing with Duan Lingtian. When Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong returned to their senses, Ta Mu and Duan Lingtian had already left far away, and their speeds were so swift that they were unable to catch up to them. Elder Brother Duan, you must survive. Feng Tianwu stood in the sky as she spoke silently in her heart. With her speed, not to mention being unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian, even if she caught up to him, she would only become a burden. So she chose to stay. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong had similar thoughts. Right at this moment, besides the elder of the Skywolf Fort that was dealing with Feng Wudao, The other 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort had finally shattered the sword light that was over 10 meters long. "Wanna leave?" The 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort revealed cold smiles as they looked at the 2 figures that were gradually turning into tiny black dots that were moving further and further away, and all of them soared into the sky and chased after them. "Shit." The expressions of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong went grim as they hurriedly chased after them with the intention of stopping them. But unfortunately, only a single person had made a move and easily blasted them back. Sword 13 and Saber 5's expressions were extremely unsightly. Presently, they were utterly unable to free themselves to assist Duan Lingtian as the 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort intended to suppress them. If it was at any other time, as the vice sect masters of the Blade sect, it was sufficient for them to be extremely proud of fighting the 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort to a tie while fighting 2 against 4. But now, they didn't have such a mood. They were only worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. "Meng Li, from today onwards, the Skywolf Fort will be the mortal enemy of our Blade sect." Sword 13's voice was cold as it sounded out. His words were filled with ruthlessness. "Sword 13, don't forget that you're still not the sect master of the Sword sect. You're still not qualified to represent the entire Blade sect." Meng Li's voice sounded with a hint of mockery. "Moreover, 3 elders of the Skywolf Fort have died today, and not a single person from your Blade sect has died. Exchanging the deaths of 3 elders of the Skywolf Fort for 1 Duan Lingtian shouldn't be too much, right?" Sword 13 snorted coldly. He was just casually threatening Meng Li earlier. Naturally, he knew that the Blade sect wouldn't go to war with the Skywolf Fort so easily. Not to mention that not a single person from their side had died while 3 elders of the Skywolf Fort had died. Even if Duan Lingtian had really died and no one from the Skywolf Fort had died, the Blade sect might not stand up for Duan Lingtian. After all, to the entire Blade sect, Duan Lingtian was insignificant now. It was impossible for the Blade sect to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf Fort for the sake of Duan Lingtian and even go to war. "Junior brother Jian, who cares about them? Since these bastards from the Skywolf Fort have come to provoke us, then even if we kill all of them, that old fellow from the Skywolf Fort has nothing to say." Saber 5 shouted out explosively as the broad saber in his hand glowed brightly and flashed directly towards Ning Kan and Feng Wei. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when going against 2 by himself, and he was like a peerless god of war. "Master is so formidable." In the distance, Long Yun, who stood silently amidst the group of young geniuses and hadn't made any movements since the beginning, looked at Saber 5 with an expression of admiration. The other young geniuses had excited expressions as well. Sword 13 and Saber 5 fought 4 against 4 and suppressed the 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort, and it gave them an extremely great shock. As for the life and death of Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu, they didn't care. On the other side, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong looked at the 6 figures that chased after Duan Lingtian and vanished before their eyes, and they realized for a time that they were unable to help Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Now, they only hoped that Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu would be able to quickly find a place to hide and escape this calamity. The 3 of them who were laden with worries didn't stay idle, and they helped Feng Wudao deal with the elder of the Skywolf Fort. The battle between the elder of the Skywolf Fort and Feng Wudao grew more and more shocked as the battle progressed. At the beginning, he discerned that this red-clothed middle-aged man had just broken through to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and he could deal with him at will. Before they left, Vice Fort Master Meng of the Skywolf Fort had given the order that besides Duan Lingtian, he wasn't allowed to kill anyone from the Blade sect. So he held back. Later on, he noticed that Feng Wudao seemed to grow stronger as the battle progressed, and up until now, he'd practically utilized his entire strength, yet Feng Wudao was still able to fight him equally. In the end, it was the elder of the Skywolf Fort who fell into a disadvantaged position that ceaselessly roared in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong had come over as well, and they joined forces with Feng Wudao to deal with the elder of the Skywolf Fort, and they created some small trouble for the elder of the Skywolf Fort. Sometimes, some small trouble was sufficient to become great trouble. Just like now. The elder of the Skywolf Fort, who'd originally been suppressed by Feng Wudao, who grew stronger as the battle progressed to the point of falling into a disadvantaged position, revealed a flaw when Feng Tianwu's group of 3 interfered. This flaw was utilized by Feng Wudao, and his sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning to instantly penetrate the chest of the elder of the Skywolf Fort, causing him to be heavily injured. Subsequently, Feng Wudao's attacks became even swifter, and the sword in his hand even transformed into a few tens of sword lights. In the blink of an eye, it increased to over 100 sword lights that covered the heavens and the earth as they swept down. A rain of swords descended, and it pressured the elder of the Skywolf Fort to the point he suffered even more injuries, causing him to be in an even more sorry state. If it was at any other time, he wouldn't take this sort of fancy sword technique seriously at all, but the problem was that he was heavily injured now, and he'd used all his strength to barely protect his vitals. Swish! A sword strike that was like a stroke of genius easily swept past the throat of the elder of the Skywolf Fort, and it killed him. After the elder of the Skywolf Fort died, Feng Wudao put away his sword and stood there. Then he looked at Feng Tianwu's group of 3 before looking at the surroundings, and his expression instantly turned grim. Where's that kid Ling Tian and Ta Mu? Elder brother Duan and Ta Mu fled earlier, but those 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort chased after them as well. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with worry, and she laughed bitterly as she spoke. At this moment, she only hated herself for being too weak and being unable to help her elder brother Duan. Which direction did they head towards? Feng Wudao asked with a low voice. In the next moment, after he found out the direction Duan Lingtian left towards, Feng Wudao's figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning to chase after them. In the sky above a vast plain, 2 figures flashed past. It was precisely Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu who just fled. Master, we're really unlucky. There isn't even a place to hide in such a large plain. Ta Mu, who moved forward swiftly, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly as well. All along the way, everywhere they passed were plains and deserts, and it was difficult to find a place to hide temporarily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 8:36. Both of you should be proud of yourselves for being able to flee so far under our pursuit. A Skywolf Fort elder looked at Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu as he spoke indifferently. Elders, can you let us go? When you return to report, just say you didn't find us. How about it? Ta Mu grinned, and he completely didn't have the awareness of being a trapped beast. However, no one paid any attention to Ta Mu. If all of you are afraid you won't be able to obtain any benefits from letting us go, then all of you can be at ease. Look at my master, he's only 28 years old, yet his cultivation is at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and his future is limitless. It's even to the extent that even the fort master of your Skywolf Fort might not be able to compare to him in the future. As he finished speaking, Ta Mu's tone contained slight temptation mixed within. So long as all of you let us go today, it's equivalent to giving my master a great favor, and in the future, shut up. A Skywolf Fort elder seemed to be unable to endure Ta Mu's endless chatter, and he shouted out coldly to interrupt Ta Mu. Vice Fort Master Feng said that once we catch up to the 2 of them, kill them. Just bring the spatial rings back. One of the Skywolf Fort elders spoke with a piercingly cold voice. Instantly, the other 5 Skywolf Fort elders revealed killing intent as they looked at Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu, and their origin energy and material concept had fused together on their bodies, causing terrifying energy to be on the verge of erupting. Spatial ring? Duan Lingtian stood in midair, and he tried his best to maintain a calm expression when he was in such a dangerous situation. Because he knew that no matter how panicked he was now, it was useless, and only by maintaining a calm attitude might he be able to seek a chance at survival. Feng Wei revealed greed in his eyes when he saw me earlier, and he obviously has designs towards me. Now, these people want my spatial ring. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. What exactly do they want? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly bewildered. Could it be a quasi-royal grade spirit sword? This thought couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart. After all, when he fought Qi Feng today, he'd utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to shatter Qi Feng's arrow. But he was extremely sure that besides the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan, there ought to be no one including Sword 13 that was able to discern that the sword he used at that time wasn't simple. Unless the elusive fort master of the Skywolf Fort is hiding in the dark and discovered the extraordinariness of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. But is this possible? Duan Lingtian's mind spun rapidly as he considered various possibilities. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration. Also, that Xianxia kept saying that I wouldn't live for long. He said the same thing when I left. Could it be because of him? Duan Lingtian gasped when he thought up to this point. In his opinion, Xianxia, that madman, was capable of doing anything. But how did he convince Skywolf Fort to send such a large force to deal with me? Furthermore, he wants something from my storage ring. Duan Lingtian pondered. In next to no time, a broken stone tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind without rhyme or reason, and it was difficult to disperse. Right? How could I have almost forgotten? The Devil Seal Tablet. That day during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, the soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu concealed within Xianxia's body had once personally mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet after possessing Xianxia's body. In other words, he knows of the Devil Seal Tablet, and it's very likely that he knows of the Devil Seal Tablet's background. Moreover, the Devil Seal Tablet in my possession is something that Xianxia yearns for even in his dreams. After all, if I didn't have the Devil Seal Tablet, he wouldn't be restrained by me at all times. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to determine. It was all Xianxia's doing behind the scenes. Not to mention the Devil Seal Tablet's ability to suppress the soul, just its ability to amplify strength by 100% is sufficient to make any third-rate power in the foreign lands fight to the death for it. The soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu within Xianxia's body knows of the Devil Seal Tablet, so I presume he has a very good understanding of the Devil Seal Tablet and might even know of the Devil Seal Tablet's amplification ability. Even if Xianxia only mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet's amplification ability before Ning Can, the Skywolf Fort would surely go mad for it. If the Devil Seal Tablet that amplifies strength by 100% falls into the hands of the Skywolf Fort's Fort Master, then the Skywolf Fort would even be able to use it to suppress third-rate powers like the Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the more he thought about it, the more he was sure that the objective of the group of people before him was precisely the Devil Seal Tablet within his spatial ring. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of terrifying howls of the wind swept over, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and his back even broke out in cold sweat. Master, watch out! At practically the exact same moment, an explosive shout sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain himself from raising his head. With a single glance, he saw the robust figure that was blocking his path not too far away. However, this robust figure had a dispirited aura at this moment. A fist had passed through Ta Mu's chest, and it was precisely the fist of the Skywolf Fort's elder that had hastily made a move against Duan Lingtian. What a touching scene. The Skywolf Fort's elder casually withdrew his fist, and with a raise of his hand, his water concept suffused out and eliminated the blood on his hand. On the other hand, a hideous bloody hole had appeared on Ta Mu's chest, and fresh blood ceaselessly gushed out from it. In the blink of an eye, it dyed his lower body red, yet he still forcefully and bitterly held on. Ta Mu struggled for a moment before looking at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty, and he seemed to want to say something. But before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly trembled, and he completely lost all signs of life. After that, he fell from the sky and fell onto the plains. Ta Mu! Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted. Never had he imagined that Ta Mu would use his own body to block the fist of the Skywolf Fort's elder for him. After all, he and Ta Mu could be said to have no relationship at all. If one really wanted to talk about the relationship between them, then it was nothing more than Ta Mu's wishful thinking of taking him as his master and wanting to learn the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, from him. But now, it was precisely such a person that he wasn't willing to take as his disciple no matter what. That person had blocked the strike of the Skywolf Fort's elder for him and saved his life. How much courage was required for this? Moreover, this wasn't something that could be accomplished just by having courage, it was also something that was worthy of him doing this. Was it worth it for me? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and he seemed to be speaking to himself yet also seemed to be asking the already dead Ta Mu. As far as he was concerned, since the beginning when Ta Mu wanted to take him as his master until that moment just now, he'd never given Ta Mu any face. It was even to the extent that he'd berated Ta Mu many times with the intention of making Ta Mu give up. But what about Ta Mu? Every time, Ta Mu would act as if nothing had happened, allowing him to berate him, allowing him to refuse, as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with tears, and they were on the verge of flowing out. These tears were because of the guilt he felt towards Ta Mu. If time could be turned back, even if it was only for a moment, he would absolutely not treat Ta Mu so coldly like before. But now, he didn't have the chance. Ta Mu was dead. Ta Mu had died before him, died for him. Since someone is willing to die for you, then you haven't lived your life in vain. The 6 Skywolf Fort elders who had been silent for a moment came back to their senses. One of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of killing intent. Now you should follow him. Finally, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. The guilt he felt towards Ta Mu in his heart had completely transformed into bone-deep hatred, hatred towards the 6 Skywolf Fort elders in front of him, hatred towards the entire Skywolf Fort. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. However, did he have the strength to do so now? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's face had turned incomparably pale. His fists were tightly clenched together, and his nails pierced into his palms. After a sharp pain, blood flowed out. However, he seemed to be unaware of all of this. I want strength. I want great strength. I want strength that can destroy them, destroy Skywolf Fort, and even destroy everything. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's desire for strength had almost reached the limit. The violet clothes on his body were swept by waves of strong winds, and they fluttered. His long hair that was already scattered behind him because of the broken band even fluttered with the wind and fluttered up, and the surroundings were suffused with layers of azure-colored strong winds. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. First, 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 4th level of the void interpretation stage. 2nd level intermediate wind concept. No wonder you were the first to leave the illusory crypt during the 2nd round of the selections. So it turns out that you've always concealed your cultivation. You're actually a 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist. A Skywolf Fort elder spoke with slight surprise. He wasn't present during the 3rd and 4th round of the selections, so he didn't know that Duan Lingtian had broken through later on, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian had concealed his cultivation. 4th level void interpretation stage at the age of 28. Even in the entire Cloud continent, such natural talent can be considered to be monstrous. What a pity! The Skywolf Fort elder that used the age-measuring pearl to test Duan Lingtian's age during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties felt pity for Duan Lingtian. I've killed many people in my lifetime, yet I've never killed a genius martial artist like you. Even if you die today, we won't forget you. The corners of a Skywolf Fort elder's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke indifferently. The material concept on the bodies of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders swept out, causing their clothes to flutter without any wind, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. As far as they were concerned, The violet-clothed young man before them was bound to become a ghost at their hands today. At the same time that Duan Lingtian ceaselessly shouted in his heart, he noticed that the spatial ring on his hand had started trembling. With a command in his mind, Duan Lingtian noticed that the devil seal tablet within the storage space within his spatial ring had become restless, and it was even more disobedient than before. When Duan Lingtian's mind touched the devil seal tablet, his soul throbbed, and it was as if a voice that was filled with temptation was saying to him, "Let me out." Chapter 837. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought it was a misconception. But after a few times, he realized that all of this wasn't a misconception. Boundless strength? How boundless is it? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, who'd already become slightly mentally unstable because of Ta Mu's death and the waves of soundless shouts behind him, had a moment of thought, and he took out the devil seal tablet as if he was possessed. The devil seal tablet appeared before Duan Lingtian and floated there. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the current devil seal tablet was extremely different when compared to before, and there were strands of black mist on it that coiled around the entire devil seal tablet. Moreover, when this black mist touched the devil seal tablet, it actually strangely transformed into a black liquid that flowed on the ancient characters that Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize on the devil seal tablet, and it seemed to have formed numerous small streams. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the devil seal tablet that floated in midair, and for some unknown reason, he actually stretched out his hand and even pressed it on the devil seal tablet. The devil seal tablet was icy cold to the touch, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but shudder, and his body started to lightly tremble. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the black liquid that flowed on the devil seal tablet actually flowed along his fingers into his hand when he pressed his hand on it. After the clearly visible black liquid flowed into his fingers, it spread to the center of his palm, the back of his palm, and then followed along his arm all the way up. Icy cold and bone-piercing coldness filled Duan Lingtian's entire arm, causing him to completely sober up, and his face went ghastly pale. Shit! Presently, Duan Lingtian didn't have the bewilderment from before, and at this instant, he noticed that his arm that was in contact with the devil seal tablet wasn't under his control. It was as if someone had seized control of it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold energy flow along the meridians on his shoulder and enter his internal organs, and at the same time, it flowed along his neck and head, directly into his soul. What exactly happened? This was Duan Lingtian's last thought before he lost consciousness. In the distance, the 6 Skywolf Fort elders who had surrounded Duan Lingtian and made it impossible for Duan Lingtian to escape were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly take out a broken stone tablet. When they saw the black mist emitting from the broken stone tablet and even turning into a black liquid, they were dumbfounded. They saw the complex and indecipherable words engraved on the stone tablet. What is this? It was only when they saw Duan Lingtian's hand pressing on the stone tablet and the black liquid flowing from the words on the stone tablet fusing into Duan Lingtian's body that they began to wake up. When they woke up, Duan Lingtian's eyes, which had suddenly lit up, dimmed again. After it dimmed, a thick scarlet color suddenly appeared. His scarlet eyes were incomparably deep, like the boundless starry sky. They contained a strange magic that made people feel as if they were about to sink into them at first glance. The 6 Skywolf Fort elders' expressions changed drastically when they saw the captivating scarlet eyes. They faintly realized that Duan Lingtian's body might have undergone some changes. This change made them feel a little scared. His hair! Suddenly, one of the Skywolf Fort elders exclaimed. The other 5 Skywolf Fort elders looked over when they heard the exclamation. Only then did they realize that when Duan Lingtian's eyes became scarlet and deep, his long black hair that fluttered in the wind also underwent an earth-shattering change in an instant. His long black hair turned into a devilish purple in an instant. Every time his long hair fluttered, it looked like a purple python swinging its tail. Who can tell me what the F*CK is going on? This was the thought in the minds of every Skywolf Fort elder. Slept. Right at this moment, a sound rang out and startled the 6 Skywolf Fort elders. They saw Duan Lingtian, whose eyes had turned scarlet, and whose devilish purple hair fluttered in the wind, grabbing the broken stone tablet in his hand. At the same time, wisps of black mist were emitted from Duan Lingtian's body and the broken stone tablet. They were filled with traces of an indescribably terrifying aura. The 6 Skywolf Fort elders felt a chill in their hearts when they sensed this aura from afar. "Kill him!" One of the Skywolf Fort elders shouted out in shock as if he wanted to use this to suppress the terror in his heart, and after he shouted out in shock, a grade 3 spirit weapon appeared out of thin air in his hand as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Above the void, the heaven and earth phenomenon suddenly appeared and transformed into hundreds of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They rushed out and bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Bush, bush, bush. The other 5 Skywolf Fort elders had heavy expressions, and they didn't dare dally as they attacked with their full strength. The changes that occurred to Duan Lingtian caused them to feel terrified and uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. At that instant, they felt that Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a completely different person. The current Duan Lingtian brought too much pressure to them. "Kill!" The 6 Skywolf Fort elders flashed towards Duan Lingtian from all directions, and the energy of the grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands was completely released as they shot towards Duan Lingtian. Above the void, a few thousand ancient horned dragon silhouettes formed a circle and ceaselessly pounced towards the center area with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like rainbows. Lingtian. When the 6 Skywolf Fort elders made a move against Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao had arrived late and just happened to see the scene of Duan Lingtian being besieged by the 6 Skywolf Fort elders. Presently, he didn't even have the time to think about why Duan Lingtian's hair would become violet, why his eyes would become scarlet red, and what was with the broken stone tablet in his hand that emitted a terrifying aura. Bang, 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 bang. The weakest amongst the 6 Skywolf Fort elders was in existence at the 3rd level of the Void Transformation stage, and the strongest was even in existence at the 5th level of the Void Transformation stage. They attacked in unison and covered the heavens and the earth as their attacks swept towards Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian moved. He slowly raised the broken stone tablet in his hand and tossed it above his head, causing it to float in the sky above him. In the next moment, with the broken stone tablet as the center, a translucent black-colored light barrier descended down towards Duan Lingtian, and it enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body within it to form a layer of protective barrier. Right at this moment, the full force attacks of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders arrived. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous extremely terrifying forces that were even capable of annihilating a 6th-level Void Transformation stage expert swept out and descended onto the translucent black-colored light barrier that stretched out from the broken stone tablet. Waves of enormous bangs that were like thunderclaps sounded out as terrifying sounds of air exploding resounded out without end, and at the center of the energy explosion, numerous shapeless waves of air surged and swept out. Even Feng Wudao, who was 100 meters away, couldn't help but narrow his eyes from being struck by the waves of air. How could this be possible? Right when Feng Wudao's expression was unsightly and thought that Duan Lingtian had already been killed by the 6 Skywolf Fort elders, the scene that appeared before him caused him to be dumbstruck. In the distance, the 6 Skywolf Fort elders that formed an encirclement had already stopped attacking. If one looked carefully, one would notice that their bodies were trembling violently, and their eyes that stared ahead were wide open while disbelief covered their faces. It was as if they'd seen something terrifying. How could this be possible? This isn't real. Could it be that the stone tablet is what the Vice Fort Masters are looking for? The 6 Skywolf Fort elders were completely dumbstruck as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who was protected by the layer of translucent black-colored light barrier and was completely unharmed. In next to no time, their gazes simultaneously shot towards the broken stone tablet above Duan Lingtian. The light barrier that protected Duan Lingtian extended out from it. Duan Lingtian is nothing to worry about if we seize this stone tablet. A crazy thought arose in the heart of one of the Skywolf Fort elders, and then he flew out and flashed towards the broken stone tablet above Duan Lingtian with the intention of seizing it. Meanwhile, a flash appeared before the eyes of the other 5 Skywolf Fort elders, and they noticed that Duan Lingtian had instantly vanished on the spot and appeared at the side of the broken stone tablet when he appeared once more. Impossible! How could this be possible? The other 5 Skywolf Fort elders were dumbstruck as they gazed at their companion that was forcefully lifted up by Duan Lingtian like an eagle grabbing onto a chick and had his strength shaken off. Elder Ping is an existence at the 5th level of the Void Transformation stage. This Duan Lingtian actually subdued him so easily? How could this be possible? At this moment, the 5 Skywolf Fort elders couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. A clear and ear-piercing sound of bones breaking sounded out, and it was Duan Lingtian who stood at the side of the broken stone tablet that exerted strength in his hand and directly broke the neck of the Skywolf Fort elder in his hand. 5th level Void Transformation stage, dead. Monster. The other 5 Skywolf Fort elders shuddered and completely sobered up, and they roared as they scattered and fled in all directions. Now, they didn't dare have the thought of killing Duan Lingtian. What a joke! The strongest amongst them, Elder Ping, had been subdued by Duan Lingtian in a single move, and he'd even broken his neck and directly killed him. Even if they attacked, the outcome wouldn't be much different. At this moment, they only felt their scalps go numb, and they were unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Lingtian would possess such formidable strength after undergoing an unusual transformation. At the same time that they fled, they felt that the black-haired and black-eyed Duan Lingtian from before was so amiable. Gulp. Feng Wudao fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and muttered with an expression of disbelief. That was an existence at the 5th level of the Void Transformation stage. He was killed by that kid Lingtian in a single move? Is he really that kid Lingtian? Bewilderment had only just arisen in Feng Wudao's heart when he noticed that the distant Duan Lingtian had made a move. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a suction force that caused the airflow in the air to form a clearly visible vortex stretched out, and after it sucked the broken stone tablet into his hand, he vanished into thin air before Feng Wudao's eyes. Exactly, he vanished into thin air. So swift. Chapter 8:38. After all, even when he witnessed the battle between the Vice Sect Master of the Blade Sect, Sword 13, and the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort earlier, even though he wasn't able to see the flashing figures of the 3 of them clearly, he was still able to catch some of it. Yet now, he was utterly unable to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's figure. In the next moment, he saw that Duan Lingtian, who held the broken stone tablet and had fluttering violet hair, appear out of thin air by the side of a Skywolf Fort elder that was fleeing. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian slapped out with his other hand, causing a deep and terrifying black-colored energy to sweep out and descend onto the Skywolf Fort elder, instantly killing him. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian vanished on the spot. Bang, 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 bang. It was similarly a casual palm strike, yet the other 4 Skywolf Fort elders hadn't fled far before being caught up by him and easily killed. Duan Lingtian's attack was so swift that the roiling energy of heaven and earth in the horizon was completely unable to condense into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian killed the last Skywolf Fort elder, Feng Wudao, who'd heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Duan Lingtian and called out to him. Duan Lingtian vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Feng Wudao. Lingtian, how did you? Feng Wudao, who was just about to ask why Duan Lingtian would suddenly possess such a terrifying strength, stopped abruptly halfway through his words. Because Duan Lingtian was currently using a pair of bloody and deep eyes to stare at him, and it caused him to feel a wave of fear in his heart. It wasn't just that, Duan Lingtian's hand was even raised up high, and strands of deep black-colored energy coiled around it as it emitted an aura that caused terror to arise from the bottom of Feng Wudao's heart. Feng Wudao couldn't be more familiar with this movement of Duan Lingtian's. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian had struck out like this to kill those 5 Skywolf Fort elders. Lingtian, it's me. I'm Uncle Feng. When he saw Duan Lingtian seeming as if his palm would descend at any moment, Feng Wudao felt a wave of fear in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he couldn't help but speak out in panic. He had no doubt that once Duan Lingtian's palm landed, he would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao realized a problem as well. Duan Lingtian seemed to have lost his mind. Your eyes turned blood red, and your hair turned purple? Lingtian brat, what happened to you? Feng Wudao's heart was filled with confusion. Uncle Feng? Finally, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth with great difficulty and slowly spat out a few syllables. Moreover, the scarlet color in his eyes seemed to show signs of fading away. Right? I'm Uncle Feng, Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian reacting and gradually lowering his raised hand, causing the mysterious and terrifying black-colored energy to disperse along with this. At this moment, his back was already completely drenched in cold sweat. In his eyes, the current Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the few vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort added together. Uncle Feng. There was still slight confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he lightly shook his head as if he was recalling something, and the expression on his face seemed to be slightly painful. Lingtian brat, what's wrong with you? Feng Wudao noticed that something wasn't right with Duan Lingtian, and his face went slightly pale. In the end, his gaze descended onto the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. He had an extremely strange intuition that the changes that occurred in Duan Lingtian's body ought to be related to this stone tablet. Feng Wudao wasn't unfamiliar with this stone tablet. That day during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, Duan Lingtian had precisely used this stone tablet to counter Xianxia's secret technique. Today, during the 4th round of the selections, he'd even used this stone tablet to cause Xianxia to not even have the courage to enter the arena to battle him. When he thought up to here, Feng Wudao slowly stretched out his hand with the intention of taking away the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand as he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would return to normal without the stone tablet. But Feng Wudao had just stretched out his hand when he noticed an extremely gloomy and cold aura that instantly assaulted his face and enveloped his entire body within it. I have no ill intent. Feng Wudao hurriedly withdrew his hand when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression instantly change to stare coldly and indifferently at him. Only now did he realize that he shouldn't have done that. Because at this moment, the scarlet-red color in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even stronger, and the black-colored aura emitted from his body even caused the surrounding air to become gloomy and cold. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand as a terrifying black-colored energy coiled around his palm, and it seemed as if it would descend onto Feng Wudao at any moment. Feng Wudao's mind was tense as cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and his heart was filled with a perturbed feeling. He knew that his action of wanting to take the broken stone tablet earlier had already completely and utterly infuriated Duan Lingtian, who'd lost all reason. Uncle, right when Feng Wudao thought Duan Lingtian would strike down with his palm, he noticed that Duan Lingtian had once again spoken a few words, and this caused him to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Lingtian. Feng Wudao was just about to guide Duan Lingtian patiently to guide Duan Lingtian to recover his reason when he noticed Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air before his eyes and transformed into nothingness. Lingtian. Feng Wudao's face went grim as he hurriedly glanced towards the surroundings. In the end, he didn't notice Duan Lingtian's tracks, and he even didn't know which direction Duan Lingtian had gone. Shit. Lingtian has lost all reason now. And if he were to wander about randomly in the foreign lands, I'm afraid his life would be in danger. Feng Wudao had an anxious expression as he looked around for a while, yet he was at a loss for what to do. In the end, he could only search nearby, yet he didn't notice any trace of Duan Lingtian after searching for a long time, and he could only give up in the end. When dusk descended, Feng Wudao returned to the place where the elders of Skywolf Fort were killed, and only now did he notice that the group of people from the Blade sect had arrived. "Father!" Feng Tianwu moved over to greet Feng Wudao when she saw him. "Father, where did you go? What exactly happened here?" "Who killed these elders of Skywolf Fort? I even saw Ta Mu's corpse. Only elder brother Duan's whereabouts are unknown. Do you know where he went?" Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with anxiousness. She was most worried about the safety of Duan Lingtian and her father earlier, because she noticed that Ta Mu was dead, and the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort were dead as well. Now, when she saw her father was safe and sound, and she didn't see Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but be even more worried about the safety of Duan Lingtian. Feng Wudao glanced at the 7 corpses scattered on the plains when he heard this, and he was just about to speak when he noticed Sword 13, Saber 5, and the others had come over to greet him. "When I caught up, I noticed the corpses of Ta Mu and the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort. As for that kid Ling Tian, I didn't see him. I searched the surroundings for a while, yet I didn't notice any trace of him." Feng Wudao sighed as he spoke. As far as he was concerned, the incident from before was truly too strange. Especially the strength Duan Lingtian revealed after he underwent an unexpected transformation. It was absolutely a strength that surpassed the Void transformation stage, and it might even have attained the Martial Monarch stage. All of this seemed to be related to the mysterious broken stone tablet. Besides that, according to his guess, it was very likely that the reason the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had come for Duan Lingtian was for the sake of the broken stone tablet. Perhaps they'd found out about some things from Zishang. It was precisely because of this that Feng Wudao had decided to conceal everything he'd seen earlier after careful consideration. In this way, he would be able to better protect Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, once the secret of the mysterious stone tablet was exposed, even the Blade sect might be moved by it and do something bad to Duan Lingtian. "What?" Feng Tianwu was terrified to the point her beautiful face went pale when she heard this. "Why is it like this? Where could elder brother Duan have gone?" Su Li and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side with worried expressions as well. After hearing what Feng Wudao said, Jian Shisan sighed. "I went to look at those 7 corpses. Ta Mu ought to have been killed by the members of Skywolf Fort. As for the members of Skywolf Fort, they were all killed by the same expert. Based on the distance between the 6 corpses of Skywolf Fort and the marks on their corpses, that expert's speed was extremely swift, and it even far surpassed my speed." When he spoke up to hear, Jian Shisan took a deep breath before saying, "Moreover, the spatial rings on the corpses of those 6 Skywolf Fort elders are still there, and that expert obviously didn't take a fancy to their things. So, according to my estimations, it's extremely likely that a Martial Monarch stage expert made a move and killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort before taking away Duan Lingtian." Jian Shisan finished speaking in a single breath. Martial Monarch stage expert. As soon as Jian Shisan finished speaking, besides Saber 5 who was prepared since long ago, the pupils of everyone including Feng Wudao couldn't help but constrict, and they had astonished expressions. Feng Wudao was like this because he was shocked by Jian Shisan's deduction. He never imagined that Jian Shisan's thoughts were actually meticulous to such an extent that he was able to determine from the corpses of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders that it was a Martial Monarch stage expert that killed them. After Ling Tian underwent an unexpected change. That strength is indeed a strength that only a Martial Monarch stage expert possesses. But I keep having the feeling that exploding out with such a strength is extremely harmful to him and not the slightest benefit. When he thought of Duan Lingtian's appearance when he lost all reason, Feng Wudao's heart was filled with worry. Elder brother Duan was taken away by a Martial Monarch stage expert? After Feng Tianwu heard what Jian Shisan said, the worry on her face grew even deeper. Then what should we do now? How should we find that Martial Monarch stage expert and rescue elder brother Duan? Tianwu. Jian Shisan shook his head. "I feel that you're too concerned and confused. If Duan Lingtian was really taken away by a Martial Monarch stage expert, then he ought to be fine. Not only that, he might even obtain a great fortune. Yeah. Su Li deeply agreed with his master's words. If that martial monarch stage expert wants to harm Duan Lingtian, then Duan Lingtian's end would surely be the same as those 6 Skywolf Fort elders. Logically speaking, it's impossible for a martial monarch stage expert to make a move and kill those Skywolf Fort elders for no reason or rhyme. But since he made a move, it's most probably for the sake of rescuing Duan Lingtian. Chapter 839. Needless to say, Su Li's judgment was extremely convincing, and it caused Feng Tianwu's expression to gradually ease up. Yeah, Wu, that kid Ling Tian will surely be fine. As the saying goes, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great calamity. Feng Wudao said. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. Even though her emotions had calmed down, a wisp of worry still appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. When he saw this scene, Feng Wudao completely dispelled the thought of telling the truth to Feng Tianwu. Otherwise, his daughter would surely be even more worried. Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air, causing Feng Wudao to be unable to find a trace of him. In the end, he could only return to the Blade Sect with Sword 13 and the others. Vice Sect Master Sword, what about the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort? Feng Wudao asked curiously. When he first came to chase after Duan Lingtian, Ta Mu, and those elders of Skywolf Fort, Sword 13 and Saber 5 were in a horrifying battle with the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Both sides were evenly matched, and even if they fought for an entire day and night, the outcome might not be decided. They were in a deadlock with us for a period of time before leaving. Perhaps they thought that those elders of Skywolf Fort had already succeeded and returned. Sword 13 sneered. They probably never imagined even in their dreams that all the members of Skywolf Fort would be dead. This is called trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. They deserved it. Saber 5 cursed as well, and then he sighed. But it's a pity that Ta Mu, such a good seedling, was killed by the members of Skywolf Fort just like that. Let's go. After a short moment, Sword 13 sighed and led the group to continue on their way, and they headed towards the Blade Sect in the northeast. The veil of night gradually descended. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 figures came over from the southwest, and they passed through the sky to quickly arrive at the place Sword 13 and the others had stopped at in the evening. There are a few corpses there. The person in the lead amongst the 4 suddenly stopped moving before diving down. The other 3 followed closely behind him. Elder Ping? Looking at the old man whose neck was twisted and showed no signs of resistance, the old man wearing a green uniform had a gloomy expression. No wonder they didn't come back. They all died here. At this time, the other 3 people also dragged 5 corpses over. They were all killed in one strike. From the way their eyes were wide open, it was clear that they were extremely terrified before they died. They must have met an expert that they couldn't match. Judging from the distance between their corpses and the wounds on their bodies, the person who killed them is no ordinary figure. I'm afraid even the fort master doesn't have such strength. Soon, the 3 old men and 1 middle-aged man exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Martial Emperor. Immediately after, the 4 of them exclaimed in unison. These 4 people were the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort who had chased after the group from Blade Sect this afternoon and fought against Sword 13 and Saber 5. Meng Li, Ningken Yukong and Feng Wei. After they returned, they originally thought that the 6 elders that chased after Duan Lingtian had already returned, yet never had they imagined that they didn't return at all. It wasn't just that, they waited for a long time, yet didn't notice those 6 elders returning. Instantly, the 4 of them decided to come over and see if they could find any clues. The outcome was out of their expectations. The 6 elders of Skywolf Fort were suspected to have been killed by a martial emperor stage expert, and 5 of them were even pursued and killed in a single strike while fleeing for their lives. There are traces of blood there. Ningkan, I heard that the personal disciple you've just taken is a variant, and his innate ability is even more extraordinary. Properly foster him. His innate ability will be the trump card of our Skywolf Fort's young disciples after we enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Yes, senior brother. Ningkan replied respectfully, and a proud smile appeared on his face when he thought of his personal disciple. The four of them arrived hastily and left hastily. As for the corpses of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders, they utterly didn't pay any attention to them and casually tossed them onto the vast plains, allowing them to wait for the arrival of wild beasts and fierce beasts. In the sky above the Dark Han dynasty, swoosh, swoosh, 2 figures that were exceedingly swift flashed through the sky, and it wasn't long before they appeared in the sky above the Dark Han dynasty before stopping. Meanwhile, the owners of the 2 figures appeared. They were 2 young girls around the age of 15 or 16. One of the young girls wore yellow clothes and had a pair of eyes that were suffused with a strange sheen, and it was obvious with a single glance that she wasn't someone that could calm down. The other young girl wore green clothes and had a beautiful appearance, and it could be discerned that she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty when she grew up. Most importantly, the green-clothed young girl seemed to be extremely tranquil as she stood there, and she was like a painting. Compared to the yellow-clothed young girl that was raising her head to watch, they formed 2 extremes. Xuanai, this is the Dark Han dynasty you spoke of in the past? The green-clothed young girl spoke with a voice that was pleasant and gentle like an oriole. Yes, yes. The yellow-clothed young girl nodded, and then she held the green-clothed young girl's hand before swooping down hastily. I heard Big Brother Ling Tian say that he seems to be going to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I wonder if it has ended. It has already been a few years, it ought to have ended, right? Even though the green-clothed young girl was pulled down from the sky by the yellow-clothed young girl, she still maintained a tranquil and ladylike bearing as she lightly parted her jade lips and exhaled. Wouldn't we know if we ask someone? The yellow-clothed young girl spoke. Xuanai, I think. We should return earlier. If my father finds out that I ran away from home with you and snuck out, he'll surely be furious. The green-clothed young girl spoke with slight worry. What are you afraid of? The yellow-clothed young girl spoke forthrightly. At that time, if Uncle Mu dares say anything about you, then I'll burn his hair. Speaking of which, Uncle Mu is rather handsome when he doesn't have hair. Don't. The green-clothed young girl laughed bitterly. Father's current hair is something he grew for a few years. If you do that again, then he'll probably be depressed again. As far as she was concerned, her father was a formidable figure at any rate, yet he just happened to be meek like a rabbit before her little companion. All right, aren't you annoying? If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have brought you along. The yellow-clothed young girl spoke with slight impatience. In next to no time, the 2 young girls entered the Dark Han dynasty's capital, and they went to the restaurant at the first possible moment to call the attendant over. Attendant, has the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended? The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai that had parted ways with Duan Ling Tian a few years ago, looked at the attendant and asked, Young miss, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties wasn't held in our Dark Han dynasty. According to my knowledge, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held a year after the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty ended, and it ought to have ended a few days ago. The attendant said, Then do you know where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held? Han Xuanai asked. Young miss, you must be joking. How would people like us know something like this? The attendant laughed bitterly. Young miss, do you want to know where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held? Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded out, and a young man in embroidered clothes arrived before the table Han Xuanai was at under the escort of 2 servants. What? You know? Han Xuanai sized the young man up from top to bottom for a moment and asked with slight suspicion. Of course. The young man in embroidered clothes raised his head with an arrogant expression, and then he looked at the nearby attendant and said, Attendant, tell this young miss who this young master is. Chapter 840. Xiang. Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and then she couldn't help but mutter. Why does it sound like a woman's name? A man taking a woman's name is truly shameful. The young man in embroidered clothes, the Yi clan's second young master, Xiang's face sank slightly when he heard Han Xuanai. His feminine name had always been a pain in his heart, and it was also his taboo, and no one dared to speak of it in front of him. My big brother Ling Tian's name is still better, that's the name a man should have. After muttering to herself for a while, Han Xuanai smiled. Big brother Ling Tian? The attendant couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he heard Han Xuanai. Young miss, could it be that the full name of the big brother Ling Tian you spoke of is Duan Ling Tian? You know my big brother Ling Tian? Han Xuanai's eyes lit up when she heard the attendant, and then she asked. Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian is? How could I possibly know young master Ling Tian? I only had the fortune to see him from afar during the dynasty martial competition over a year ago. Young master Ling Tian was too impressive at that time, and in the end, he even obtained the honor of being the first in the dynasty martial competition of our Darkhan dynasty. The attendant smiled and said, Now, young master Ling Tian ought to be just like this young master Xiang's older brother, and he hasn't returned from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The first in the dynasty martial competition? Han Xuanai's eyes lit up as she chuckled. As expected of my big brother, Han Xuanai's older brother, truly formidable. That chamber pot? Oh wait, Xiang, what are you running for? You still haven't told me where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held. Swoosh. Han Xuanai vanished into thin air before the attendant's eyes before appearing once more to block the path of Xiang, who was just about to leave stealthily, and she asked angrily with her hands on her hips. Xiang's eyes flashed and he noticed that a figure had appeared, and he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Why are the people around this Duan Ling Tian so perverted? I can't afford to offend them, so why can't I avoid them? Xiang felt extremely bitter in his heart. Actually, when he first saw Han Xuanai and the other girl in green beside Han Xuanai, he harbored evil thoughts in his heart. He even wanted to trick them into going to the Yi clan residence. But when he heard Han Xuanai say that the Duan Ling Tian was her brother, the crooked thoughts in his heart disappeared. He did not dare to offend the Duan Ling Tian again. Even if he couldn't afford to provoke them, couldn't he just avoid them? But now, it seemed that even if he wanted to hide, it would not be easy. I heard from my brother that it's going to be held in the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That's all I know. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As Xiang spoke, he brought along the 2 servants and hurriedly ran out of the restaurant, running even faster than a rabbit. Northern desert? Ancient desert city? Han Xuanai muttered, and then her eyes lit up. I remember now. Qingnu and I went to that place. There seems to be a power called the Skydog Fort there, and the beard of their fort master is rather interesting. I pulled it out the last time. A few years have passed, so it ought to have grown out, right? As Han Xuanai spoke, she held the hand of the green-clothed young girl and ran out of the restaurant. Shui, let's go. I'll bring you to find a very interesting person, and we'll go play the game of pulling out his beard. The green-clothed young girl was the companion that Han Xuanai had played with since she was young, and it was even to the extent that they cultivated the same cultivation technique, Mu Shui. The corners of Mu Shui's mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile when she heard Han Xuanai. At the same time, her heart was filled with pity towards the fort master of the Skydog Fort. Not a single person that was targeted by the little she-devil had a good ending. This was something that she deeply understood. The northern desert belonged to the southern border of the foreign lands, and it was adjacent to the 10 dynasties and occupied an area that was a few tens of times larger than the 10 dynasties. In the southern area of the northern desert, powers gathered together, and there were 4 great powers that reigned supreme. They were respectively Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. East of the northern desert, Driftcloud Town, Ye family's estate. In a quiet courtyard, there was a young girl around the age of 16 or 17 walking up and down. The young girl had a delicate appearance, and even though she couldn't be considered to be a peerless beauty, she was still a rare beauty. But the young girl's brows were tightly knit together at this moment. No. Even if I die, I won't marry him. The young girl gritted her teeth with a resolute expression. What's this place? Suddenly, a perplexed muttering sounded out from the room on the left of the courtyard, and the voice seemed to be slightly muddled. The young girl's eyes lit up when she heard this voice, and she hurriedly charged into the room. You're awake? The young girl looked at the purple-clad young man who was struggling to sit up on the bed, and her bright eyes shone with brilliance. She admired this man from the bottom of her heart for being able to stay in bed for more than half a month and still be alive. You are. Duan Lingtian shook his slightly drowsy head. His stiff body gave him an extremely unfamiliar feeling as though he needed to get used to it again. He looked at the young girl in front of him with a confused expression on his face. I'm Yi Xian. The young girl smiled and sighed softly. You really can sleep. You've been asleep for 18 days since the day I found you. 18 days? You said I've been unconscious for 18 days? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. At the same time, with just a thought, he discovered the Devil Seal tablet lying quietly in his spatial ring. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he took out the Devil Seal tablet that day. He still remembered that when he pressed his hand on the Devil Seal tablet, a strange energy suddenly gushed out from the Devil Seal tablet and fused into his arm. In the blink of an eye, he lost feeling in his arm. When he woke up, he felt a piercing pain in his soul, and then he completely lost consciousness. After he lost consciousness, he seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep, and he even had an extremely strange dream in this state. In that dream, his body was completely out of his control, and it had become violet-haired with blood-red eyes, and he looked like a peerless devil king. In the dream, he'd killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort, and he'd even seen Feng Wudao in the end. He still remembered. In the dream, he'd wanted to kill Feng Wudao many times, and it was he who'd used all his strength to stop Feng Wudao. As he stopped Feng Wudao, he once again lost consciousness. When he woke up, he noticed he was in this small room, and he even saw a young girl with a delicate and pretty appearance. Based on what the young girl said, it seemed like she'd saved him. Moreover, he'd slept for 18 days? Yes. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the young girl nod, and based on her expression, she obviously wasn't lying, and there seemed to be no need to lie. Can you tell me what happened when you met me? I don't even remember. Duan Lingtian shook his head that felt like it was about to split open, and he took a deep breath as he asked. The young girl nodded, and then she said, When I met you, you were lying in a field of reeds. I just happened to pass by and saw you, and I noticed you weren't dead, so I saved you. As she spoke up to hear, the young girl laughed lightly. Your figure can be considered to be well-proportioned, but I never imagined that you'd be rather heavy. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and then he asked, Where is this place? This is my home, the Ye family of Drift Cloud Town. The young girl spoke as she asked. Right? I've already told you my name, but you haven't told me yours. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian slightly opened his mouth and revealed a brilliant smile. Thank you for saving me. Duan Lingtian? Then I'll call you Elder Brother Duan, and you can call me Xiao Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Xian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Brother Duan, you've slept for 18 days, so you must be hungry, right? I'll prepare something for you to eat. Yi Xian said, and without waiting for Duan Lingtian's response, she hurriedly left the room and the small courtyard. What a kind-hearted girl. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he controlled his somewhat unaccustomed body, got off the bed, walked out of the room, and stretched his arms and legs in the small courtyard. What happened after that? How did I escape the clutches of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders? After feeling that he had adapted to his body again, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. And that strange dream. Everything in the dream, could it be real? Suddenly, this crazy thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind for no reason. After this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress, as if it was the truth. If that dream was real, then this devil seal tablet is too freakish, right? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he took out the devil seal tablet from his storage ring. The devil seal tablet was cold to the touch, and it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that it was connected to his own flesh and blood. Can you tell me if everything is real? Duan Lingtian looked at the devil seal tablet and asked. It was as if he was playing the lute to a cow. When he saw the devil seal tablet didn't move for a long time, Duan Lingtian put it away and muttered. Based on the current situation, it's very likely that everything is real. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to survive the siege of those 6 Skywolf Fort elders. The strength of the violet-haired and blood-red-eyed me in the dream was so strong that I felt it far surpassed senior. The senior Duan Lingtian spoke of was the vice sect master of the Blade sect, Sword 13, in existence at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Moreover, even if it was amongst the numerous 9th level Void Transformation stage martial artists, Sword 13's strength should at least be at the middle level or above. This could be seen from Sword 13's ability to go against the joint forces of the 9th level Void Transformation stage Vice Fort Master and 8th level Void Transformation stage Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The strength of the me in the dream was probably at the martial monarch stage or above, Duan Lingtian muttered as he recalled the extremely clear dream. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he recalled Ta Mu, who'd blocked the attack of the Skywolf Fort Elder for him and died before him. If everything in the dream was real, Ta Mu could be said to have saved him. Chapter 841. Elder Brother Duan, you haven't eaten for so long. Your body must not be able to take rice. So, I cooked a bowl of millet porridge for you. At this moment, Yi Xian returned and placed a plate with a bowl of hot porridge on the stone table in the courtyard as she spoke with a smile. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of the porridge and his appetite was aroused. After sitting down at the stone table, he began to eat the porridge. The porridge tasted very good. It was obvious that it was cooked with care. Xiao Xian, your culinary skills are not bad. Whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Duan Lingtian smiled. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when his words that carried a teasing tone entered into Yi Xian's ears, it instead caused the corners of Yi Xian's mouth to curl into a bitter smile. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian was startled. No. Yi Xian shook her head and forced a smile on her face as she changed the topic. Right, Elder Brother Duan, why did you appear in the reed field outside our drift cloud town? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. I don't know either. You don't know? Yi Xian was stunned. She could tell that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying. However, what exactly did a person experience to sleep for 18 days without any signs of injury or illness? Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, Xiao Xian, you said earlier that this is the Ye family in Drift Cloud Town? I wonder if you know where the Skywolf Fort is? Skywolf Fort? Yi Xian could not help but be shocked when she heard this. Elder Brother Duan, are you talking about the Skywolf Fort, one of the 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? The 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert. Duan Lingtian was startled. Then he asked curiously, the 4 major forces you mentioned, don't tell me it's the Skywolf Fort, the Blade sect, the Empyrean Temple, and the Emotion-Severing sect? That's right. Yi Xian nodded and then asked, Elder Brother Duan, why are you asking about the Skywolf Fort? The Skywolf Fort is located in the southernmost part of the Northern Desert. It's quite far from here. Where is this place? A premonition arose to Duan Lingtian to him. Drift Cloud Town is located to the east of the Northern Desert. Yi Xian said. The east of the Northern Desert? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was shocked in his heart. Why did I come to the east of the Northern Desert? It's probably a very long distance from here to the south of the northern desert, right? With my current strength, I'll definitely encounter danger if I head to the south of the northern desert and head to the Blade sect. Leaving alone is extremely risky. Duan Lingtun felt rather helpless when he thought about this. Looks like if I want to go to the Blade sect, I have to think of another way. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Miss. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Patriarch heard that the young master you saved has woken up. He wants you to bring the young master to see him. Father, what does he want to do? Yi Xian frowned. She seemed to be reluctant. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to be the daughter of the Ye family. Speaking of which, I've disturbed you and the Ye family for quite some time. Bring me to see the patriarch of the Ye family. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since Duan Lingtian had said so, Yi Xian naturally had no reason to refuse. She beckoned Duan Lingtian and headed to the Ye family's main hall. In the Ye family's main hall, the patriarch of the Ye family, Yi Ting, sat at the head of the table. Yi Ting was about 50 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a dignified aura between his brows. He had the dignity of a person in a high position. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged man's facial features were similar to Yi Ting's. However, there was a hint of gloominess and viciousness between his brows. It was obvious he was not an ordinary person. This person was the third elder of the Ye family, Yi Hui. He was also Yi Ting's half-brother. Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize Xiao Xian. Do you think the Shen family will let the matter rest if news of Xiao Xian, a virgin, bringing a man to her courtyard reaches the ears of the Shen family? Yi Hui said in a deep voice. Sigh. Yi Ting sighed. That girl, Xiao Xian, is just like her mother. She's kind-hearted and not scheming. Her actions this time were indeed thoughtless. However, I heard that the man had been lying in bed for 18 days and had just woken up today. I don't think anything will happen between him and Xiao Xian. Moreover, I believe that Xiao Xian won't do anything she shouldn't do. Yi Ting added. I'm willing to believe in Xiao Xian as well. However, if news of this spreads, what will the outsiders think of it? At that time, won't the Shen family tear our Ye family apart? Yi Hui's expression darkened as he spoke. So, big brother, when Xiao Xian brings that fellow here, I'll ask him to get lost. You mustn't help him. I know what to do. However, he's someone Xiao Xian brought back. No matter what, you have to give Xiao Xian some face. Yi Ting sighed. I understand. Yi Hui nodded. Duan Lingtian followed behind Yi Xian as they shuttled through the Ye family's estate and finally arrived at the Ye family's main hall. Duan Lingtian had just entered the main hall when he sensed two gazes locking onto him. One of the gazes was rather polite. The other gaze was not only sharp, but also unbridled. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened slightly. He raised his head and met the gaze of the owner of the gaze behind him. It was Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below the main hall. He was not afraid in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out and immediately detected the person's cultivation base. It was at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Father. After Yi Xian walked into the main hall, she bowed to Yi Ting who sat in the seat of honor. After that, she glanced indifferently at Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below. Second uncle. Oomph. Yi Hui snorted coldly. This snort was directed at both Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, you're becoming more and more impolite. Originally, I still didn't know what was going on. But now it seems like it's the people around you who are problematic. It's not a good habit to learn from the bad instead of the good. When you enter the Shen family in the future, won't people laugh at our Ye family for not having a good upbringing? Yi Hui glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian before he looked at Yi Xian and spoke sarcastically. Second uncle. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly as she looked at Yi Hui and said in a low voice, My friend shouldn't have offended you, right? What right do you have to speak to him? Also, I've already said that I won't marry that good-for-nothing from the Shen family. If you want to marry, then marry yourself. Yi Hui was so angry that his face turned ashen. He looked at Yi Ting and said, "Big brother, look. This is your good daughter." Xiao. Yi Ting frowned and scolded, "How can you speak to your second uncle like that?" "Second uncle?" Yi Xian laughed sarcastically and said, "I treat him as my second uncle, but does he treat me as his niece? In order to flatter the Shen family, in order to build a relationship with the Shen family, in order to benefit himself, he sold me out behind my back. I don't have a second uncle like him." As she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face was filled with determination. Yi Xian's hysterical words not only shocked Yi Ting and Yi Hui, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Was this still the gentle Xiao Xian? However, from Yi Xian's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the conflict between Yi Xian and her second uncle. No wonder Xiao Xian's expression didn't look right when I told her that whoever marries her will be blessed. It turns out that her second uncle set her up behind her back and forced her to marry that good-for-nothing. Duan Lingtian had always been meticulous, so it was easy for him to guess the ins and outs of the matter. "Big brother, it seems that Xiao Xian has a strong opinion of me. I really want to ask you to be the judge of this matter. Am I doing this for the sake of the big picture? A marriage alliance with the Shen family will only be beneficial to the Ye family." Yi Hui looked at Yi Ting and spoke slowly. "Xiao Xianyu." Just as Yi Ting was about to scold Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Ting and interrupted Yi Ting. "Duan Lingtian greets the head of the Ye family." Yi Hui snorted coldly and muttered to himself, "Don't you know that it's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking? How could Xiao Xian know this kind of trash?" Although Yi Hui wasn't talking to Duan Lingtian, he was obviously talking to Duan Lingtian. Trash? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he heard Yi Hui's words. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a little irritated. The origin energy in his body was also becoming restless. The thought of killing Yi Hui rose in his heart for no reason. Moreover, this thought grew stronger and stronger. It was as if it was constantly driving Duan Lingtian and trying to control Duan Lingtian's emotions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. After taking a deep breath, his restless emotions calmed down. At the same time, he was shocked. When did I become so easily angered? I feel like my emotions aren't under my control. It seems that the dream was real. My emotions must have been affected by the Devil Seal tombstone, and there are repercussions. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that in the dream, he seemed to only be left with bloodthirsty and ruthless emotions that completely suppressed his normal emotions. Therefore, he was almost certain that it was the repercussions of the Devil Seal tombstone giving him great strength after he killed everyone. I originally thought that with the Devil Seal tombstone, I would be able to use it to give me strength whenever I encounter danger in the future. I would be able to use the strength it gave me to clear away all obstacles. However, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. While the Devil Seal tombstone helped me, it also left a wound and flaw in my soul, causing my emotions to go out of control. Perhaps, if the dreamlike incident were to happen again, my emotions would go out of control. In the end, I wouldn't even be able to control myself, causing me to become a true devil. When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Chapter 842. The Devil Seal tombstone is too terrifying. If possible, it's best if I don't use the power within it in the future. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he recalled the words Yi Xian's second uncle, Yi Hui, had said to himself. He could not help but smile faintly. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Hui, who was as angry as a little tigress and was about to attack Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, if someone is willing to risk the happiness of his family for his own selfish desires, don't you think he's worse than a dog or a pig? Of course. Yi Xian, who was about to explode when she heard Yi Hui's words, smiled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, she secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Enough. Finally, Yi Ting could not bear to watch any longer. Both of you, stop talking. You're the young man Xianxia saved, right? Yi Ting asked indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are you all right now? Yi Ting asked again. Duan Lingtian responded again. Since you're all right, take these 10 low-grade origin stones and return to where you came from. Yi Ting said indifferently. At the same time, he raised his hand and casually tossed 10 low-grade origin stones at Duan Lingtian's feet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This seemed to be an insult to him and trampling on his dignity, right? Father, what's the meaning of this? Yi Xian's expression changed when she saw this scene. She said angrily, Elder brother Duan is my friend. You insulting him is equivalent to insulting me. Hurry up and apologize to him. Yi Ting's expression darkened when he saw his daughter standing up for someone else. Ask him to apologize? Was it possible? Yi Hui sneered, then glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian and said, Big brother, I think this kid thinks it's too little. 10 low-grade primordial stones, that's quite a lot. Yi Ting didn't take it to heart and said indifferently, Our Ye family doesn't owe him anything, but he owes our Ye family. Ye family head, that's not right. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said faintly, Even if I owe someone, it's Xianxia. What does it have to do with your Ye family? Xianxia is a member of the Ye family. Since you owe Xianxia, you owe the Ye family as well. Yi Ting looked disdainfully at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Ha! Duan Lingtian laughed heartily when he heard this. His laughter was wanton and free, and it filled the entire Ye family hall. What are you laughing at? Yi Ting said in a low voice. Am I wrong? Ye family head, do you still know that Xianxia is a member of the Ye family? You didn't even discuss your marriage with her before deciding it with an outsider. You acted first and reported later. Do you think that Xianxia is a member of the Ye family? Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said coldly, Perhaps, in your eyes, Xianxia is just a tool for the marriage between the Ye family and the Shen family. Yi Ting's expression turned ugly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Yi Xian, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was excited to the point she clenched her fists tightly, as what Duan Lingtian said had spoken out the thoughts in her heart, and it resonated with her. Brat, the Ye family's matters are none of your business. Yi Hui stood up from his seat and glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he shouted in a stern voice. What? Didn't you just say that I owe the Ye family a favor? Now you're trying to cut ties with me? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. The Ye family doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Yi Ting stood up from the seat at the head as well, and the origin energy on his body flashed like flames as his gaze that was like a blade flashed towards Duan Lingtian as he shouted out coldly. Father, what are you doing? Elder brother Duan is my friend. If you ask him to get lost, I'll get lost with him. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the Shen family. Yi Xian took a step forward. Although she wasn't tall, she stood in front of Duan Lingtian and spread out her arms to protect him. She was afraid that Yi Ting would attack Duan Lingtian. Xianxia, get out of the way. Yi Ting's expression turned even uglier when he saw that his daughter was standing with an outsider. Yi Xian was young, but she had an unyielding character. She ignored Yi Ting. If you don't get out of the way, I won't acknowledge you as my daughter. Yi Ting roared in a deep voice under his extreme rage. Yi Xian's face turned as white as a sheet when she heard this. She looked as if she had lost her soul. She muttered to herself, It's changed, everything has changed. The father who loved me so dearly will never come back. The father who promised my mother before she died that he would let me live happily for the rest of my life is no longer around. The father who would never yell at me is no longer around. Duan Lingtian sighed. Every family had its own difficulties. This saying was indeed true. At this moment, he could feel Yi Xian's disappointment, but he didn't know how to comfort her. However, he secretly made a decision in his heart. He had to help this kind-hearted girl get through this difficult time. Xianxia. Yi Ting sighed when he heard Yi Xian's muttering. Actually, the Shen family's young master is not bad, although he's usually a little too much of a hedonist and indulgent. However, he told me that he's just putting on a show and that he'll treat you sincerely. Father, let me ask you, do you believe his nonsense? Yi Xian sneered. In Drifting Cloud Town, as long as the family's daughter is pretty, which family hasn't been harmed by him? The number of girls who chose to commit suicide after being defiled by him is at least 80, if not 100, right? You want me to marry such a hedonist? Just because the Shen family can help the Ye family after the marriage, father, you want to push me into the fire pit? Yi Xian's rhetorical questions left Yi Ting speechless. He didn't know how to answer. Xiao Xian, you have to be sensible. You're a member of the Ye family, so you naturally have to think for the sake of the Ye family. Sacrificing you will allow our Ye family to rise to a higher level, and the Ye family will never forget you. The nearby Yi Hui interrupted. No matter how high a family rises by sacrificing a woman, it's unable to change the lowliness in its bones. It'll fall down again sooner or later. Duan Lingtian spoke with disdain. In his lifetime, he looked down upon people and powers that relied on women to seek benefits the most. Kid, you're courting death. Yi Hui was furious and couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious wild beast that directly pounced towards Duan Lington. Bang! He slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy skyrocketed before fusing with his material water concept and flashed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. The wind from his palm swept out and caused the airflow in the air to flash along with it, and it transformed into circle after circle of ripples that ceaselessly swept out towards the surroundings. Elder brother Duan, watch out. Yi Xian, who was originally immersed in her pain, inadvertently saw this scene and her expression changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with extreme anger towards her second uncle, Yi Hui. Yi Ting had the ability to stop her, yet he didn't make any move and watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. But in the next moment, he was unable to maintain his composure any longer, and his pupils instantly constricted. Slap. An enormous bang sounded out, and it was Duan Lingtian casually pushing out with his palm to forcefully receive Yi Hui's palm strike. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, but Yi Hui's expression instantly flushed red. You overestimate yourself. There's no enmity between us, yet you want to kill me just because I said a few words that I felt were right? Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze met his gaze as he asked in a low voice. Yi Hui held back a mouthful of blood, yet he wasn't willing to show weakness before Duan Lingtian, so he didn't spit it out, and it was naturally impossible for him to reply. What's the point of keeping your cultivation for a person like you? Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Stay your hand. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ting, who felt that something was amiss, realized what Duan Lingtian intended to do, and his expression turned grim. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Yi Ting flew out and pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. When Duan Lingtian had easily received Yi Hui's palm strike, Yi Xian was stunned, because she didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Her second uncle was an expert at the profound void stage. Even in the entire Drift Cloud town, he could be considered a top-notch existence. Before she could regain her senses, Yi Xian's expression changed once again. Because she saw her father pounce towards Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but worry about Duan Lingtian, because her father's strength was even greater than her second uncle's. Boom! Yi Ting's speed was very fast, but Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster. His other hand swept out, and under Yi Hui's panicked gaze, it fiercely landed on his dantian. In an instant, Yi Hui's dantian was shattered, and a vast amount of origin energy completely leaked out. Wah! With his cultivation crippled, the blood in Yi Hui's body surged, and he could no longer hold back the clotted blood in his mouth, and he spat it out in large mouthfuls. You're courting death. Yi Ting had finally arrived, and he who had a spirit sword in his hand shouted out explosively as he struck out with his sword like a bolt of lightning towards Duan Lingtian, who had his back towards him, aiming directly for Duan Lingtian's vital point. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike and take revenge for his younger brother that had his cultivation crippled. An ear-piercing sword whistle pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums in the blink of an eye, causing Duan Lingtian's brows to raise. Whirlwind. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian easily dodged Yi Ting's sword, and he stood far away as he stared coldly at Yi Ting. Yi Ting was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he similarly didn't take Yi Ting seriously. But when he thought about how Yi Ting was Xianxia's father, Duan Lingtian didn't make a move against him, and it could be considered to be giving face to Xianxia, and he really felt heartache for this kind-hearted girl. Big brother, help me take revenge. Help me take revenge. Yi Hui, whose cultivation had been crippled, held his dantian as he sat on the ground, and he didn't see the speed Duan Lingtian revealed as he roared in a low voice. Take revenge? A wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Yi Ting's mouth. How would he take revenge? The sword strike from before was his strongest sword strike, and it was also his fastest sword strike. It was just that sword strike that was close at hand and was about to succeed, yet it was easily dodged by Duan Lingtian. At that moment, only he knew clearly what he felt. Now, he could confirm one thing. Chapter 843. For you. Yi Ting looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bitter smile. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Yi Ting no longer dared to put on airs as the head of the Ye family. He knew that in front of a true expert he, as the head of the Ye family, was no different from an ant. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be easy. He would not be afraid just because he was the head of the Ye family. I'm Xiaoxian's friend. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Big brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill him quickly. Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he realized that Yi Ting did not make any moves against Duan Lingtian. Filkov, all you know is to kill. If he wanted to kill your big brother would have died several times over. Yi Ting was already nervous. When he heard Yi Hui's words, he immediately reprimanded him impatiently. What? Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard Yi Ting's words. He was already in great pain after his dantian was destroyed. Now that he was frightened, he fainted. Elder brother Duan. Yi Xian regained her senses. She realized that the purple-clothed youth she had saved was far more powerful than her second uncle and her father. In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed her second uncle's dantian. Then, at the critical moment, he had easily dodged her father's furious attack. Even her grandfather, the former head of the Ye family, could not compare to him. Xiaoxian, don't worry. I will help you solve your problem. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yi Xian and gave her a reassuring look. Yi Xian's heart warmed. Then, she looked at Yi Ting with a trace of pain in her eyes. Finally, she said, Elder brother Duan, can you let my father go? Silly girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. You don't think that big brother is a cold-blooded demon, do you? When Yi Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but smile. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Yi Ting as he sneered, Ye family head, did you see that just now? Even if you want to sacrifice Xiaoxian, when you are in danger, she will be the first to stand up and plead for you. She won't ignore your life and death just because you want to sacrifice her. In her heart, you are her father, the father who gave birth to her and raised her. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in a resolute manner. Yi Ting smiled bitterly, then put away his sword and sighed. Do you really think I want to sacrifice Xiaoxian? If there was any other way, even if I had to die, I wouldn't let Xiaoxian marry that beast. Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned by Yi Ting's sudden change. The current Yi Ting and the Yi Ting from before were like two different people. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Ting disdainfully. Just now, didn't you keep talking about how good the Shen family's hedonistic young master is in front of Xiaoxian? Why are you changing your words now? I was forced by the situation. I just wanted to convince little Xian. Yi Ting sighed, then looked lovingly at Yi Xian and slowly walked over. Yi Ting reached out his hand and gently stroked Yi Xian's head. He said gently, Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Dead. Yi Xian hadn't seen her father so gentle in a long time. Her eyes reddened as she threw herself into Yi Ting's arms. What happened? Soon, Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian found out the ins and outs of the matter from Yi Ting's mouth. It turned out that the whole thing was caused by Yi Hui alone. Yi Hui secretly agreed to the Shen family's request for a marriage alliance. He agreed to betroth Yi Xian to the hedonistic young master of the Shen family. As a result, he used the Shen family's connections to gain a lot of personal benefits. When Yi Ting found out about this, he flew into a rage. He personally went to the Shen family and wanted to break off the engagement. But how could the Shen family be willing to do so? The Shen family spread word that if the Ye family didn't fulfill their promise, the Shen family would declare war on the Ye family and make the Ye family completely vanish from Drift Cloud Town and become history. The strongest person in our Ye family is my father, who rarely leaves the house, but he's only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. After this incident happened, what I was most worried about was my father finding out about it. Once he finds out, he'll surely kill second brother with his own hands. When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting glanced at Yi Hui, who'd fainted. Moreover, with my father's temper, he'll surely stop at nothing and fight the Shen family until the end for Xianxia. But once the matter develops to that extent, the Ye family will be finished. The Shen family is too strong. They have 2 martial artists at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage alone. Moreover, the supreme elder of the Shen family is even in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Our Ye family going against the Shen family is no different than striking a rock with an egg. Yi Ting closed his eyes with slight pain, and he continued after a short while. So, for the sake of the entire Ye family, I made a painful choice to unite with the Shen family by marriage and make Xiaoxian submit. For this reason, I didn't hesitate to destroy the relationship between Xiaoxian and I with my own hands, and I betrayed the promise I made to my late wife. Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. Father has let you down. As he finished speaking, Yi Ting's tears flowed down his face, and he had an apologetic expression. Father! Yi Xian tightly embraced her father as 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her face, and she muttered, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I always thought that you didn't love Xiaoxian anymore. Xiaoxian is in so much pain, really in so much pain." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the pair of father and daughter before him. Looks like he'd misunderstood Yi Ting as well. Yi Ting was a good father, but at the same time, he was also the patriarch of the Yi family, and there were many things he had to consider. Ye family patriarch. When he saw Yi Ting and Yi Xian separate, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Yi Ting as he asked in a low voice. You said earlier that the strongest person in the Shen family is a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist? Yes. Yi Ting nodded, and at the same time, his eyes lit up. Brother Duan, could it be that you? Yeah, family patriarch, I'll make a trip to the Shen family with you. Duan Lingtian interrupted Yi Ting, and then he walked out of the Ye family audience hall with large strides. When he arrived before the entrance, he didn't forget to turn around and look at Yi Xian. Xiaoxian, elder brother Duan will solve this problem for you today. Elder brother Duan, are you really confident? When it was transmitted, it exploded above the Shen family's mansion like a clap of thunder. Unsurprisingly, it alarmed the entire Shen family. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He couldn't help but give Yi Ting a thumbs up. He said in a daze, "Head of the Ye family, it seems that I have underestimated you." He originally wanted to teach Yi Ting how to do this, but who knew that Yi Ting would do it without a teacher? Furthermore, he did it better than he expected. It's the Ye family. The Ye family is here to break off the engagement. The entire Shen family's mansion was in an uproar because of Yi Ting's thunderous voice that contained elemental energy. Furthermore, Yi Ting's words were not only heard by the Shen family, but also by the people near the Shen family's mansion. What does the Ye family want to do? Is the Ye family trying to challenge the authority of the Shun family? I think the Ye family doesn't want to live anymore. Around the Shun family's mansion, many people flew into the air and approached the Shun family's mansion. They were all here to watch the show. It's the head of the Ye family, Yi Ting. Soon, someone recognized Yi Ting, who was flying above the Shun family's mansion. Who is the person beside Yi Ting? Chapter 844. I knew it. That voice sounded like the patriarch of the Ye family. Who would have thought that it really was him? Logically speaking, the patriarch of the Ye family shouldn't be such an impulsive person. But why would he provoke the Shun family today? I really can't understand him. Maybe it's because of the purple-clad young man next to him? That purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be from the Ye family. I've never seen him before. How could a young man who looks around 25 years old be able to help the Ye family fight against the Shun family? I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. More and more people gathered in the sky above the Shun family's mansion. They looked at Yi Ting and Duan Lingtian, who were not far away. At this moment, those who knew Yi Ting did not dare to go over and greet Yi Ting. They were all afraid that they would get into trouble. Yi Ting, how dare you? At this moment, the sky above the Shun family's mansion was filled with people. Within the Shun family's mansion, a man with a curly beard dressed in blue stepped into the air and spoke with a thunderous voice. After a while, the curly-bearded man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Yi Ting. He looked coldly at Yi Ting and said, Yi Ting, I think you really don't want to live anymore. It's the third elder of the Shun family, Shen Lei. It's said that Shen Lei is not only powerful, but he also has an extremely violent temper. He often kills people because of a disagreement. He's an out-and-out boorish man. Boorish men are not scary. The scariest thing is a boorish man who possesses strength that ordinary people can't reach. Soon after, someone recognized the curly-bearded man. For a moment, the onlookers were curious about how Yi Ting would deal with Shen Lei. Under the numerous gazes of anticipation, Yi Ting didn't even spare a glance at Shen Lei, and he didn't even intend to look at him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, he's called Shen Lei, and he's the third elder of the Shun family. His cultivation is similar to mine, and he's also at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He did not expect that a random person from the Shun family would be as powerful as Yi Ting, the head of the Ye family. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the Shun family was the #1 family in Driftcloud Town. This foundation was enough to put the other 3 families, including the Ye family, to shame. Yi Ting, looks like you've really eaten the guts of a leopard today. Shen Lei, who was disregarded by Yi Ting, tugged on the curly beard on his face due to his rage. His large eyes instantly stared wide open as he shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out to directly charge towards Yi Ting. Just a slight disagreement and he attacked. This was the Shun family's third elder, Shen Lei. For a moment, the surrounding onlookers sighed with emotion. I've heard of the Shun family's third elder's reputation since long ago. Now that I've seen it for myself, his temper is really as violent as the rumors say. Yi Ting, your grandpa Shen will let you know the consequences of provoking our Shun family today. Halfway through his dash, Shen Lei raised his hand and a large saber appeared in his hand. Subsequently, strands of violet lightning appeared and coiled around the large saber. The lightning saber struck out and pointed directly at Yi Ting, and it descended mercilessly towards Yi Ting. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. 77 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed out abruptly with an aggressive aura. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate lightning concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. This was Shen Lei's entire strength. On the other hand, Yi Ting, who was enveloped by the lightning saber, instead stood on the spot without the slightest movement, and his expression remained unchanged and seemed to be exceedingly calm. Could it be that Yi Ting has been scared silly? The surrounding onlookers were dumbstruck. In next to no time, they realized that Yi Ting wasn't scared silly, and it was instead because he knew that he would be fine. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man that stood by Yi Ting's side was already standing between Yi Ting and Shen Lei, and his speed was so swift that no one present saw it clearly. Subsequently, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Shen Lei's lightning saber with his bare hands, causing the surrounding onlookers to be dumbstruck once more. Only a single thought remained in their hearts. Has this young man gone mad? In next to no time, they realized that this young man wasn't mad, and they were thinking too much. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and actually really caught Shen Lei's saber strike that carried the might of lightning, and even Shen Lei himself was dumbstruck. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone saw that after the violet-clothed young man tossed the grade 4 spirit saber in Shen Lei's hand to the side, his palm descended onto Shen Lei and blasted Shen Lei flying. Ah! Shen Lei flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and his countenance that had become ghastly pale couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the way, and he flew for a while before standing still in a sorry state. Who are you? Shen Lei couldn't help but gasp, and he revealed a fearful expression as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky before dispersing. The violet-clothed young man before him had given him too great of a shock. Although he was unable to see the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when the violet-clothed young man attacked, based on the violet-clothed young man's ability to catch a saber strike that he struck out with full force with his bare hands, the violet-clothed young man was at least in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. I'm Yi Xian's big brother. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently when faced with Shen Lei's question. Yi Xian? Shen Lei frowned, and then he seemed to have thought of something and came to a sudden understanding. I remember now, Yi Xian is Yi Ting's daughter, and she's also the marriage partner between the Ye family and our Shen family. But, when did the Ye family have someone like you? Shen Lei asked in a low voice. I'm not a member of the Ye family. Duan Lingtian said, I came to the Shen family this time only to help Yi Xian break off the engagement. Your Shen family agrees to break off the engagement and promise not to vent your anger on the Ye family, and everyone will be happy. Otherwise what? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by a loud and dignified voice. Subsequently, a sturdy figure soared into the sky and arrived beside Shen Lei. Third Elder, are you all right? Clan Leader. When he saw the person who had arrived, even someone as hot-tempered as Shen Lei bowed respectfully. But this young man isn't simple. He's at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage since he's able to receive my full force attack with his bare hands. Duan Lingtian examined the person who interrupted him. It was a sturdy middle-aged man, and his body faintly revealed the aura of a superior. Coupled with the way Shen Lei greeted him, his identity was obvious. It was the Shen family's clan leader, Shen Dong. Duan Lingtian learned from Yi Ting that Shen Dong was one of the 2 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists in the Shen family on the way to the Shen family's mansion after leaving the Ye family's mansion. He received your full force attack with his bare hands? Shen Dong's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had just arrived, so he did not see the scene when Duan Lingtian received Shen Lei's blade with his bare hands. Although he knew he could also receive Shen Lei's full force attack with his bare hands, it would be a little difficult for him. May I know where you're from, little brother? Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a hint of dread. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man before him must have an extraordinary background since he already had a cultivation base at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. He might even be someone from one of the major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. You might not know my background even if I tell you, so I won't say it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Even if he said he was from the Dark Han dynasty, there would probably be no one in Drift Cloud Town that would know. Little brother really wants to stand up for the Ye family? Shen Dong frowned and asked with a low voice. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Little brother, do you know that if our Shen family were to back down after what you did today, we might become the laughingstock of the entire Drift Cloud town? Our Shen family can't afford to lose face like this. Shen Dong said. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded once more and said indifferently, but if someone defeats the 3 strongest members of your Shen family, then even if your Shen family backs down today, no one would laugh at you. Looks like little brother is extremely confident of your strength. Shen Dong started laughing from extreme anger. You're too kind. Duan Ling Tian replied without going red in the slightest. Since it's like this, then I, Shen Dong, will properly experience little brother's ability today. If you're able to defeat me, then I'll ask our Shen family's supreme elder to battle you. If you're able to defeat him, then the engagement between the Shen family and Ye family will be cancelled, and the Shen family won't look for trouble with the Ye family in the future. Chen Dong spoke in a magnanimous manner. Since Monarch Shen is so straightforward, then I'll experience it. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He never imagined that Shen Dong would be so straightforward, and for a time, he had a rather good impression of Shen Dong. As expected of the patriarch of the #1 clan in Drift Cloud Town, the Shen family. Little brother, please. Shen Dong nodded, and then he raised his hand, causing a 7-foot-long spear to appear in his hand. Instantly, origin energy coiled around the body of the spear before transforming into strands of gray and hazy energy. Spear concept? Duan Ling Tian was greatly shocked, as it was the first time he'd seen someone that had comprehended intermediate spear concept. Spear concept belonged to an unorthodox concept, and it was much more difficult to comprehend than ordinary concepts. In the sky above Shen Dong, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the end. 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and they were lifelike as they accumulated force while waiting to attack. 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 4th level Intermediate Spear Concept. Grade 3 Spirit Spear. Monarch Shin, you're the first person I've seen that has comprehended spear concept to such a level. Not to mention anything else. Just this alone is enough for me to admire you. Duan Ling Tian spoke with a sincere expression. Shen Dong stood ramrod straight with his spear in hand, and he laughed heartily. Being able to be praised by such an outstanding young expert like little brother, I Shen Dong, can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right when Duan Ling Tian and Shen Dong were in confrontation, numerous figures soared into the sky from within the Shen clan estate to converge with Shen Lei. It was precisely the group of Shen clan elders and Shen clan disciples. In next to no time, they found out about everything that had occurred earlier from Shen Lei, and they couldn't help but be moved. Numerous gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. It was this young man that looked to be around the age of 25 that barehandedly received the full force slash of their Shen clan's 3rd elder, Shen Lei. Chapter 845. It's this kid who wants to help the Ye family break off the engagement? A young man in embroidered clothes looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was confronting Shen Dong with a gloomy expression, and asked in a deep voice, "Is he even worthy of fighting my father?" This young man in embroidered clothes was precisely the man of the engagement between the Shen family and the Ye family. He was the Shen family's 2nd young master, Shen, and 2nd young master, you mustn't underestimate him. Shen Lei frowned. He had never liked this good-for-nothing rich kid, Shenan, but when he heard Shen and looking down on Duan Ling Tian in his words, he felt slightly uncomfortable. After all, even he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Wasn't Shen and belittling him by saying this? 3rd elder, I think you're old and useless. Shen and glanced at Shen Lei and mocked. His words were without the slightest fear of this Shen family's 3rd elder who was famous for his bad temper. Shen Lei's face sank, but he could not do anything to Shannon. In this lifetime, he had always done things his own way and was indifferent to life and death. Even if it was the Shen family's supreme elder who was in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, he was similarly not afraid. However, because he owed the patriarch of the Shen family, Shindong, his life when he was young, it caused him to completely lose his temper before Shindong and even Shindong's relatives. Shen, and the Shen family's second young master, was Shindong's youngest son. Out of consideration for Shindong saving his life all those years ago, he would never lose his temper before Chen and the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtan muttered to himself as he looked at the phenomenon of heaven and earth above Shindong's head. Unknowingly, a sword had already appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a terrifying aura. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Next, with a command in his heart, the origin energy and second-level intermediate wind concept in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared at almost the exact same moment before fusing into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword as if it was crushing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. In the next moment, 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed when the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword activated the heaven and earth energy. Under Duan Lingtian's deliberate control, all of the ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the same time. For this reason, nobody noticed anything unusual. Nobody noticed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand and 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head as he confronted Shindong, who stood with his spear horizontally and 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. Even though Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Shindong in an instant by relying on his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. But Shindong's magnanimity from before caused Duan Lingtian to have a rather good impression of him. So he decided to use this method to battle Shindong and display his respect to Shindong. Even though it would be slightly difficult to obtain victory like this, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it. Moreover, using a strength that was similar to Shindong to battle Duan Lingtian could temper him to a certain extent. Unless Shindong utilizes other concepts. Otherwise, I'll at most utilize first-level elementary sword concept to execute the 9 dragons radiant flash, and I'll absolutely not utilize lightning concept or earth concept. Once first-level elementary sword concept was utilized, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. In this way, when Duan Lingtian attacked, it would similarly be comparable to the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons, and it was comparable to Shindong. Even if Shindong was slightly superior, he would only possess the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths more. That bit of difference could be completely disregarded. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand faintly emitted strands of fierce aura. At the same time, an ancient horned dragon silhouette silently appeared in an inconspicuous corner in the sky above him. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons was accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Little brother, you're young and capable. Shindong admires you. Today, no matter the outcome, Shindong wants to invite you to my Shen family for a drink. Shindong, who stood with his spear horizontally, spoke in a clear voice, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. Thank you, Monarch Shen. Duan Lingtian, who stood with his sword in hand, smiled as he nodded. Monarch Shen is really magnanimous. Duan Lingtian has already come to provoke him, yet he actually still wants to invite Duan Lingtian to drink. As expected of the patriarch of the Shen family. With such magnanimity, it's no wonder that the Shen family is the #1 clan in our Drift Cloud town. The #1 clan in Drift Cloud town. Merely this magnanimity of Monarch Shen's is worthy of his reputation. The surrounding crowd of spectators nodded successively, and their words were filled with admiration towards Shindong. Little brother, watch out. Suddenly, Shindong shouted out explosively. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd already dashed out with a speed so swift that only numerous clearly visible afterimages were left behind. Swoosh! A wave of terrifying piercing howls sounded out at practically the exact same moment. It was Shindong who'd instantly arrived before Duan Lingtian and abruptly swung out the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. Everywhere the long spear passed, it was like a WM leaving its cave, and it gave rise to a wave of deafening explosions. Everywhere the dragon head passed, it even fiercely collided with Duan Lingtian. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons was completely unleashed. 9 dragons' radiant flash. At the instant Shindong finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already moved. He didn't choose to dodge because it was impossible for his speed to be faster than the spear in Shindong's hand. It was even to the extent that even if Shindong utilized his movement technique, it was still far from something he could compare to. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him now mainly relied on the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, and even though his cultivation was similar to Shindong and was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage as well, but his comprehension of concept was far inferior to Shindong. The speed of his movement technique relied on origin energy and concept. Due to the gap in their concepts, the speed he revealed when he executed his movement technique was bound to be far inferior to Shindong. Under this circumstance, he could only utilize his advantage. Quasi-royal grade spirit sword. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and stabbed out with his sword. A vast and enormous force gushed out from the sword and finally transformed into 3 divine dragons. 2 completely material divine dragons, and 1 divine dragon that looked extremely illusory. In an instant, the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons flashed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7-foot-long spear that Shindong pierced towards him had actually instantly slowed down, and this caused his heart to jerk. Could it be that Shindong noticed something? Bush, 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 bush. 4 extreme flashes shot out from the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons, and their target was Shindong. Their speed was so swift that it was shocking. Bush. At the critical moment, Shindong seemed to be able to predict the future. The 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook, and the tip of the spear flashed like a meteor. Bush, 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 bush. The 7-foot-long spear that contained the spear concept that seemed to be able to penetrate everything consecutively stabbed out 5 times in an extremely short period of time. Although the speed of these 5 spears was not as fast as the extreme flashes, they were still a step ahead and pierced towards the space that the extreme flashes were about to pass through. When the first spear stabbed into the space, it just so happened that the first extreme flashes just happened to pass by and collided with it, shattering it. The second spear shattered the second extreme flashes. The third spear, the third flashes. The fourth spear, the fourth flashes. The fifth spear, there was no longer any extreme flashes that could shatter it. It was like a drop of water falling on a calm lake, causing the airflow in the air to ripple like the surface of a lake, forming circles of ripples. What a powerful martial skill! Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and stood still after his attack failed. He looked at Shindong, who was standing proudly in the distance, with a look of surprise on his face. Of course, the powerful martial skill was one thing. The most important thing was Shindong's reaction speed. Although Shindong's martial skill was strong, it was still inferior to his 9 dragons radiant flash, by quite a bit. The reason why he was able to block the 4 extreme flashes of light shot out by the 9 dragons radiant flash was because of Shindong's terrifying reaction speed. 5 consecutive spears, the first 4 spears had shattered his 4 extreme flashes. Although the 5th spear missed, it was because there was nothing that could break it. Duan Lingtian believed that even if there were 5 extreme flashes at that time, it would be difficult for them to escape Shindong's 5th spear. It's the Shen family's Tian-level martial skill, 9 thunderbolt strikes. Soon, some of the onlookers could not help but exclaim. It is said that once the Shen family's 9 thunderbolt strikes is cultivated to the perfection realm, one can strike 9 times in an instant, 9 consecutive strikes. I also heard that in this 9 thunderbolt strikes, the first thunderbolt strike can only be regarded as a beginner, the 3 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a small success, the 5 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a great success, and the 9 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a great success. So, Xianxia Shin's 9 thunderbolt strikes has been cultivated to the great success realm. The onlookers were discussing animatedly. They were surprised by Shindong's attainments in the 9 thunderbolt strikes. Tian-level martial skills were powerful, but they were also very difficult to cultivate. Everyone was well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate to the mastery stage, and it was precisely because of this that they sincerely admired Shindong in their hearts. Humph! Look at his attack, it seems that it is not bad. But in the end, wasn't it easily resolved by my father? What a waste! Chen and looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shen Lei, who was beside him, twitched the corner of his mouth. Waste? This good-for-nothing dared to call that talented young man a waste? If Shen En was not Shindong's son, Shen Lei would have scolded him. Second young master, you called him a waste. Do you think you can beat him? Suddenly, an aged figure appeared silently by Chen An's side, and it was only when he spoke that Chen En and the other members of the Chen clan were jolted awake. Grand Supreme Elder. Looking at the old man with white hair and white eyebrows, the Shen family members bowed respectfully. Grand Supreme Elder. When Shen En saw the old man, his expression changed slightly. He quickly bowed his head. Seeing this, Shen Lei could not help but laugh. In such a large family, apart from clan leader Shindong and the eldest young master who had joined a powerful force, only the Grand Supreme Elder could control the second young master. Second young master, you haven't answered me. Do you think you can beat him? The Grand Supreme Elder asked Shen En again. His old face was very serious. Shen En smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was not a brainless person. That young man in purple who looked to be about the same age as him was obviously an expert on the same level as his father. Looking at the 6th extreme ray of light that swept over in an instant, the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Am I going to lose in the end? As he sighed in his heart, Shindong felt the 7-foot-long spear in his hand vibrate, and the vibration cracked the web between his thumb and index finger. He couldn't help but let go of the long spear in his hand. You won. Shindong grabbed the long spear with his other hand and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. He then asked, I really didn't expect that you would raise your martial arts technique to a new level. It was because Duan Ling Tian had raised his martial arts technique to a new level and displayed 6 extreme rays of light that he was defeated in one move. He was very clear about this point in his heart, but he was sincerely convinced. Thank you for letting me win. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly and casually put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword away. The 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head instantly disappeared. Xianxia Shen was defeated? This young man actually defeated Xianxia Shen? It seems like he had a breakthrough in his martial arts technique, and that's why he defeated Xianxia Shen in one move. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's victory shocked the spectators, including the Shen family's elders and Shen family's disciples. Impossible. How could father lose to him? Shen En kept shaking his head. He was in a daze and was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. Soon after, Shen En seemed to have recalled something and returned to his senses. He snorted coldly. So what if he defeated my father? My father's strength is inferior to the Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, this fellow helped the Ye family to provoke our Shen family. You must teach him a lesson. Shen En looked at the white-haired and white-browed old man nearby. He was the Shen family's Supreme Elder and said flatteringly. The Shen family's Supreme Elder snorted coldly. It was unknown if he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Shen En or Duan Ling Tian who was standing in the distance. The Shen family's clan leader has been defeated. According to the agreement between the Shen family's clan leader and Duan Lingtian, the Shen family's supreme elder will make a move. The Shen family's clan leader ought to go invite the Shen family's supreme elder now. Although that Duan Lingtian defeated the Shen family's clan leader, it was extremely difficult. The Shen family's supreme elder is in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, and his strength far surpasses the Shen family's clan leader. It's impossible for this Duan Lingtian to be a match for him. The Ye family will be unable to escape calamity in the end. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. Brother Lingtian, so long as you're able to defeat our Shen family's supreme elder, I'll keep my promise. But I have to remind you that the strength of our Shen family's supreme elder is far stronger than me. If he exerts his full strength, it's sufficient to defeat me in a single move. Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a serious expression. Arch Shen, since I've decided to help the Ye family, I'll naturally help them until the end. Ask your Shen family's supreme elder to come out. Duan Lingnan was magnanimous as he stood there proudly and fearlessly. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Shen Dong shook his head and sighed, yet he didn't say anything. Chapter 847. Sixth level of the void interpretation stage? Yi Ting stood at the side. At this moment, he seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere. At the same time, his face was completely gloomy. The Ye family is finished. Yi Ting's eyes were filled with sadness as he muttered to himself, I, Yi Ting, have let down the ancestors of the Ye family. Senior, can we begin? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man with a calm expression and asked, You know that our Supreme Elder is a 6th level void interpretation stage powerhouse, yet you still dare to make a move? You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. Shen En looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and mocked. Duan Lingtian glanced at Shen En indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the old man. Little fellow, your cultivation has already broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. Your innate talent is really rare. As long as you promise not to interfere in the matters of the Ye family, my Shen family will let bygones be bygones and even treat you as an honored guest. How about it? The old man asked with a calm tone. His tone was filled with the intention of cherishing talent. The old man's words shocked the surrounding crowd to the point they were in an uproar. Never had they imagined that the supreme elder of the Shen family would actually value Duan Lingtian so much. However, with a quick thought, they came to an understanding. Duan Lingtian's innate talent was indeed worthy of being valued by anyone. Senior, I'm used to seeing things through to the end. Duan Lingtian tactfully declined the old man's good intentions. Since it's like this, then accompany this old man to loosen up my bones. I haven't fought for many years. The old man twisted his neck, and the origin energy on his body rose up and caused the heaven and earth energy to surge. In a short moment, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. In the sky, 80 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Soon, the milky white origin energy on the old man's body changed and instantly transformed into a fiery red ocean that enveloped the old man. Raging flames shot up into the sky. In the sky, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed as another 60 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 5th level intermediate concept of fire. At some point in time, a giant hammer appeared in the old man's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the giant hammer was submerged in the sea of fire and burned brightly. Another 55 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification effect of the giant hammer that was a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was ready to be unleashed. When the old man attacked with his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Duan Lingtian, there was a total of 44 ancient horned dragon strength. They were not on the same level at all. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian's defeat was a foregone conclusion. This was also the thought in the hearts of the onlookers. It's over, it's over. Yi Ting looked at the scene in front of him and was completely disheartened. If not for the many pairs of eyes watching him, he would have secretly run away. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would probably be defeated in a single move when encountering the supreme elder of the Shen family. When Duan Lingtian was defeated, it would be the time when the Ye family was doomed. Senior, please. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood with his hands behind his back. Not only did he not circulate his origin energy and concept to accumulate strength, he did not even take out his spirit weapon. Little fellow, looks like you don't take this old fellow seriously. Today, let this old fellow teach you proper manners. When he saw Duan Lingtian acting so casually, the old man naturally believed that Duan Lingtian was looking down on him. He instantly shouted in a low voice and moved, his figure vanishing into the air. Of course, he did not truly vanish, but his speed was too fast. It was so fast that most of the people present could not catch a trace of the old man's figure. Although most people could not catch a trace of the old man's figure, it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not. Besides the old man, Duan Lingtian and the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, had the highest cultivation. Although the old man's speed was fast, they could still clearly catch a glimpse of it. 1,000 illusions. Without any hesitation, a dim light flickered in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His vast spiritual energy pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul and executed his exclusive soul skill. His spiritual force swept out through the soul brand to construct an illusory space that enveloped down with Duan Lingtian at the center. All of this was naturally invisible to the onlookers. The surrounding crowd only saw the supreme elder of the Shen family appear in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye and raise the enormous hammer that was coiled with blazing flames above his head. Looks like Duan Lingtian has given up on resisting. He's courting death. The surrounding crowd shook their heads. When they saw that Duan Lingtian had not utilized his origin energy or concept until now, they only thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. However, in the next moment, their pupils could not help but constrict. They were shocked to see that after the supreme elder of the Shen family raised the enormous hammer that was coiled with blazing flames above his head, he actually did not smash it down towards Duan Lingtian. The supreme elder of the Shen family's enormous hammer did descend, but it smashed towards the space not far away from Duan Lingtian. The hammer that contained the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons shook the air to the point the airflow in the air swiftly compressed together. Bang! Finally, the airflow exploded, and a deafening sound of air exploding resounded out. Some of the surrounding people with comparatively lower cultivations were shaken by this sound of air exploding to the point they bled from all 7 apertures and could not help but let out shrill cries. Along with the sound of air exploding out, a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions and set off a wave of scorching heat. The clothes of some people that were closer to the explosion even started to burn. My clothes are on fire. Who has comprehended water concept? Help me put out the fire quickly. My legs have been burned to the point I can't feel them. It's almost reaching my family jewels. Ugh. Help! Help! For a time, the surrounding people whose clothes were on fire screamed out shrilly. Whoosh! Before the crowd could even react, the enormous hammer in the hand of the Shen family's supreme elder descended once again. This time, he turned around and smashed towards the space on the other side. Run quickly! The supreme elder of the Shen family has gone mad. Run quickly! Instantly, the surrounding people fled one after another, leaving behind a large empty space for a time. Bang! The enormous hammer smashed into the space and set off a terrifying sound of air exploding once again. It shook many people to the point they bled from all 7 apertures. At the same time, it set off a terrifying wave of air that swept out in all directions. The wave of air contained the scorching aura of flames, causing the surrounding people to feel extremely hot. Many people were so hot that they were sweating profusely. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked at the supreme elder of the Shen family as if nothing had happened. The sound of air exploding and the heat wave had no effect on him at all. Bang, 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 bang. The supreme elder of the Shen family continued to smash his hammer, causing the surrounding people to retreat one after another. They did not dare to approach him. The remaining people who were relatively close to him were a group of martial artists at the void interpretation stage and above. The patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, was among them. Shen Dong had been stunned for a long time. He only managed to regain his senses at this moment. Looking at the Supreme Elder who was still madly smashing the enormous hammer in his hand in the air, he hurriedly reminded him, "Supreme Elder, wake up." Unfortunately, no matter what method he used, he was unable to make the Grand Elder of the Chen family regain his senses. What's wrong with the Supreme Elder? Everyone from the Shen family was dumbstruck, and they did not know what had happened. Damn it! Since when did the Grand Supreme Elder suffer from the illness of losing his mind? That Duan Lingtian is really lucky and just happened to encounter the Supreme Elder losing his mind. Otherwise, he would surely be dead this time. Shannon spoke with a gloomy expression. Impossible. The Supreme Elder absolutely did not lose his mind. I think that the reason the Supreme Elder is like this is because of that Duan Lingtian. Shen Lei stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he spoke of his own judgment. How could this be possible? Shannon did not believe it, and he sneered. Third Elder, I admit that your strength is extremely strong, but only brute force is useless. That Duan Lingtian is merely at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. How could he make the Supreme Elder, who is at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, like this? Although I don't know how he did it, but could it be that you don't think it's strange? Shen Lei spoke in a low voice. Earlier, even when he discerned that the Supreme Elder was a 6th level void interpretation stage expert, that Duan Lingtian did not have any terrified or fearful expression, and he instead seemed to be extremely confident and composed. Besides that, even when the Supreme Elder revealed his strength and utilized all his ability to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form 195 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, that Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. Not only did he not withdraw his spirit weapon, he even did not utilize his origin energy or concept. At that time, my thoughts were the same as yours and the thoughts of everyone present. We only thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. But now it would seem that he was absolutely not courting death, and he had a way to deal with the Supreme Elder. Just like now, he's standing not far from the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder doesn't seem to be able to see him. Chapter 848. Naturally, he knew these people. Not long after he and Duan Lingtian had arrived in the sky above the Shen family's mansion and shouted out those provocative words to the Shen family, he had noticed these people mixed in with the crowd of onlookers. At that time, he had clearly seen the gazes of these people when they looked at him. It was a gaze that could not wait to sever all ties with him and was deeply afraid of getting into trouble. In fact, before this moment, none of these people who used to call him brothers had even taken the initiative to greet him, even if it was just a single sound transmission. Now, Duan Lingtian had the Shen family's Grand Elder, the most powerful person in the Shen family, in the palm of his hand. Seeing that the Ye family had gained power, these people could not wait to come forward. For a moment, Yi Ting felt his heart turn as cold as ice. Of course, Yi Ting did not ignore these people because these people were more or less related to the Ye family. His Ye family still had many things to rely on them. Patriarch of the Ye family, who is that? A group of people surrounded Yi Ting and sized up the purple-clothed young man from afar. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect as they asked Yi Ting curiously. After all, this purple-clothed young man had come with Yi Ting to stand up for the Ye family. He is my daughter's friend, Yi Ting said with a smile. Now, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Earlier, when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength could not possibly defeat the Shen family's Grand Elder, his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was no longer as high-spirited as he was when he first arrived. However, just when he was completely disheartened and felt that the Ye family was about to be destroyed, Duan Lingtian made such a move for him. For a moment, his heart that had fallen from heaven to hell had once again soared from hell to heaven. He knew that his daughter was saved. The Ye family was saved. Is he a friend of your daughter? Immediately, the eyes of the people around Yi Ting lit up. Some of them even asked ambiguously, "Head of the Ye family, is it possible between him and your daughter? If your Ye family can get such a good son-in-law, you can completely override the Shen family and become the #1 family in Drifting Cloud Town." When Yi Ting heard this, he looked at the purple-clothed youth standing proudly in the distance and smiled bitterly. He could see that his daughter had a good opinion of this handsome and outstanding young man. Judging from his daughter's opinion alone, it was entirely possible for them to develop a relationship. But the problem was, the other party had no intention of doing that at all. He was an experienced person, so he could naturally see that this young man's love for his daughter came from the love of an older brother to his younger sister. There was nothing else in it. "I'm afraid that he won't take a fancy to my daughter." Yi Ting sighed. He knew that for a proud son of heaven like Duan Lingtian, his daughter was destined to be just a passerby in his life. When they heard Yi Ting's words, the surrounding people were not surprised. Even if he can't marry your daughter, with his friendship with your daughter, as long as he remembers to visit the Ye family in Drifting Cloud Town often, it will be enough to ensure the peace of your Ye family for the rest of your life. Another person said, "Yes, head of the Ye family, your daughter has really met a benefactor this time." Everyone looked at Yi Ting with envy. When Yi Ting heard this, his mood improved a lot. Boom, 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 boom. The Grand Elder of the Shen family was still waving the giant hammer in his hand. As the hammer fell, a terrifying explosion sounded in the air and set off rolling heat waves. Now, the Grand Elder of the Shen family was like a madman in the eyes of the surrounding people. "Brother Lington, what did you do to the Grand Elder?" Finally, the head of the Shen family, Shindong, gave up on the idea of waking the Grand Elder. Earlier, he had not only tried to wake the Grand Elder with words, but he had also tried to subdue the Grand Elder. However, every time he tried to get close to the Grand Elder would hit him with his hammer. He was so frightened that he did not dare to get close to the Grand Elder again. In the end, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only lower his head and compromise with Duan Lingtian. "What? Jean Arch Shin, are you going to represent the Shen family and admit defeat? If that's the case, do you still remember the agreement between us?" Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. Chen Dong laughed bitterly, and then he nodded. "Yes, we lost. From today onwards, the engagement between the Ye family and the Shen family is cancelled." "Father!" Shen En, who was standing in the middle of the Shen family in the distance, suddenly changed his expression. He took a step forward and roared furiously, "I don't agree. Yi Xian is my fiancé. I don't agree to cancel the engagement." Duan Lingtian frowned and looked at Shen. So this person was the playboy of the Shen family who was engaged to Yi Xian. No wonder he felt that this person was hating him. It turned out that he was the person involved. Duan Lingtian ignored Shen An's roar. Instead, he looked at Shindong calmly. He believed that Shindong would solve this matter. "Shut up." Chen Dong glared angrily at Chen and as he scolded with a cold voice. "Second brother, put away those tricks of yours. From now on, if you dare to say another word, get out of the Shen family immediately." After being scolded by Shindong, Shen En was dumbfounded. However, he didn't dare to say anything else. What a joke! Get out of the Shen family? He wouldn't dare to do that even if he was beaten to death. After leaving the Shen family, he was nothing. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. Shen En stared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. He gritted his teeth and his heart was filled with hatred. It's all because of Duan Lingtian. It's all because he meddled in other people's business. At this moment, Shen En couldn't wait to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian could toy with the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Duan Lingtian, I will definitely not let you off. Definitely. Shen An's eyes were filled with a sinister glow as he roared furiously in his heart. Brother Lingtian, the marriage agreement between the Ye family and the Shen family no longer exists from today onwards. In addition, the Shen family will not cause trouble for the Ye family because of this matter. Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. After saying this, he looked at the old man who was still crazy and laughed bitterly. Now, can you let the Grand Supreme Elder return to normal? He's more normal than anyone else. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, he used his spiritual power and withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. The illusory space that enveloped the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family also dissipated. Naturally, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family didn't go crazy. He was only attacking the imaginary him in the illusory space. After the illusory space disappeared, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family saw Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the huge hammer in his hand and wanted to attack again. Brother Lingtian, what are you doing? I've already done as you said. Why are you still not letting the Grand Supreme Elder go? A familiar and deep voice entered the ears of the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Family head, what did you say? You asked him to let me go? The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family frowned and looked at Shen Dong. Then he scolded angrily, Phew, didn't you see that he could only dodge my attacks? If you give me more time, I'll definitely smash him into a meat patty. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family scolded Shen Dong. For a moment, Shen Dong was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. Grand Supreme Elder, are you awake? I've been awake all this time. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family frowned and said impatiently, Okay, go play somewhere else. After I smash this hateful guy into a meat patty, we'll talk about it again. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to attack Duan Lingtian again. Monarch Shin, if this senior attacks again, I don't mind letting him go crazy again. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke directly to Shen Dong. Don't. Shen Dong panicked. He quickly stood in front of Duan Lingtian and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. He looked at the old man with a bitter smile. Grand Supreme Elder, you've already lost. There's no need to continue this battle. What do you mean I've already lost? Family head, how old are you? Have you become muddle-headed? The old man snorted with dissatisfaction. Supreme Elder, if you don't believe me, you can ask Second Elder, Third Elder, and the others. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian stood there, from the beginning until the end, you didn't touch him at all and only attacked the air by yourself. Shen Dong was really afraid that the old man would attack Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian would definitely use his unpredictable methods to deal with the old man. Who knew if Duan Lingtian's technique would leave behind any side effects when it was used on a person? The Grand Supreme Elder was the backbone of the Shen family. He couldn't afford to lose him. What? Hearing Shen Dong's serious words, the old man was stunned. How is that possible? I was clearly chasing after that brat just now, but he was running fast, so I didn't hit him. When did I attack the air? Grand Supreme Elder, what the family head said is true. At this moment, Shen Lei looked at the old man and smiled wryly. Yes, Grand Supreme Elder, we saw it with our own eyes. The other members of the Shen family nodded, proving that what Shen Dong and Shen Lei said was true. For a moment, the old man couldn't help but fall silent. He also noticed the gazes that swept over him. He faintly realized that he might have really done those ridiculous things just now. Suddenly, the old man's mind flashed. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated gaze, Did I fall into the illusion that you created just now? Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it. But I clearly didn't sense any aura of an inscription or an inscription formation. The old man frowned. Although he wasn't an inscription master, He was confident that he could easily sense the aura of an inscription or an inscription formation. I didn't use an inscription or an inscription formation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. This is a technique that I have mastered. As for what technique it is, it's inconvenient for me to tell you. Hearing this, the old man sighed and turned around to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the Shun family's mansion. Brother Lingtian, how about coming to the Shun family's mansion for a chat? Chapter 849. Okay. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shindong's forthrightness and magnanimity, so he immediately agreed. Ye family head, please help me pass the message to Xianxia. Also, I may have to stay with the Ye family for a while. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Ting and said with a smile, this time, Ye family head, you won't ask me to leave the Ye family again, right? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the surrounding people were petrified. The head of the Ye family, Yi Ting, once asked Duan Lingtian to leave the Ye family? Is Yi Ting crazy? That's right. You can't find such a guest even if you break a lantern, but he actually asked him to leave the Ye family? Immediately, many people looked at Yi Ting with a strange expression. They would never have thought that the head of the Ye family, Yi Ting, would treat Duan Lingtian that way. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not care about the past. Otherwise, would the Ye family still exist? Of course not. Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head with a bitter smile. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was so powerful, he would not have dared to treat Duan Lingtian that way even if he was given 100 times more courage. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. If his daughter and Duan Lingtian did not have a close relationship, he was afraid that he would not have been able to escape this calamity. Brother Lingtian, if you don't mind, you can stay with the Shun family for as long as you want. What do you think? Hearing that Duan Lingtian was going to stay in Drift Cloud Town for a while, Shindong's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to invite him. Hearing Shindong's invitation, Yi Ting's face sank, but he didn't dare to say anything. It was not up to him to decide where Duan Lingtian would go. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to stay in the Shun family, there was nothing he could do. Now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would return to the Ye family for a period of time for his daughter's sake. In that case, the Ye family's status in Drifting Cloud Town would definitely rise. As the head of the family, he had many things to consider. Thank you for your kindness, Jean Arch-Shin. However, the daughter of the Ye family is my good friend. I have already promised her that as long as I don't leave Drift Cloud Town, I will stay with the Ye family. Duan Lingtian said to Shindong. That's too bad, Shindong sighed and then called out, Brother Lingtian, please. Seeing Duan Lingtian and Shindong swooping down and entering the Shun family's mansion, Shin-en, who was walking among the Shun family's people, looked even more gloomy. Duan Lingtian, if you have the guts, then stay in Drift Cloud Town. When my eldest brother comes back, I will let his master teach you a lesson. Shen An's face was cold, his eyes flashed, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yi Ting breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Ye family head, congratulations. From now on, your Ye family will be different from before. Many people congratulated. Ye family head, I'm sorry about last time, but we really need that batch of goods urgently. How about this? We will rush out another batch of goods after a while and sell them to your Ye family at half price. Another person said to Yi Ting with a flattering smile. Boss who, if we sell them at half price, won't your Chamber of Commerce suffer a great loss? The cost of that batch of goods is more than half price, right? Yi Ting looked at the person who spoke in shock. Ye family head, I won't beat around the bush. It doesn't matter if I give you that batch of goods. However, you have to introduce me to that little brother. The latter laughed mischievously. In the main hall of the Shun family's mansion. Duan Lingtian sat at the head of the table, and below him sat the Shun family head, Shindong, and the third elder, Shin Lei. Brother Lington, may I ask where you are from? Shen Dong asked curiously. Jin arched Shin, didn't I tell you before that even if I told you where I came from, you wouldn't know? Duan Lington shook his head and then said, however, since you really want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm from the Dark Han Dynasty. Dark Han Dynasty? Shen Dong and Shen Lei looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they had never heard of such a place. Shen Dong smiled awkwardly and then asked, then Brother Ling Tian, can you tell me what's your relationship with the Ye family? Shen Dong still felt slightly bad about Duan Ling Tian helping the Ye family to cause trouble today. Where did this little monster come from? Why did he have to help the Ye family? I owe Miss Ye family a favor. Duan Lingtian's answer was very straightforward, and then he added, this favor can't be repaid in my lifetime. Shen Dong originally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian say that he owed Miss Ye family a favor. He felt that Duan Lingtian had already repaid Miss Ye family's favor by causing trouble earlier. However, Shen Dong couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence. That Ye family's miss is really lucky. She actually made Brother Ling Tian owe her such a huge favor. I don't think she's lucky. Duan Lington shook his head and smiled gently. She's very kind. If it wasn't for her, it's very likely that I'd be dead now. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shen Dong and Shen Lei to turn pale with fright. According to Duan Lingtian's words, the Ye family's miss had actually saved his life? No wonder he said he couldn't repay it in his lifetime. So it was a life-saving grace. Brother Lington, may I ask how the Ye family's miss saved you? Shen Lei asked curiously. Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian as well. He was obviously extremely curious as well. He knew of the Ye family's miss, and she was a little girl that hadn't even stepped into the void-prying stage. Logically speaking, it was utterly impossible for that little bit of strength to help Duan Lingtian, let alone save Duan Lingtian. Some time ago, when I was cultivating, my origin energy went astray and I suffered chi deviation. After that, I fainted outside Drift Cloud Town, and it was she who brought me back to the Ye family. I slept for an entire 18 days before waking up today. If it wasn't for her, I might have already been eaten by those wild beasts, fierce beasts, and even demon beasts. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yi Xian, the smile on his face was warm. He'd completely taken that kind little girl to be his own younger sister now. Actually, after he woke up today, he still felt a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, he'd encountered such a kind little girl. If it was another person with bad intentions, then that person would probably kill him for the sake of the spatial ring in his hand. The spatial ring in his hand had established ownership with his blood, and unless he took the initiative to remove the ownership, or perhaps he himself had died. Otherwise, it was impossible for others to establish ownership of the spatial ring a second time. It was precisely because of this that he felt gratitude from the bottom of his heart towards that kind little girl, Yi Xian. Shen Dong and Shen Lei looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Never had they imagined that the ins and outs of the matter would actually be like this. They asked themselves, if they encountered the unconscious Duan Lingtian, and under the circumstances that they didn't know the Duan Lingtian, they would probably take off the Duan Lingtian spatial ring and kill the Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a windfall that came for free. The young miss of the Ye family is really kind. That little bastard of mine is indeed not worthy of her. Shen Dong sighed. When he heard Shen Dong mention that good-for-nothing son of his, Duan Lington seemed to have thought of something, and his face sank slightly. Jin arched Shin, I admire your character, but in terms of teaching your son, I beg to differ. I heard that your son has practically committed all sorts of crimes in Drift Cloud Town. Moreover, there were even many good girls that committed suicide or harmed themselves because of him. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body emitted a strong murderous aura. He knew that he wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to save the world or anything like that. However, the actions of that good-for-nothing son of the Shen family still crossed his bottom line. Brother Lingtian, you're right, I didn't teach my son well. Shen Dong laughed bitterly. He was naturally clear about the things that his son had done, and had also taught him many times. Because of this, who knew how many vines he had broken? However, his son didn't repent, and he gradually became too lazy to care about him. Otherwise, what else could he do? Kill his own son with his own hands? Jean Arch Shin, for your sake, I won't care about what happened in the past. But from now on, if I hear that your son has done anything that infuriates the heavens again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. The current him was no longer in the mood to continue staying in the Shin family. Jean Arch Shin, third elder Shin, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Shindong and Shin Lei, and then left directly. When Shindong and Shin Lei reacted, Duan Lingtian had already left the Shin family hall and disappeared in front of their eyes. Unexpectedly, after Duan Lingtian left, Shindong laughed. Family head, Shin Lei was dumbfounded. He said that he was going to kill your son, and you're still laughing? From now on, I'll see if that little bastard still dares to mess around. Chen Dong muttered to himself, and then he directly left the Qin clan's main hall to look for his youngest son. All these years, his youngest son had been so bold because he was relying on the power of the Shen family. The Shen family was the #1 family in Drifting Cloud Town, and no one dared to provoke the Shen family. Now, there was someone who was not afraid of the Shen family threatening his son. This gave him hope. This time, there was finally someone who could control his son. He broke into the courtyard where Shinan lived, and scolded Shen An, who had just returned and had not even warmed his seat. He also passed on Duan Lingtian's words to him. Without waiting for Shen An to come back to his senses, Shen Dong left in high spirits. Duan Lingtian. Shen An's expression was extremely ugly. He raised his hand and smashed the only stone table in the courtyard. He gritted his teeth and said, "Not only did you ruin the good thing between me and Yi Xian, you even dare to control me. I will definitely kill you. Definitely." Shen An's eyes were filled with a cold light as he gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Ye family mansion. Young Master Duan, family head and the elders have been waiting for a long time. Please come in." Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the gate when he was respectfully welcomed by a Ye family member. "Thank you, young Master Duan." As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of orderly and deafening voices, and when he raised his head to look over, he noticed that Yi Ting had actually led a group of people to bow and thank him in unison. Chapter 850. Patriarch of the Ye family, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was shocked by the array of people in front of him. Most of the people around Yi Ting were elderly. In terms of age, they were old enough to be his grandfather. But now, these old men were bowing to him, which made him feel a little uneasy. "Brother Duan, thank you for what you have done for the Ye family. From today onwards, you are the most distinguished guest of the Ye family. If you need anything, the Ye family will do our best to help you." Yi Ting spoke with a serious expression. "Patriarch of the Ye family, you don't have to do this." Duan Lingtian shook his head and frowned. "Besides, I don't like this. Ask them to disperse. Xiao Xian, let's go back." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he called out to Yi Xian and left. At that moment, only Yi Ting and the rest were left with a bitter smile on their faces. The group of Ye family elders looked at Duan Lingtian's back as he left. Their faces were full of respect. They had heard about what had happened at the Shen family's mansion from the patriarch. It was the entire Ye family's blessing that this young man in purple was willing to stay with them, even though this was only temporary. "Elder brother Duan, I heard from my father, you are really amazing." On the way back, Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration and sighed. "If only I were as amazing as you, then I would be able to help my father protect the Ye family." "Silly girl, you are still so young." Duan Lingtian patted Yi Xian's head lovingly and smiled. "If you really want to cultivate, elder brother Duan will teach you a set of techniques." "Really?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up when she heard this. In her opinion, Since elder brother Duan was so strong, the techniques that he brought out would definitely not be something that the Ye family's techniques could compare to. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded, as if he was coaxing a child. Of course, Yi Xian was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. In his eyes, she was no different from a child. In Duan Lingtian's memories, there was no lack of cultivation methods. He casually took out a set of cultivation techniques left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it was not something the Ye family's cultivation techniques could compare to. In addition, he could also teach Yi Xian some martial techniques that were suitable for her. He didn't lack pills or spirit tools, so he could easily refine them. To a certain extent, Yi Xian had saved his life and was his savior. Therefore, he would do his best to repay this great kindness. Of course, he also liked Yi Xian very much and completely treated Yi Xian as his own biological sister. If father and mother could give me a younger brother or sister, how good would that be? Duan Lingtian sighed. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He had no parents, not to mention brothers or sisters. He only had a group of comrades who had gone through fire and water with him, and in the end, all of them stayed on the battlefield forever. This was the most important reason why he chose to retire. In his previous life, he wished so much for a warm family, but that was destined to be a delusion. To be able to come to this world was undoubtedly a gift from the heavens. In this world, he had parents and people he cared about. If his parents could give him a younger brother and a younger sister, it would undoubtedly be even more perfect. Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed with the Ye family because he still didn't understand the situation outside Driftcloud Town. Who knew if he would encounter an expert he couldn't deal with once he went out and be directly killed? He wasn't alone now, so he didn't dare take the risk. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the eastern area of the northern desert from Yi Xian. Firstly, there were a total of 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert. Of course, in the entire foreign lands, these 3 great forces could only be considered as third-rate forces because they were similar to the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect in the southern of the northern desert. The 3 great forces were the 5-Element Sect, Crimson Moon Sect, and Flying Sand Sect. I heard that the eldest young master of the Shen family, Chen Wei, entered the 5-Element Sect a long time ago. Yi Xian said, "In our Driftcloud Town, everyone would give a thumbs up when Chen Wei is mentioned, but so long as his younger brother, Shen, is mentioned, then everyone would scoff at him." As she finished speaking, Yi Xian wrinkled her cute little nose. Shen was precisely that profligate disciple she was almost forced to marry. Chen Wei? 5-Element Sect? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He never imagined that the Shen family's patriarch, Shen Dong, would have such a promising son, and Chen Wei was a complete opposite of Shen. Since the 5-Element Sect was one of the 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert, then it was presumably extremely strict when it recruited disciples. It was impossible for someone without a certain amount of natural talent and comprehension ability to join the sect. Looks like the saying that the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different isn't false in the slightest. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Right, elder brother Duan, when I went out yesterday, I heard of something. Yi Xian looked at Duan Linggan, and her beautiful face carried slight worry. What is it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he saw Yi Xian's expression. I heard that in a few days, the members of the 5-Element Sect will be stopping by our Driftcloud Town, and they seem to be recruiting void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. When she spoke up to hear, Yi Xian frowned. Besides Chen Wei, who's already entered the 5-Element Sect, there's probably no other void interpretation stage martial artist below the age of 40 in a small place like our Driftcloud Town. So, I guess that Chen Wei is amongst the members of the 5-Element Sect, and he's probably using this opportunity to come back and visit his family. Elder brother Duan, why don't you go lie low for a few days, as I'm worried Chen Wei will look for trouble with you. As she finished speaking, Yi Xian had a worried expression. The 5-Element Sect? Recruiting void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Yi Xian, and then a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, causing him to be slightly excited in his heart. Could it be that the Five-Element sect knows of the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he was. If it wasn't for this, would the Five-Element sect send people to recruit disciples? Moreover, there were specific requirements. Below the age of 40? Void interpretation stage martial artist? This was no different than the requirements the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect had when they recruited disciples after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Looks like this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself in his heart. During these few days that he was with the Ye family in Driftcloud Town, he'd been thinking about how to leave so as to guarantee that he would be able to safely arrive at the Blade Sect and converge with Feng Tianwu and the others. He believed that his sudden disappearance would surely cause those friends of his to be extremely worried. Now, he finally had an opportunity. The Five-Element sect was his opportunity. The Five-Element sect is obviously making preparations for the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu. So long as I temporarily join the Five-Element sect, I'll surely head to the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu. In that way, I'll be able to encounter the members of the Blade sect, Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, and the others. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. I presume the Five-Element sect probably won't refuse my entry. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident about this. Moreover, it was the time when the Five-Element sect thirsted for geniuses, and it was utterly impossible for them to refuse his entry. Elder brother Duan, did you hear what I said? Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly when she noticed Duan Lingtian was in a daze, and she stretched out her hand to shake Duan Lingtian's arm. Only then did Duan Lingtian wake up from his daze. Xiao Xian, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and asked. Elder brother Duan, go lie low for the next few days. Chen Wei has a very good relationship with that good-for-nothing younger brother of his. If he really returns, he'll surely look for trouble with you. Yi Xian repeated once more, and her beautiful face was filled with anxiousness. Chen Wei? Is he very strong? Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Xiao Xian, don't forget. Even the supreme elder of the Shun family was defeated by me. Could it be that Chen Wei is even stronger than the supreme elder of the Shun family? Elder brother Duan, Chen Wei might not be a match for you. But since the Five-Element sect has come to recruit disciples, there'll surely be some seniors of the sect that came with Chen Wei. I heard that the weakest elder of the Five-Element sect is in existence at the void transformation stage or above. Yi Xian spoke with a worried expression. Even though they aren't members of the Shun family, Chen Wei is a member of the Five-Element sect. If Chen Wei asks them to lend a hand, I presume they won't refuse. She was most worried about this. Even though Chen Wei's strength wasn't bad, it was inferior to the supreme elder of the Shun family, and he wasn't a match for her elder brother Duan. But what about the seniors of the sect that traveled with Chen Wei? Even though she was only the young miss of the tiny Ye family in Driftcloud Town, but to her, the reputation of the Five-Element sect reverberated like thunder, and it was an existence that the Ye family had to look up to. Don't worry, elder brother Duan knows what to do. Duan Lingtian was naturally able to discern that Yi Xian's concern came from the bottom of her heart, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. Then he said with a smile, Xiao Xian, I truly never imagined that you're so young, yet your thoughts are so meticulous. Do you have any plans for the future? I intend to stay by my father's side for my entire life and help him take care of the Ye family. Yi Xian spoke seriously. Could it be that you haven't thought of anything else? For example, leaving Driftcloud Town and joining one of the three great powers to properly experience the outside world. Duan Lingtian asked. Elder brother Duan, do you think you can join the three great powers just because you want to? Yi Xian laughed bitterly. 2 years ago, the Crimson Moon sect's people were widely recruiting disciples, and they passed by our drift cloud town and held an examination. But I was eliminated in the first round of the examination. Xiaoxian, believe in elder brother Duan. The current you is different from the previous you. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. During these few days of staying in the Ye family, besides passing on some cultivation methods and martial skills to Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian had repeatedly used gentle origin energy and spiritual energy to merge into Yi Xian's body and cleansed her meridians and marrow. That was an exclusive method recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and although it wasn't as effective as the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it wasn't bad either. Chapter 851. Elder Brother Duan, what do you mean by this? Yi Xian had a bewildered expression. You'll find out in a few days. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Even though it was the first time he'd used that method to cleanse the meridians of another, he could confirm that it was effective. Because it was an exclusive method that Samsara Emperor Wu obtained by chance during his second lifetime, and it was only effective on people below the age of 18 whose meridians hadn't completely formed. Moreover, it required the cooperation of origin energy and spiritual force at the void interpretation stage or above to be able to successfully execute it. If he didn't encounter Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian wouldn't know that the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu had this thing. Now, it had come into use on Yi Xian. Of course, the exact effects of the meridian's cleansing had to wait for a few more days before Yi Xian would be able to feel it. Elder Brother Duan, don't keep me in suspense, quickly tell me. Yi Xian swung Duan Lingtian's arm as she spoke in a spoiled manner. Presently, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian who took her as his own younger sister, even she took Duan Lingtian as her older brother, an older brother that she could completely trust. Little girl, you might not believe me even if I tell you now. You'll naturally notice in a few more days. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. All right, then I'll wait a few more days. Yi Xian let go of Duan Lingtian's arm and nodded obediently, and then she said, Elder Brother Duan, it's fine if you don't go hide in a few days. But if Chen Wei brings his seniors from the 5-element sect over, you must hide and not come out. Little girl, you don't have to care so much about my matters. Quickly go cultivate. I'll be checking your progress in a few more days. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke, and as he finished speaking, he urged Yi Xian to enter her room to cultivate. Yi Xian stuck out her tongue playfully, then ran back to her room to cultivate, but forgot to close the door. This girl. Duan Lingtian revealed a tender expression as he helped Yi Xian close the door, and then he muttered to himself. Perhaps I can consider bringing Xiaoxian to the 5-element sect as well. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it seemed as though bringing Yi Xian to the 5-elements sect was a very simple matter. Those who didn't know might think that the 5-elements sect was opened by his family. I ought to cultivate as well. I feel that I'm only a little bit away from breaking through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Once I break through, my strength will increase again. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian directly returned to his room and took out the wind concept fragment before holding it in his hand. He comprehended wind concept as he cultivated. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon transformation. Time silently flowed by, and 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Shen family estate. The Shen family was extraordinarily bustling today, and it was decorated with lanterns and decorations as if they were going to hold a happy occasion. Early in the morning, a long red carpet was laid out before the Shen family's entrance, and it was laid out all the way to the entrance of the Shen family's audience hall. On both sides of the red carpet, there was a servant girl standing at intervals. Not long after, the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, brought along his youngest son, Shen En, and the group of Shen family elders as they walked out of the entrance of the Shen family estate in a formidable array, and they stood at the entrance as if they were waiting for something. Father, it's Senior Ku and Big Brother. Suddenly, the gaze of Shen En lit up as he looked ahead with pleasant surprise. As he spoke, Shen En moved to greet the 2 people that were walking over from afar. It was a robust old man with a benevolent appearance and a young man around the age of 35. Senior Ku. Shen En took a few steps forward and stood respectfully on the other side of the old man, and he walked side by side with the old man. His tone was extremely humble, and he didn't have the slightest sharpness that he usually had. "You're Shen En Chen Wei's younger brother?" The old man's muddy eyes lit up with a trace of brilliance as he asked amiably. "Senior Ku, it's me." Shen En was obviously very happy that the old man was able to remember him. "I remember that when I came to your Shen family all those years ago, you were only 7 or 8 years old, right? In the blink of an eye, that little kid from all those years ago has already grown up." The old man chuckled as he spoke. "Chen Wei, I remember that when I first came to your Shen family, it was precisely when you took me as your master. It seems to be 18 years ago, right?" The old man looked at the young man beside him, who was Shen En's older brother, Chen Wei, and asked. Chen Wei had a tall figure, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. After he heard the old man's words, he lightly smiled and nodded. "Yes, master, it's been 18 years. At that time, I was 17 years old, and little En was 7 years old. Time really makes one grow old. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. But unfortunately, during these 18 years, our wood peak is still the same as before, and we're suppressed by the other 3 peaks to the point of being unable to catch our breath." The old man sighed. "Now, I only hope to be able to see the wood peak rise once more while I'm still alive. In that way, I wouldn't have any regrets. It's I who's useless." Chen Wei spoke hastily. "You can't be blamed for this. Early on 20 years ago, when the peak master was heavily injured and went into closed-door cultivation, our wood peak had already started to go downhill. I only hate the other 3 peaks for going too far. They seized the opportunity of the peak master's closed-door cultivation to coerce and lure away all the outstanding disciples of our wood peak, causing our wood peak to have no capable people in the younger generation." When he spoke up to here, the old man's face flushed red, and he seemed to be slightly agitated. "Master, calm down. I believe that our wood peak will surely be able to stand up once more. Master, I'll surely cultivate even more painstakingly in the future and not bring shame to the wood peak." Chen Wei spoke seriously. "All right, it's rare for you to make a trip home, so let's not talk about these unhappy things." The old man looked at the group of people waiting before him and the red carpet on the ground, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Didn't I ask you to ask your father not to be so extravagant? You ought to know that Master doesn't mind this. So long as your family is safe and you're able to cultivate in the sect at ease, then Master is satisfied. Master, it's rare for you to come here, so don't mind these details." Chen Wei lightly smiled as he said, "Moreover, my father did this because he respects you. Yeah, Senior Ku, you fostered my big brother into a genius, so our Shen family ought to welcome you with the highest etiquette." Shen En spoke out as well. "Good." The old man's face was covered in smiles as he arrived at the entrance of the Shen family estate under the escort of Chen Wei and Shen En, Elder Ku. Elder Ku. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Shen family, led by the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, bowed to the old man in a humble manner. "We're all family, there's no need to be courteous." The old man narrowed his eyes and grinned. "Family?" All the higher-ups of the Shen family instantly beamed with joy. Not everyone could be treated as family by an elder of the 5-element sect. "Elder Ku, please come in, we've already prepared a welcoming banquet for you." Shen Dong personally and respectfully welcomed the old man into the Shen family estate. Eldest young master, we haven't seen each other for many years, and your cultivation has improved again, right?" A group of Shen family elders warmly greeted Chen Wei. They felt respect from the bottom of their hearts towards the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Shen family and the eldest young master of the 5-element sect. "Greetings, elders." Chen Wei lightly smiled as he replied. He didn't neglect these elders who had worked hard for the family for most of their lives just because he was a disciple of the 5-element sect. "Eldest young master, please come in." The Shen family elders stood at the entrance of the Shen family estate and opened up a path for Chen Wei to enter first. Elders, all of you are my elders, so all of you should enter first. If all of you don't enter, then I won't enter this house today. Chen Wei seemed to be used to a scene like this, and he directly took out his trump card. Instantly, the group of Shen family elders smiled bitterly as they walked into the Shen family estate. However, their brows were filled with satisfaction towards the eldest young master of the Shen family. Chen Wei and Shen An walked side by side behind the group of Shen family elders and walked into the Shen family estate. Brother! Suddenly, Shen An looked at Chen Wei, and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered with a fierce light. You must avenge me. If you don't avenge me, then I don't want to live anymore. Chen Wei frowned, and his expression sank. What's going on? Speak clearly. Brother, a few days ago, I saw a young man from outside forcefully seizing a woman on the streets. I couldn't stand by idly and wanted to save that woman, but who knew that his strength was formidable, and he blasted me flying with a single palm strike, causing me to fall unconscious. Shen spoke with a long face. There's someone in Drift Cloud Town that our Shen family can't deal with? Chen Wei's expression sank slightly as he asked. Brother, that person said he was a disciple of the 5-element sects would peak, so father and the elders didn't dare touch him. After all, you're in the 5-element sects would peak as well, so father and the elders were afraid it would be difficult for you, so they didn't do anything to him. When Shen spoke up to hear, he said hatefully, not to mention that. But never had I imagined that he actually forcefully seized the fiancée that I had an engagement with. Brother, I hate him so much, I'm so ruthless. As he finished speaking, Shen An's eyes were filled with frightening cold lights that seemed ready to swallow someone up. He said he's a disciple of our 5-element sects would peak? He said it himself? Chen Wei stopped moving and asked with a low voice. Yes. Shen An nodded, and then he said with a trembling voice, he said he's a high and mighty disciple of the 5-element sect, and seizing my fiancée is thinking highly of me and is my fortune. Brother, he's too insulting. Did he say what his name was? Chen Wei's eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he asked with a cold voice. He said he's called Duan Lingtian. Shen An spoke hatefully. Duan Lingtian? Are you sure he's called by this name? Chen Wei frowned as he asked. Shen An nodded. I clearly remember every single word he said and every single insult he gave me. It's absolutely not wrong. Little An, you and father might have been deceived by him. Our Wood Peak doesn't have a disciple called Duan Lingtian. Chen Wei's voice became even colder. What? Shen An's face went grim. Then wouldn't he be a fellow that's pretending to be a disciple of the 5-element sect? Brother, you have to take revenge for me, take revenge for me. Do you know where he is now? Chen Wei's eyes flickered with cold lights as he asked. Chapter 852. I know. Shen An nodded hatefully and said with a grim voice, he forcefully seized the fiancée that had an engagement with me and forced her family to come to my Shen family before breaking off the engagement. After that, he has always been staying at my fiancée's house. A trace of a cold light faintly flickered in the depths of Shen An's gaze. But unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't notice this. What? Chen Wei's expression became even gloomier when he heard Shen An. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for that fellow that pretended to be a disciple of the 5-element sects would peak and acted tyrannically, he might even be able to attend his younger brother's wedding this time. But now, he hadn't even attended the wedding, and his younger brother's fiancée had even been seized away. Since he was young, he doted on his younger brother the most, and he gave all the good food and fun things to his younger brother first. Now, when he heard his younger brother had suffered such humiliation, how could he endure it? Big brother, my fiancée is the daughter of the Ye family Yi Xian. That fellow is in the Ye family now. You must take revenge for me. Shen En had a sorrowful expression as he added fuel to the fire, and then he stretched out his hand to pull on Chen Wei's arm before walking out hastily. Little and Big Brother knows that you're extremely furious, and Big Brother is extremely furious as well. How about this? I'll go greet Master and Father, and then I'll go with you to the Ye family. No matter what, Master came to our Shen family with great difficulty, and I can't leave him at the side as soon as I return. Chen Wei stopped moving and spoke to Shen En. But how could Shen En allow him to go see his father? Once he saw his father, then wouldn't all the lies he spoke of earlier be exposed? Big Brother, I've already endured for a very long time, and I don't want to endure any longer. If you don't want to take revenge for me, then I'll go myself. A wisp of a sly bright light flashed within Shen An's eyes, and then he let go of Chen Wei's arm before transforming into a gust of wind that charged out of the Shen family. Little En. Chen Wei's expression changed. Worried about his younger brother's safety, he hurriedly chased after him. With his speed, it didn't take long for him to catch up with Shen En after leaving the Shen family. I'll go with you. It just so happens that I want to see that person that dares to pretend to be a disciple of our five-element sects would peek and bully others. Because of Shen An's tearful narration just now, his heart was already burning with anger. He couldn't wait to immediately go to the Ye family and expose that person's true colors. It wasn't just that, he wanted to cripple that person's cultivation and bring him back to the five-element sect, and there would peak. As far as he was concerned, since that person had actually dared to impersonate a disciple of the Wood Peak and commit acts that infuriated the heavens, then the enforcement elder of the Wood Peak must personally deal with that person. Only in this way would he be able to completely clear the Wood Peak's name. Brother, the entire Ye family has been suppressed by the Duan Lingtian using force. They only listen to his orders. So, when we go over later, the Ye family will definitely chase us away. They were forced to act in that way, so you must not blame them. Shen En spoke to Chen Wei with a heavy expression, yet there was slight complacency mixed within the depths of his gaze. What? Chen Wei was slightly shocked when he heard this. The Ye family was suppressed by his force? Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian is only a young man? According to my knowledge, the Ye family's patriarch is in existence at the third level of the void interpretation stage. Could it be that even the Ye family's patriarch is unable to deal with him? Shen An's expression changed imperceptibly, yet he quickly recovered and sighed. Brother, there's something you don't know. That Ye family's patriarch passed away 3 years ago. So that's how it is. Chen Wei nodded, and then he couldn't help but sigh. I remember that when I returned 4 years ago, I'd once paid a visit to the Ye family's patriarch. At that time, I didn't notice anything wrong with him. Why did he pass away so quickly? It's truly a pity. I heard he encountered a formidable enemy outside and was heavily injured, leaving behind a hidden illness, and then he wasn't able to hold on and left. Shen En secretly wiped off his cold sweat as he continued. Brother, when you returned 4 years ago, you'd already broken through to the void interpretation stage. What's your cultivation now? Shen En seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask. I just broke through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage last month. Chen Wei said. Shen En nodded, yet he thought in his heart. Brother is only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage now, and he's surely not a match for Duan Lingtian. But I never thought that brother would be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian is an existence that can even defeat a supreme elder. Shen An's thoughts were extremely simple. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian injure his brother and infuriate his brother's master, the 5-element sects Wood Peak's elder Kuzheng, a formidable existence at the void transformation stage. As far as he was concerned with how Senior could doted on his brother, once his brother was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian, Senior Ku would absolutely not let the matter go. Senior Ku will surely kill Duan Lingtian in his rage. In this way, the hatred in my heart would be resolved. Duan Lingtian, not to mention you broke the engagement between Yi Xian and I, you actually want to interfere in my business? I'll make you die a graveless death. At this moment, Xianxia was extremely satisfied with his plan. As far as he was concerned, his plan was perfect and flawless. After a short moment, Xianxia and Qinwei arrived at the entrance of the Ye family's estate. The two Ye family disciples that were guarding the entrance went grim when they saw Xianxia and, "Brother, let's go in." Xianxia completely disregarded the two Ye family disciples and directly charged in. Second young master Xianxia. The two Ye family disciples stopped Xianxia, and their expressions changed indeterminately. They were slightly curious. Hadn't the engagement between their Ye family's young miss and this Xianxia family's profligate disciple been broken off? Why has this profligate disciple come to our Ye family? Moreover, he's come in a menacing manner, and he's obviously come with ill intentions. Could it be that he's not afraid of young Master Duan teaching him a lesson? Right when the two Ye family disciples had a myriad of thoughts, Xianxia made a move. Bang! Bang! Our Ye family seems to have no relationship with your Xianxia family now, right? Ye family's patriarch, I'm happy for my younger brother, Xianxia, that your daughter is engaged to my Xianxia family. But no matter what the reason is, you seem to have gone slightly too far by coming to my Xianxia family to break off the engagement, right? Qinwei said. Break off the engagement? Yi Ting came to a sudden understanding when he heard Qinwei. So eldest young Master Xin came for this matter. But, could it be that your father didn't tell you that this matter has already come to an end? When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting looked at Xianxia, and he kept having the feeling that something was slightly off about the matter today. In Driftcloud Town, Qinwei's reputation had always been very good, and he was absolutely not an unreasonable person that relied on his position to bully others. But today, he'd come with Xianxia to denounce them, and it was truly slightly strange. Qinwei hadn't spoken when Xianxia had already said furiously, Yi Ting, you brought that Duan Lingtian to my Xianxia family to break off the engagement, causing my Xianxia family to lose face and even forcefully separating me and Xiao Xian. Could it be that you don't feel the slightest bit guilty? As he finished speaking, Xianxia had an agitated expression, and tears flowed down his face. Yi Ting was dumbstruck. The group of Ye family elders were dumbstruck. All the Ye family disciples were dumbstruck. Chapter 853. Qinwei's calm expression instantly sank when he saw his younger brother being so sad, and he said to Yi Ting with a low voice, Ye family patriarch, out of consideration that you were once considered to be my younger brother's future father-in-law, I won't make things difficult for you, but you must hand over that Duan Lingnan. Today, not only will I, Qinwei, seek justice for my younger brother and Xianxia family, I'll even seek justice for my 5-element sects with Peak. Qinwei's words were spoken in a clear voice that was like a thunderclap. As he finished speaking, ghastly rage suffused his face. He was rarely enraged, yet when he saw his younger brother in such pain today and thought about how someone dared pretend to be a disciple of the 5-element sects would Peak, he was completely enraged. Seek justice for the 5-element sect? Yi Ting's pupils constricted when he heard Qinwei, whereas the other Ye family elders and Ye family disciples had astounded expressions. How is Duan Lingtian related to the 5-element sect? Moreover, he seems to have done something that infuriates the 5-element sect? Eldest young Master Qin, are you mistaken? How could Brother Duan be related to your 5-element sect? Yi Ting frowned as he asked. He kept having the feeling that something was off, yet he didn't know how to describe this feeling for a short while. Ye family patriarch, looks like you've really been scared out of your wits by him. Right at this moment, Xianxia shouted out with a grim voice. Could it be that he didn't tell you that he's a disciple of the 5-element sects would Peak? Today, my older brother will represent the 5-element sects would Peak to teach him a lesson. A disciple of the 5-element sects would Peak? Yi Ting was stunned. He really didn't know that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the 5-element sect, and he instantly looked at a nearby Ye family disciple and said, You, go invite young Master Duan over. The Ye family disciple replied respectfully and left. When Chen Wei saw Yi Ting asking someone to call Duan Lingtian over, he didn't say anything further and closed his eyes to rest and wait silently. Shen En, who was standing beside Chen Wei, had a complacent expression. Duan Ling, let's see how unlucky you are. The corners of Shen En's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he hardened his heart. In the quiet courtyard of the Ye family, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in front of a stone table, drinking tea. In his other hand, he was constantly holding a cyan fragment. I've finally comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian glanced at the wind concept fragment in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. At the same time, he raised his teacup and took a sip, causing the fragrance of tea to blossom in his mouth. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening sounded out, and a beautiful figure walked out from the room on the right of the courtyard. It was precisely Yi Xian who'd been in closed-door cultivation for a few days. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was covered in joy as she said excitedly, "Big brother Yi, the medicinal pills you gave me are too miraculous. It's only been a few days, yet it allowed my cultivation to once again recover to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage." Yi Xian had crippled her origin energy a few days ago and started cultivating the cultivation method Duan Lingtian passed down to her. During this period of time, she'd consumed the medicinal pills Duan Lingtian gave her. Those medicinal pills were precisely the medicinal pills that were capable of absorbing and storing Yi Xian's dispersed origin energy. After Yi Xian cultivated a new cultivation method, the medicinal pills would return the origin energy absorbed and stored to Yi Xian. In a few days, Yi Xian had seized back all the origin energy within the medicinal pills, and it was even to the extent that she was only a step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Xiao Xian, even though those medicinal pills are miraculous, they're insufficient to allow you to recover your cultivation in such a short period of time. Could it be that you didn't notice during these past few days that the speed at which you absorbed the origin energy within those medicinal pills has become faster? Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he asked with a smile. It has become faster. But isn't that because the origin energy within the medicinal pills was originally my origin energy? Yi Xian asked curiously. She didn't know much about those medicinal pills, and she only knew that they were capable of absorbing the origin energy she'd dispersed. After that, she could take back the origin energy through cultivation. You little girl, now that you've finished absorbing the elemental energy from the pills, why don't you try absorbing the elemental energy stored in the elemental stones? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He originally thought that after this little girl came out of closed-door cultivation, she would be excited by the natural talent she possessed now, but who knew that she seemed to have not noticed anything. Yi Xian nodded. Then she sat before the stone table before withdrawing a low-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate on the spot. After over 10 breaths of time, Yi Xian opened her eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Elder brother Duan, why do I feel that the speed at which I absorb the spirit energy within the origin stones is over 10 times faster than before? Even though it isn't as fast as the speed of absorbing the origin energy that belonged to me within those medicinal pills, it isn't much slower. Yi Xian was slightly absent-minded as she asked. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You wouldn't have forgotten what I said to you a few days ago, right? Do you really think that the cleansing of your meridians and marrow for you was just a mere empty talk? According to his observation, although Yi Xian's current natural talent was not as good as his when he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and raised his natural talent to the limit, it was not much worse. Meridians and marrow cleansing. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to her a few days ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had said that her natural talent was different from before, but she did not believe it. Now, the truth was right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. Elder brother Duan, you really raised my natural talent? Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian, and her beautiful face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. You little girl, even at this point in time, you still doubt your elder brother Duan? Do I look so much like a liar? Elder brother Duan, that's not what I meant. Young Master Duan has arrived. The Ye family disciple that led the way in front of Duan Lingtian shouted out loudly. Instantly, the Ye family disciples that formed a circle respectfully opened up a path. Young Master Duan. Young Master Duan. One by one, the Ye family disciples respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian, who slowly walked over. During this period of time, the deeds of this violet-clothed young man before them had practically spread throughout the entire Drift Cloud town. With his own strength, he'd successively defeated the Shun family's patriarch and the supreme elder of the Shun family, and he'd assisted the Ye family to reject the absurd marriage agreement that was set between the Ye family and the Shun family. Because of this matter, as disciples of the Ye family, they'd been able to see the reverent gazes of others when they went out these past few days, and it caused their vanity to obtain sufficient satisfaction. They knew that all of this was brought to them by the violet-clothed young man before them, and if it wasn't for the violet-clothed young man, no one would respect them like this. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded as he faced the group of passionate Ye family disciples. Instantly, brilliant smiles appeared on the faces of the Ye family disciples as they exclaimed, "Young Master Duan isn't only strong, but he's also so modest and amiable. It's truly rare." Seeing that Duan Lingtian was so respected by the Ye family disciples, Shen An's expression completely darkened, and he looked at Yi Ting, who was nearby, and sneered, "Ye family patriarch, I think it's about time for you to give your position as patriarch to this Duan Lingtian. In the future, the Ye family will change its name to the Duan family, and the entire Ye family will change its surname to Duan." Chapter 854. Asking the Ye family to change their surname was undoubtedly an undisguised insult to the Ye family. For a time, it wasn't only Yi Ting, all the Ye family elders and Ye family disciples stared furiously at Shinan, but because they were afraid of Shinan, they didn't dare make the slightest move. "Littlein, don't go too far. Don't forget, the reason we came to the Ye family today isn't to denounce the Ye family." Finally, Chen Wei, who'd been silently standing at the side in meditation with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man at the first possible moment. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Chen Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice. "Exactly." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, and at the same time he started to size up the young man before him, Chen Wei. Chen Wei was around the age of 35, and there was a sense of righteousness between his brows. With a single glance, one would know that he was a comparatively upright person, and this was a completely different extreme from his younger brother. "Do you know the consequences of pretending to be a five-element sect disciple and bullying others?" Chen Wei's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice, "Pretending to be a five-element sect disciple?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Chen Wei. Below their patriarch, Yi Ting, the group of Ye family members couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Chen Wei. Duan Lingtian pretending to be a five-element sect disciple? As far as they were concerned, with the accomplishments Duan Lingtian obtained at such an age, there was utterly no need for him to pretend to be a five-element sect disciple. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he would be entirely capable of easily joining the five-element sect, defeating a sixth-level void interpretation stage martial artist at the mere age of 25 with an unfathomable ability. Such an outstanding young man needed to pretend to be a five-element sect disciple? Eldest young Master Qin, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Yiting asked. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and raised his eyebrows. He inadvertently looked at Shen An, who was beside Shen An, only to discover that there was a bit of panic between Shen An's brows. For a moment he vaguely guessed what was going on. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Shen An had already roared and looked at Duan Lingtian furiously. You scum. Not only did you impersonate a disciple of the five-element sects with peak to bully others, you even forcefully seized my fiancée and forced the Ye family to break off the engagement with my Shen family. I won't let you off, I'll fight you to the death. As he finished roaring furiously, Shinan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he wanted to risk his life against Duan Lingtian. The Ye family members were stunned when they saw Shin and pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, as they never imagined that this profligate young master of the Shen family would dare make a move against Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, he ought to know Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. He naturally guessed Shin An's thoughts, yet he didn't expose it and instead sneered as he shouted, "Clown!" As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slapped his palm towards Shin, and Duan Lingtian didn't use too much strength in this palm strike. "Don't you dare injure my younger brother." When he saw Duan Lingtian's palm was about to descend onto Shin An, Shinwei shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward and similarly slapped out with his palm to intercept Duan Lingtian's palm strike. Vast origin energy transformed into vast and roiling flames at the center of Chen Wei's palm that flashed through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions as it collided with Duan Lingtian's palm strike. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly as 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first before another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. A total of 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Third level Intermediate Fire Concept. This was the strength of the eldest young master of the Shen family, the disciple of the five-element sects would peak, Chen Wei. Interesting. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as the origin energy in his hand suddenly exploded out before transforming into waves of piercingly cold strong winds that formed a ceaselessly revolving vortex at the center of his palm. Bang! Finally, Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei's palms collided and emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, blazing flames gushed out from Chen Wei's palm and spilled towards Duan Lingtian, and it seemed as if it wanted to burn Duan Lingtian's entire body into ash. The strong winds that roared and revolved without end instead revolved out from Duan Lingtian's hand to collide with the blazing flames before completely suppressing them. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking resounded out, and it was accompanied by a heavy muffled groan that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, everyone saw that after Duan Lingtian's palm suppressed Chen Wei and broke one of Chen Wei's arms, the palm strike that swept out like a gale dragon descended onto Chen Wei's body. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out as Chen Wei's entire body flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and he flew out for over 10 meters before colliding with the wall of the Ye family's audience hall before falling down and fainting. At practically the exact same moment. Swish! Swish! With the space behind and before Duan Lingtian as the center, 2 waves of air that were compressed exploded out and spilled out towards the surroundings, and it blew to the point the clothes of the Ye family members fluttered. Some Ye family disciples with low cultivations were even struck by the waves of air to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually dispersed, causing the sky to once again return to calm. It's the first time I've made a move since breaking through. Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fists as a wisp of a smile appeared on his face. Fifth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Third level Intermediate Wind Concept. This was Duan Lingtian's current strength. During this period of time in the Ye family, not only had he completed a breakthrough in his cultivation, even his wind concept had broken through once more, and he obtained the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons in one go. But why didn't my spiritual energy increase this time? Since he'd broken through to the 5th level of the Void Interpretation Stage 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian had always been puzzled about this, and he didn't know what exactly had happened. According to common sense, his spiritual energy was improved through the spirit fruit and soul pearl that could improve the level of his spiritual energy, and it was 2 levels higher than his cultivation. All this time, his spiritual power level had always been 2 levels higher than his cultivation level. But after he broke through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage this time, Duan Lingtian noticed to his shock that his spiritual energy still remained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and it didn't advance to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Logically speaking, this was something that was impossible. There's only one possibility. It's the side effect left behind from the Devil Seal Tablet's unexpected change. Now, Duan Lingtian could only explain it like this. At that time, when he was surrounded by the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort and his hand touched the Devil Seal Tablet, the energy that gushed out from the Devil Seal Tablet didn't just surge into his arm, it even surged into his soul. After that, he lost consciousness. In his daze, a scene that was like a dream appeared, whereas he'd already confirmed that it wasn't a dream and it really existed. The energy of the Devil Seal Tablet temporarily took control of his body and slaughtered all the living beings in the surroundings. That time, even Feng Wudao was almost killed by him who was controlled by the Devil Seal Tablet. Fortunately, he was barely able to maintain a trace of consciousness, and this allowed Feng Wudao to escape calamity. If it's really as I think, then the side effect of the Devil Seal Tablet from before is too great, right? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Since the beginning, relying on his spiritual force that was 2 levels higher than his cultivation to execute the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, could be said to be the strongest ability he possessed. It was even to the extent that by relying on the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, he'd repeatedly defeated many opponents that were difficult to defeat with his own strength. Now, after his cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force didn't advance along with it, and it remained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage instead. This caused him to be more or less slightly annoyed and disappointed. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. No matter what exactly happened, since it had already happened, then it was bound to be difficult to change. I hope that my spiritual force will advance once more when I break through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Otherwise, it's practically impossible for me to surmount a level to fight an opponent. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. What he was most worried about now was that the level of his spiritual force would be equal to his cultivation once more. If that sort of situation really occurred, then his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, would be completely useless. Stop right there. After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shout out with a grim voice when he saw Shen and carrying the unconscious Chen Wei on his back with the intention of secretly leaving. Instantly, the body of Shen and who just soared into the sky trembled, and he revealed a fierce gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you dare heavily injure my brother, you're dead? Senior Ku will absolutely not let you off. Senior Ku? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and then he flashed out to arrive nearby Shen and before asking indifferently. Who's this Senior Ku you spoke of? A member of the 5-element sect? Exactly. Shen and revealed a vicious gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Senior Ku isn't just a member of the 5-element sect, he's also my brother's master, and he's even an elder of the 5-element sects would peak. An elder of the 5-element sect? Duan Lingtian didn't have any reaction when Shen said this. The expression of the Ye family's patriarch Yi Ting had already gone grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Duan, you should quickly leave the Ye family and go into hiding. An elder of the 5-element sect is at least an existence at the void transformation stage. It's far from something you can go against now. An elder of the 5-element sect. Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely not heard what Yi Ting said, and his brows raised as he looked at Shen and asked indifferently. Where's that elder of the 5-element sect now? He's naturally in our Shen family. Shen grunted coldly, and then he ridiculed. You wouldn't be thinking of coming to our Shen family to seek forgiveness from Senior Ku, right? If you do, then I'll tell you right now. It's useless. My brother is the disciple that Senior Ku dotes on the most, and he takes Senior Ku to be his own. You crippled one of my brother's arms and even heavily injured him. Senior Ku will surely not let you off. As he finished speaking, the smile on Xin An's face grew even wider. Who else from the Five-Element sect is with your brother? Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he asked indifferently. Even if it's only Senior Ku, it's still sufficient to annihilate you 10 times over. Duan Lingen, wash your neck and wait. Of course, you can flee as well. Ha. Chapter 855. No wonder the people of Drifting Cloud Town say that you're worse than a beast. They're right. Duan Lingtian looked at the laughing Shen and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, if I were you, I would run for my life right now instead of wasting time here. However, even if you escape from Drifting Cloud Town, you might not be able to escape from Senior Ku's palm. After Shen and restrained his wanton laughter, he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. Do you think a dignified elder of the Five-Elements sect would be so brainless? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed, and his laughter made Xin An's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but coldly ask, "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shen and, "What do I mean? Don't you know better than anyone else? Maybe I hurt your brother, but why would I hurt your brother? Do you think that the elder of the Five-Elements sect wouldn't find out that it was you who harmed your brother? You're talking nonsense." After Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head, Shen An's expression changed greatly. He roared angrily, as if he wanted to use his high-pitched voice to hide his guilty conscience. "I'm talking nonsense?" The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became more and more brilliant. He immediately said, "That's fine. I'll go with you to the Shen family. Let's see if the elder of the Five-Elements sect hates you, the instigator, or me, the person who harmed your brother more." You still dare to go to our Shen family?" Shen An's pupils shrank, and he said in horror, "You're not afraid of death. Even if I die, you should die before me, right?" I'm very curious what kind of expression the elder of the Five-Elements sect will have when he finds out that his favorite disciple was harmed by his own brother. Duan Lingtian's smile didn't change. You're crazy. You're crazy." Shen An's face was extremely gloomy. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian would follow him back to the Shen family. He originally thought that his plan was very thorough. After he brought his heavily injured brother back to the Shen family and Duan Lingtian escaped, his brother's master, Elder Kuzheng of the Five-Elements sect, would definitely hunt down Duan Lingtian at all costs. At that time, Duan Lingtian might be killed by Kuzheng before he could say anything. But now, things were not going according to his plan at all. Or perhaps, the person standing in front of him was too calm, so calm that it scared him. "Yeah, family head, please call Xianxia over. Let's go to the Shen family together. Didn't second young master Shen say that I took his fiancée by force? Let's go to the Five-Elements sect's elder and confront him. I don't believe that everyone in the Shen family will cooperate with him." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As the head of the Ye family, Yi Ting was naturally not a stupid person. He could vaguely guess something from Duan Lingtian's words just now. "Alright, I'll go and bring Xianxia over." As Yi Ting spoke, his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the small courtyard where Yi Xian stayed. In the sky, Shen An's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingen, what are you trying to do? What do you want?" "What do I want? What do I want?" Duan Lingtian looked at Shen and as if he was looking at an idiot. He laughed coldly and said, "Second young master Shen, shouldn't I be the one to ask you this question? I want to ask you instead. What do you want? What do you want? For the sake of your father, I won't haggle over the things you've done in the past. But what have you done now? You deceived your own elder brother and used him to deal with me. Do you really think that I, Duan Lingtian, am an idiot like you? Do you really think that I, Duan Lingtian, will fall into your trap? When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian slowly spat out 2 words, idiot. Idiot. Duan Lingtian's voice rang out like the sound of a giant bell. It shook Shen in so much that his expression changed and became incomparably pale. Every single word Duan Lingtian said seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto his chest, causing his breathing to become even more rapid. Duan Lingtian. Finally, Shannon took a deep breath and slowly said, "So long as you ask the members of the Ye family to not speak carelessly about the matter today, I won't haggle over it with you. As for my brother, I'll say that he was heavily injured by an expert of unknown origin." Shen, in speaking like this, was obviously admitting defeat, and at the same time, admitting the failure of his plan. Duan Lingtun was greatly surprised when he heard Shannon, and he asked curiously, "But your brother was obviously injured by me. He also knows that he was injured by me. In this way, wouldn't the 5-element sects elders find out sooner or later? My brother dotes on me the most. So long as I admit my mistakes to him, he'll surely cooperate with me and absolutely won't betray you." Shen An spoke in a low voice. Shen An's words caused Duan Lingtian's gaze to involuntarily descend onto the heavily injured and unconscious Chen Wei, and his eyes revealed slight pity. As far as he was concerned, it was truly Chen Wei's sorrow to have such a younger brother. His younger brother had completely taken his doting to be a tool that could be used. How lamentable. "I really feel that it wasn't worth it for your brother." Duan Lingtun shook his head as he spoke from the bottom of his heart. "You don't have to care about this. At any rate, you'll go your way in the future, and I'll go mine. We'll have nothing to do with each other." After Shen An finished speaking, he wanted to take the unconscious Chen Wei and leave. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and once again obstructed Shen, and Shen An's face sank as he said furiously, "Duan Lingtun, do you really think that making a big deal out of this matter is beneficial to you? Let me tell you, even if my brother's master knows of the sequence of events, it's impossible for him to kill me with my brother protecting me. Instead, it's you who's in much more danger than me." "Is that so? Then I'll make a trip with you." Duan Lingtun started laughing fearlessly. "You're a mother ** king madman." Shen An bellowed with a sullen face. Although he had said those words earlier, he still wasn't confident in his heart. Who knew if his brother's master would kill him in a fit of rage before his brother woke up? "What exactly do you want before you're willing to let go of today's matter?" Shen An took a deep breath as he asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian ignored him as he looked at the 2 figures that were flying over from afar. "It's surely that youngest son of mine that dragged Wei out. I'll surely teach him a good lesson when he returns." "It's fine." Ku Zheng shook his head and chuckled. "Chen Wei hasn't returned for 4 years, so let him properly wander around Drift Cloud Town. After all, we're leaving tomorrow." "So anxious?" Shen Dong was greatly shocked. "Elder Ku, I wanted to properly entertain you. Why don't you stay for a few more days?" Jean arched Shin. "I brought Chen Wei out this time because there's really something I need to do. Because of certain reasons, our 5-element sect urgently needs to recruit a batch of void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. Up until now, our Wood Peak has only recruited 2, and it's still far from the expected target." As Ku Zheng finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. "Our time is extremely tight. Void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40? Chapter 856. Oh! Ku Zheng's gaze lit up when he heard Shindong, and he asked with slight surprise. "Could it be that the Shun clan has a young genius that satisfies this condition? Elder Ku, you must be joking. Besides Wei, our Shun clan doesn't have such an outstanding young genius." Shindong shook his head and laughed bitterly. He's a little brother I got to know a few days ago, and his strength is extraordinary at such a young age. I'm not afraid of Elder Ko laughing at me, but no one in our Shin clan is a match for that little brother. What? Ku Zheng was instantly shocked when he heard this. Monarch Shin, I heard from Chen Wei that the supreme elder of your Shin clan had already broken through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage 4 years ago. Could it be that even he isn't a match for that little brother you spoke of? Elder Ku, there's something you don't know, but our Shen clan's supreme elder had already broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage some time ago. Shen Dong sighed, and his gaze became slightly complicated. That violet-clothed young man had given him too great of a shock some time ago. 6th level of the void interpretation stage? Ku Zheng's pupils constricted as he was moved. Monarch Shin, could it be that the little brother you spoke of even defeated your Shin clan's supreme elder, in existence at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage? Yes. Shen Dong nodded. Where's he now? Ku Zheng's gaze lit up as he asked anxiously. He suddenly felt that it was extremely likely that the young genius would be a turning point for their 5-element sects would peak. Presently, the wood peak was declining with each passing day, and it urgently needed outstanding new blood to join it. He's been staying at our Ye clan in Drift Cloud Town during this period of time. Elder Ku, if you're interested. Shen Dong hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted abruptly by a voice. Monarch Shin, Duan Lingtian has come uninvited. I hope you don't blame me. A calm and resounding voice sounded out from outside the Shen clan's audience hall, and it grew closer and closer. It's him. Shen Dong's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked towards the entrance of the main hall. He didn't expect that just as he mentioned Duan Lingtian would appear. However, his expression quickly changed. He saw Duan Lingtian, but he also saw 2 other people, a young man with a face full of fear, and a young man who was seriously injured and unconscious. He couldn't be more familiar with these 2 people. They were his 2 sons. Chen Wei. An aged voice suddenly sounded, and the old man at the head of the table disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already beside the unconscious young man, who was also the eldest young master of the Shen family, Chen Wei. After discovering that Chen Wei's injuries weren't serious, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. After feeding Chen Wei a healing medicinal pill and connecting his arm bone, he stood up and looked at the purple-clothed young man who was close by. The purple-clad young man was naturally Duan Lingtian. Monarch Shin, Yi Ting and his daughter are here to disturb you. Another voice sounded, and it was the patriarch of the Ye family Yi Ting, who had brought his daughter, Yi Xian, over. It was you who injured Chen Wei? The old man, Kujing, the elder of the 5-element sects would peak, stared at Duan Lingtian with his muddy eyes, and his voice was slightly low. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he carefully sized up the old man before him. When he'd just arrived at the Shen family's main hall, he'd seen the old man sitting at the head of the table, and it was easy for him to guess the old man's identity. The elder of the 5-element sect. Chen Wei's master. The old man was obviously a very calm person. If I'm able to bring him back to the 5-element sect, would I have to worry about the prosperity of the Wood Peak? But before I bring him back, I must test his character. Otherwise, even if I bring him back, he'll be poached away by the other 3 peaks. Ku Jing thought in his heart. During these past few years, it wasn't that disciples with outstanding natural talent hadn't appeared in their Wood Peak, but because of various reasons, they were poached away by the other 3 peaks. If this violet-clothed young man before him was a fence-sitter, then no matter how outstanding his natural talent was, he wouldn't bring him back to the 5-element sect, because it would be a gift to the other 3 peaks. Explanation? Duan Lingnan shook his head when he heard Ku Jing, and then he pointed at Shen and Elder Ku. If you really want an explanation, then I think he ought to be the most suitable to give you one. Ku Jing frowned as he looked at Shen and, is what he said true? Shen and hurriedly shook his head and pointed at Duan Lingtian in panic. Elder Kutsim, it's he that injured my brother. Quickly kill him, bastard. Finally, Shandong walked over and glared angrily at Shen and as he shouted. Tell me honestly, what absurd things have you done this time? He'd faintly guessed some things in his heart. He understood his eldest son, and he believed that his eldest son would absolutely not take the initiative to offend Duan Lingtian. Moreover, there was no enmity between the two of them. As for Duan Lingtian, even though they'd only known each other for a short period of time, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was an upright person. So as far as he was concerned, this matter was most probably started by this youngest son of his. Shen An's entire body trembled when he was shouted at by Shandong, and his countenance went ghastly pale as he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtan and roared. Father! It's him! It's he, that injured big brother! Quickly kill him! Quickly kill him! The current Shen An was roaring hysterically, as though he was concealing the fear in his heart. Looks like you're unwilling to speak the truth? Duan Lingtan glanced indifferently at Shen An, and then looked at Yi Ting. Ye family head, please tell Elder Ku and Monarch Shen how awe-inspiring second young Master Shen was in the Ye family's residence just now. What? Bastard, you actually brought your brother to barge into the Ye family's residence. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shandong's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and gave Shen An a slap, causing Shen An to be dazed for a while. Yi Ting took a deep breath, and without hiding anything he recounted how Shen An had brought Shen Wei to barge into the Ye family's residence and injured many of the Ye family's disciples. Besides that, I feel that eldest young Master Shen might have been deceived by second young Master Shen. Just as Yi Ting spoke up to hear, he was interrupted by Shen and Yi Ting. Don't slander me. Father, Elder Ku, I didn't deceive my brother. I didn't deceive my brother. It's them that injured my brother. Quickly kill them, quickly kill them. Shen An looked at Shandong and Kuzheng as he roared hysterically. Shut up, you bastard. Shandong's expression sank as he shouted once more, shocking Shen An to the point his face turned even paler, and his body trembled intensely from fear. Suddenly, a voice sounded out, and it was the unconscious Chen Wei who opened his eyes and muttered in a daze. Where is this place? Since eldest young Master Shen has woken up, Ye family head, you don't have to waste your breath. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he glanced at Shen An. What do you think? Second young Master Shen? Shen An's expression sank slightly as he took a deep breath and hurriedly looked at Chen Wei. You wouldn't be thinking of using sound transmission to make your brother lie for you, right? After noticing Shen An's actions, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and grabbed Shen An with one hand before making him spin a few rounds like a top, causing Shen An to be completely distracted and be unable to use sound transmission. Chen Wei. Shandong and Kuzheng didn't stop Duan Lingtian, and they walked out with large strides to support Chen Wei up from both sides, and their faces were filled with worry. Father, Master. Chen Wei awoke from his stupor and asked in bewilderment. Why am I here? It's you. What do you want to do to little An? Chen Wei's expression went grim when he saw Duan Lingtian playing with Shen An, and he shouted furiously as he was about to make a move against Duan Lingtian to save Shen An. But unfortunately, he who hadn't completely recovered had only taken a step forward when his entire body almost collapsed. Fortunately, Shandong and Kuzheng supported him. Chen Wei, what exactly happened? Tell me the sequence of events of the entire matter without leaving out a single word. Kuzheng asked in a low voice. Chapter 857. No. When Shen An heard Kuzheng's question to Chen Wei, he who had his back facing Chen Wei and was unable to send a voice transmission to Chen Wei instantly became anxious, and he opened his mouth with the intention of stopping Chen Wei. Slap. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, raised his hand and swung out a slap, striking Shen An to the point he felt dizzy. Shut up. I'll beat you into a pig's head if you continue talking. You. Chen Wei's face went grim when he saw Duan Lingtian treating his younger brother like this, and his eyes went crimson red. But he was utterly unable to exert any strength now, and he could only watch helplessly. "Father, master, quickly stop him." Shenan asked for help from Xindong and Kuzheng, but he quickly noticed that no matter if it was his father or his master, both of them didn't have the intention to save Shenan. For a time, he faintly realized the strangeness of the atmosphere. "Father, what's wrong?" Chen Wei looked at Xindong with a bewildered expression. "Wei? Answer your master." Xindong spoke with a serious expression. Only now did Chen Wei notice that his master was looking at him solemnly, and he instantly didn't dare dally and spoke of everything that Shenan had said to him when he just entered the clan. "Not only did that Duan Lingtian impersonate a disciple of our five-element sects would peak to bully others, he even forcefully seized my younger brother's fiancée and pressured the Ye family to make the Ye family break off the engagement with our Shen family, causing our Shen family to lose face." Chen Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and gnashed his teeth as he said, "So it was I who wanted to teach him a lesson, and it's unrelated to Shaoan. Moreover, master, don't you think he ought to be taught a lesson? Impersonate a disciple of our would peak?" Ku Zheng's face sank when he heard Chen Wei, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze. "What explanation do you have?" "Explanation?" Duan Lingtian smiled and glanced indifferently at Ku Zheng as he said, "Elder Ku, truthfully speaking, before I helped the Ye family break off the engagement with the Shen family, I utterly didn't know of the existence of the five-element sect, let alone the wood peak. As for the reason why I went to break off the engagement with the Shen family, Jean Archshin knew it clearly. If Jean Archshin's explanation, then I've brought the person involved in it as well." When he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian, "Shao Xian, Shao Xian." Yi Xian stood obediently by Duan Lingtian's side and looked timidly at Ku Zheng. To her, the elders of the Five Elements sect were unreachable existences that she had to look up to. Facing them face to face, her heart was filled with apprehension. There's no need for young Miss Yi to personally say this matter. Xindong took a deep breath before explaining the farce of the engagement between the Ye family and Shen family to Ku Zheng, and at the same time, he spoke of all the misdeeds his youngest son had done in these past few years. "So, it's this unfilial son of mine that's unworthy of the Ye family's young miss. Brother Ling Tian coming to break off the engagement with our Shen family was pardonable, and he was frank and open. He only wanted to repay the kindness of the Ye family's young miss for saving his life, and he didn't ask for anything else." When he spoke up to hear, Xindong looked angrily at Shen and who had his back facing them, and he said with a low voice, "But never had I imagined that this unfilial son would actually distort the truth before Wei. He was clearly the one that bullied others, yet he spoke of it as Brother Ling Tian. As for impersonating a disciple of the five-element sects would peak, it was surely him that framed Brother Ling Tian for the sake of infuriating Wei and making Wei stand up for him." As Xindong finished speaking, he was seething with rage, and the clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. "What?" Chen Wei's face went pale when he heard his father, and he looked at Shen An's figure with disbelief as he muttered, "It's Little An. When did Little An become like this? Why did Little An become like this? No. Impossible. Impossible." Chen Wei was unable to accept the fact that his younger brother was a profligate disciple and frequently bullied others. In the end, he was unable to catch his breath, and his vital energy and blood attacked his heart, causing him to faint once more. "Third elder, please bring the eldest young master down to rest." Xindong sighed, and then he looked at Shen Lei who stood silently at the side and called out to him. Shen Lei replied respectfully, and then he supported the unconscious Chen Wei down. "Looks like I've misunderstood you." Ku Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian as he squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face, and he seemed to be amiable. "You're Duan Lingtian?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Good." Ku Zheng sized up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. "Elder Ku, he's the little brother I mentioned to you earlier." Seeming to have discerned that Ku Zheng was interested in Duan Lingtian, Shendong, who stood at the side, said with a light smile, "On that day, for the sake of repaying the debt of saving his life from the Ye family's young miss, he trespassed into my Shen family estate by himself. He first defeated me, then defeated my Shen family's supreme elder, and he broke off the absurd engagement between the Ye family and our Shen family. For the sake of repaying the debt of saving his life, it's rare that he was able to go to such an extent." Ku Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was even more satisfied. He was able to discern from this matter that there was completely no problem with Duan Lingtian's character. His worries from before were completely unnecessary. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao could truly be said to be terrifying. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was actually able to defeat the Shen family's supreme elder, in existence at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Even their 5-element sect didn't have such an outstanding disciple. Perhaps he's a turning point for our would peak. Ku Zheng's gaze became slightly excited as he looked at Duan Lingtian, as if he'd seen the rise of their would peak, and as if he'd seen the jaws of the members of the other 3 peaks drop from shock. "Jean Arch Shen, I'll blush if you continue praising me." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he raised his hand to throw Shen and onto the ground as a sharp light flashed within his eyes. "Jean Arch Shen, how do you intend to deal with the matter this time?" As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Ku Zheng looked at Shendong with a slightly fierce gaze. Obviously, this elder of the 5-element sect couldn't bear to see Shin An's despicable actions as well. Especially when Shin An had tricked his own brother, who was his disciple, this caused him to be even more furious. But as the saying goes, an upright official finds it difficult to deal with family matters. He knew clearly in his heart that he was an outsider in the Shen family in the end, and it wasn't convenient for him to interfere in these matters. "Don't worry, Brother Duan, I'll give you and Elder Ku a satisfactory explanation." Shen Dong took a deep breath and seemed to have made some sort of decision. "Father, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. Please spare me this time, please spare me this time." When he saw Shen Dong's cold gaze sweeping over, Shinan seemed to have realized what was about to happen. He couldn't help but shiver as he continued to beg for mercy with a trembling voice. Unfortunately, when faced with Shen An's begging, the fierce light in Shendong's eyes didn't show any signs of weakening. Perhaps he had already given up on this youngest son of his. Subsequently, under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, Shendong arrived in front of Shen and raised his hand to knock out Shen, and who was lying limp on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Crack, crack. 4 consecutive sounds of bones shattering resonated in the air, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. It was Shendong who had crushed all the bones in his youngest son Shin An's limbs with a raise of his hand. Looking at how ruthless he was, even if there was a grade 1 life recovery pill, Shen An's broken limbs would never be able to recover. From now on, this unfilial son will stay in the Shen family for the rest of his life. The Shen family will let him spend his life peacefully in bed and won't let him go out and cause trouble again. Shen Dong's cold voice resonated, fully demonstrating his determination. It was said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Shen Dong was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He had no choice but to make up his mind. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of trouble his youngest son would cause in the future. The Shen family elders sighed, but no one felt that Shin An was pitiful. In their opinion, this might be the best ending for Shin An. "Elder brother Duan, let's go back." When the sound of bones shattering resonated in the air, Yi Xian's pretty face was already pale with fright. She couldn't help but close her eyes, not daring to look. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. He then held Yi Xian's hand and greeted Shendong and Ku Zheng. "Jean Arch Shen, Elder Ku, since this matter is settled, I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian took Yi Xian and stepped into the air. He flew out of the Shen family's main hall with Yi Ting. "Brother Duan." When Shendong saw that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he immediately became anxious. He had just boasted in front of Ku Zheng that he would introduce Duan Lingtian to Ku Zheng. "Jean Arch Shen, is something the matter?" Duan Lingtian paused in the air and asked with a puzzled expression. It's not that I'm in trouble, but Elder Ku. I wonder if Brother Duan is interested. Shendong looked at Duan Lingtian and wanted to ask if Duan Lingtian was interested in joining the Five-Element sect. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Jean Archshen wants to ask me if I'm interested in joining the Five-Element sect? That's right. Shendong nodded. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to actually guess his thoughts. Sure. Duan Lingtian didn't beat around the bush and nodded. Then he looked at Ke Zheng, who revealed an excited expression after hearing what he said and lightly smiled. Of course, the precondition is that Elder Ku takes a fancy to me. Chapter 858. Of course. Ke Zheng nodded and smiled confidently. I still have this little bit of authority. Thank you, Elder Ku. Thank you, Elder Ku. After obtaining confirmation, Yi Ting instantly had an excited expression. Even though he was the patriarch of the Ye family in Driftcloud Town, he still maintained a respectful attitude when facing a colossus like the Five-Element sect. The Ye family had been passed down for hundreds of years, yet it had never produced a disciple with the natural talent to enter a colossal power like the Five-Element sect. This was also a regret of the Ye family all along. Now, when he found out that his daughter could enter the Five-Element sect, even though there was some nepotism involved, he still couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. Since it's like this, then I hope Elder Ku can allow us to prepare for a few days and leave after a few days? Duan Lingtian looked at Ke Zheng with the intention of asking for his opinion. No problem, no problem. Presently, Ke Zheng was completely immersed in the joy of Duan Lingtian agreeing to join the Five-Element sect. He naturally had to grant the request of a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say you would be leaving early in the morning? Shen Dong, who instructed the clan elders to take his youngest son, Shen, away, just happened to hear Ke Zheng and couldn't help but be stunned. Earlier, when Ke Zheng said he would be leaving tomorrow, he intended to persuade him to stay. However, Ke Zheng looked as if he had already made up his mind, causing him to feel rather helpless. Now, cough cough. Ke Zheng laughed awkwardly when he heard Shendong. Special circumstances, special circumstances. Jean, since it's like this, then I'll disturb you for a few more days? This is the honor of our Shen family. Shendong hurriedly said. He naturally discerned that Elder Ku had decided to stay for a few more days because of Duan Lingtian, and this was sufficient to show how much he valued Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Elder Ku. Duan Lingtian thanked Ke Zheng and then greeted Shendong. Only then did he bring along Yi Xian and leave the Shen family main hall together with Yi Xian, who was still immersed in her excitement. Duan Lingtian, take your time to prepare. If you can prepare in half a month, then leave with me. Seeing Duan Lingtian walk out of the Shen family hall, Ke Zheng, who was standing in the hall, added loudly. This made all the higher-ups of the Shen family, including Shendong, speechless. Sure enough, different people received different treatment. Duan Lingtian and the other two quickly returned to the Ye family residence. Yi Ting naturally thanked Duan Lingtian for what had just happened. Brother Duan, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, Xiao Xian probably wouldn't have been able to step into the Five-Element sect in this lifetime. Yi Ting said. Ye family head, you're exaggerating. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then glanced at Yi Xian beside him and said, Xiao Xian's innate talent is not bad. I asked Elder Ku to take her into the Five-Element sect because I don't want a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Yi Xian, who was standing to the side, had a slightly rosy face, and her beautiful eyes were mixed with uncontrollable excitement. Until now, she still felt as if she was dreaming. Joining the Five-Element sect. It was undoubtedly an unattainable dream of hers since she was young. Now, this dream had truly come true. Brother Duan, I know what kind of innate talent my daughter has. With her innate talent, the five-element sect definitely won't accept her. All of this is because of you. Yi Ting shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Could it be that this Ye family head still thought that his daughter's innate talent was the same as before? After all, he had thought deeply before he wanted Yi Xian to join the five-element sect. He wanted to join the five-element sect more so that he could smoothly meet a few of his old friends through the five-element sect and reunite with them. He didn't really want to join the five-element sect and do something like that. For this reason, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt guilty. He felt guilty toward the five-element sect. He wanted Yi Xian to join the five-element sect more so that he could compensate the five-element sect. Perhaps, in the eyes of others today, Yi Xian could join the five-element sect because of Duan Lingtian. But he was very clear in his heart. In the future, Yi Xian would let everyone know that it wasn't Yi Xian who wanted to join the five-element sect, but it was the five-element sect who wanted to join Yi Xian. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't say all of this because he knew that not many people would believe him even if he said it. It was better to let the facts speak for themselves. The current Yi Xian needed time. So long as she had time, her shocking innate talent would gradually reveal itself and shine brilliantly. Five-element sect. This can be considered as my explanation to you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian was still the same as before. He was either cultivating, comprehending concept, or sitting in the small courtyard and drinking tea comfortably. He asked Ke Zheng for a few days to prepare, but it was naturally not for himself. He was all alone and had no relatives or friends here, so he could leave at any time. These few days of time were for Yi Xian. According to his knowledge, Yi Xian had never traveled far in her entire lifetime, so she naturally had to be given time to properly prepare. In the next few days, the news of Yi Xian joining the five-element sect spread throughout the Ye family. For a time, it caused the Ye family to be decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was jubilant as if it was the new year. All the disciples of the Ye family that went out during these few days would frequently say, "Our Ye family's young miss is going to join the five-element sect." On the other hand, outsiders also flattered them. Everyone was clearly aware of what Yi Xian joining the five-element sect meant. From today onwards, the Ye family would be completely different from before. Just like the Shen family, they had the five-element sect as their backing. Perhaps the five-element sect wouldn't turn out in full force for them, but the interactions between people could not be without favors. Once the Ye family was in trouble and the Ye family's young miss, Yi Xian, returned to help, there would definitely be some five-element sect's elders and disciples who would come to help by her side. Drift Cloud Town is going to change. Ye family, when one person achieves the Tao, all his friends and family will ascend to the heavens. Chapter 859. Let's not mention the matters of the past. Ke Zheng shook his head, and then he said, "Since everyone is here, then it's time for us to leave." "Elder Ku, why don't all of you have lunch before leaving?" Shen Dong urged Ke Zheng to stay. "There's no need. Monarch Shin, thank you for your hospitality these past few days." Ke Zheng nodded to Shen Dong, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian and the others before walking out. Monarch Shin, farewell. Duan Lingtian brought along Yi Xian and bid farewell to Shen Dong before following Ke Zheng. Chen Wei hurriedly followed as well. The group of four soared up into the sky from the Shen clan estate and headed west. On the way, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Elder Ku, are we returning to the five-element sect or going somewhere else? I'll send all of you to Settlement City first. Arwood Peak has a base there. The two people we recruited not long ago are there as well." Ke Zheng said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Elder Ku, tell me about the situation in the five-element sect." Duan Lingtian asked. Kuzheng nodded, and then he introduced. Our 5-element sect is divided into the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks. Besides the metal peak being the main peak of the sect master's line, the other 4 peaks are of equal status and are controlled by the 4 peak masters. The 4 peaks have always been in a state of competition, and in the last 20 years, it's our wood peak that has fallen into a disadvantageous position. When he spoke up to hear, Kuzheng sighed heavily. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian obtained a certain level of understanding of the 5-element sects would peak from Kuzheng and Chenwei, and he knew that it was once the most brilliant peak beneath the metal peak. However, 20+ years ago, the wood peak's master was heavily injured outside and returned to enter closed-door cultivation, causing the wood peak to start going downhill. First, the outstanding disciples of the wood peak were poached away by the other 3 peaks, and then the other 3 peaks intentionally joined forces to suppress the wood peak, causing the wood peak to be reduced to the lowest-ranked peak for a time. Even though the experts of the older generation of the wood peak were still present, the younger generation seemed to be lacking when compared to the other 3 peaks. A force, even if it is a small force that was separated from the same sect, once the younger generation is unable to carry on, it means that it will decline. Kuzheng sighed. Why don't you just recruit some more genius disciples? As long as we spend more time, we can still find talented disciples. Duan Lingtian said. We're naturally aware of this, and we've indeed done this. But those genius disciples hadn't even warmed up a seat in our wood peak when they were poached away by the other 3 peaks. Kuzheng smiled bitterly. What about Jin Feng, who is from the sect master's faction, who doesn't care? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. This is something you don't know. In our 5-element sect, there's a tradition that has always been passed down. The 5 peaks exist together and compete with each other. Besides the disciples of the various peaks being prohibited from casually killing and crippling each other, and the seniors being prohibited from making a move against the juniors, there aren't many other restrictions. Since the beginning, Jin Feng has always been the deserving number 1 peak in our 5-element sect, and its status is impossible to shake. The other 4 peaks have always been competing openly and covertly. 20 years ago, our wood peak became the target of the joint suppression of the other 3 peaks, and this suppression caused us to be unable to catch our breath for 20+ years. When he spoke up to hear, Kuzheng sighed. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he was able to understand the wood peak's situation for a time. Simply speaking, this was a group of desperados that specialized in profitless business. They licked the blood from their blades and hung their heads on their waists to earn a huge amount of wealth. Duan Lingtian had always stayed in Drift Cloud Town and didn't leave by himself, as he was worried that he'd encounter these bandits. If the bandits were weaker than him, then so be it, he'd just directly kill them. If the bandits were stronger than him, then he could only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, without the slightest chance of survival. Elder brother Duan. Seeing so many people surrounding them, Yixian's face turned pale. She was the daughter of the Ye family that grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever seen such a scene? Xiao Xian, come onto elder brother Duan's back. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yixian was terrified to the point her body started to tremble slightly, and he instantly called out to Yixian to get onto his back. Yixian leaned on Duan Lingtian's back and wrapped her arms around Duan Lingtian's neck before her mood calmed down slightly. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and stretched out his spiritual force to clearly investigate all the bandits that surrounded them at the first possible moment. There was a total of 9 people. 1 at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. 3 at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The remaining were all at the 4th and 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage. What a formidable group of bandits! Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart as he never imagined that the first wave of bandits he encountered in the foreign lands would possess such a terrifying strength. Duan Lingtian didn't know. This wasn't the first wave of bandits he encountered since arriving in the foreign lands. After he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet earlier and left Feng Wudao and completely lost consciousness, he'd encountered many waves of bandits with strengths that weren't inferior to this group of bandits on the way to Driftcloud Town. It was even to the extent that there were a few existences at the void transformation stage. However, without exception, those bandits were all killed by him as soon as they appeared after he demonized them. Kill! The 7th level void interpretation stage bandit in the lead didn't waste his breath and directly gave the order. Instantly, the other 8 bandits pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 4. In the sky, vast ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and swept towards them, and it even blocked out more than half of the sunlight in the horizon. Those 3 are at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. He didn't have the slightest intention of making a move, and he instead pointed towards 3 of the bandits that charged over and spoke to Chen Wei. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Besides the one in the lead, the strongest amongst the other 5 is only at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. How many can you deal with?" Obviously, the old man wanted to test Duan Lingtian's strength. Up until now, the old man hadn't seen Duan Lingtian make a move, and he only knew that Duan Lingtian had once defeated the Shen clan's patriarch and the Shen clan's supreme elder. The Shen clan's supreme elder was a 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. "Senior, besides the one in the lead, leave the others to me." Duan Lingtian smiled confidently, and as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes started to flicker with a dim light, and vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his mind. 1,000 illusions. An illusory space was constructed out of thin air by Duan Lingtian, and it enveloped an area of a few tens of meters. The 9 bandits clearly appeared within the range of Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. Besides the 7th level void interpretation stage bandit in the lead, he was able to affect the other bandits with his soul skill and cause them to fall into an illusory space. When Duan Lingtian executed his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, Ku Zheng and Chen Wei were both shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Ku Zheng couldn't help but frown, and he felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. "Alas, I misjudged in the end?" Ku Zheng sighed in his heart, and the origin energy in his body started to roil as he was prepared to make a move against the group of bandits that charged over at any moment. Obviously, he didn't believe Duan Lingtian's boasting. But in next to no time, he was stunned. Chen Wei was stunned as well. Yi Xian, who tightly embraced Duan Lingtian's neck and lay on Duan Lingtian's back, was originally terrified by the group of bandits to the point she couldn't help but close her eyes. But when she curiously opened her eyes to look outside, she instead saw a scene that she would never be able to forget in her lifetime. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 8 bandits that charged over abruptly stopped in midair, and their eyes revealed bewilderment, as if they'd suddenly lost their target. Subsequently, they went berserk successively and attacked their former companions, and the surging strength that was on the verge of erupting completely poured out. Bang, 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 bang. A terrifying strength tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions, and it was the 3 6th level void interpretation stage bandits that had joined forces to kill their 5 companions. "What are all of you doing?" The bandit leader that wasn't affected by Duan Lingtian's soul skill was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, and then his face went grim as he roared with a grim voice. Chapter 861. There was an independent martial practice grounds in the depths of this estate, and an entire row of pavilions stood at both sides of the martial practice grounds. Bang, 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 bang. Under Ku Zheng's lead, they just approached the martial practice grounds when Duan Lingtian heard a wave of enormous sounds that were like thunderclaps sounding out from within. When he looked carefully, there were two young men around the age of 35 sparring. The two of them were evenly matched in their battle, and it was difficult to determine a victor. Two second-level void interpretation stage martial artists? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared fixedly at the two young men in the distance, and his spiritual force detected the cultivations of the two at the first possible moment. They're the two void interpretation stage disciples that our Wood Peak has recently recruited. Ku Zheng said to Duan Lingtian, "You're the third." Duan Lingtian nodded. Actually, even if Ku Zheng didn't say it, he was roughly able to guess the identities of the two people. Ku Zheng. Right at this moment, an aged figure flashed out swiftly from a pavilion at the side of the martial practice grounds, and it seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that arrived before Duan Lingtian and the others. It was a single-armed old man. The old man's eyes emitted bright lights as his body faintly emitted an unfathomable aura. Obviously, he was an existence with extraordinary strength. Another void transformation stage expert. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he was shocked in his heart. "Senior brother." Ku Zheng bowed respectfully when facing the single-armed old man, and he didn't dare be disrespectful. "Martial uncle." Chen Wei bowed as well. "How were your gains this time?" The single-armed old man asked with slight anticipation. From the beginning until the end, he didn't spare a glance at the nearby Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, these two people were unable to satisfy the conditions of the 5-element sect's recruitment of disciples this time. Even though there were only two conditions for the 5-element sect's recruitment of disciples this time. If these two conditions were separated, then they were nothing, and the people that satisfied them would form groups. However, when they were combined together, they could be considered to be harsh. Under the age of 40, void interpretation stage martial artist. Even in the 5-element sect, there were only around 100 void interpretation stage disciples below the age of 40. Even if they were evenly distributed among the 5 peaks, each peak would only have 20 people. "Senior brother, he's Duan Lingtian, a disciple that I dared to take for our Wood Peak. Besides that, the little girl by his side will also be a disciple of our Wood Peak in the future." Ku Zheng smiled as he introduced Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian to the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man frowned as he sized up Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian from top to bottom, and he thought that the two of them were taken into the Wood Peak by Ku Zheng because of their high natural talent. "Martial uncle, don't underestimate brother Lingtian just because he's young. With his strength, he'll be able to defeat the joint forces of those two junior brothers in a single move." As Chen Wei spoke, he looked at the two young men in the distance that had just stopped. As he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice, and it was clearly transmitted into the ears of the two young men. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Wei finished speaking, the two young men walked over with gloomy expressions. The one-armed old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise when he heard Chen Wei, yet he didn't say anything and instead waited with interest for the arrival of the two young men. "Senior brother Chen, we admit that we're inferior to you, but you can't insult us like this." The two disciples that had just joined the 5-element sects Wood Peak walked over in a short moment, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with gloomy expressions. "He defeated the joint forces of the two of us in a single move?" "Exactly. On what basis?" The two Wood Peak disciples were extremely furious, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with a provocative expression. "My elder brother Duan is much more formidable than the two of you." Yi Xian grunted and spoke bluntly. "We'll only know if he's more formidable than us after we try. Elders, what do the two of you think?" As he finished speaking, one of the Wood Peak disciples glanced at Ku Zheng and the one-armed old man with a seeking gaze, and when he saw the two old men nodding lightly, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on his face. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and ridiculed. "Kid, there's no need for the two of us to join forces. I alone." A single hand is sufficient to defeat you. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled as well, and he smiled indifferently and indifferently. He was able to discern that Chen Wei had instigated the matter before him and Kujing had tacitly agreed to it, and it was undoubtedly because they wanted the one-armed old man to witness his strength. So he cooperated with them. Speak after you defeat my elder brother Duan. Otherwise, you're bragging. Yi Xian made a face at the Wood Peak disciple that provoked Duan Lingtian as she spoke childishly. Little girl, then I'll let you take a good look at how your big brother Duan is going to be. The Wood Peak disciple revealed an evil smile as he raised his hand as he spoke. But he hadn't finished speaking when he felt a vast force assault his face, and before he could react to what was going on, the vast force had already descended onto his body. Bang! In the next moment, he felt intense pain come from his chest as his vital blood roiled, and his entire body was blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow, and he soared through the clouds before fiercely crashing onto the ground. Good! The one-armed old man stared at Duan Lingtian with a bright light in his eyes. The speed Duan Lingtian attacked earlier was so swift that even he couldn't help but be surprised. Little fellow, your strength ought to be even stronger than Chen Wei, right? It's all right. I'm able to slap him flying with a single palm strike. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He remembered that it was Chen Wei who'd intentionally made a fool of him earlier, so he didn't hold back in the slightest when he answered the one-armed old man now. The one-armed old man was stunned, and then he looked at Chen Wei. When he saw Chen Wei nod with a bitter smile, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Good. Senior brother, I'll leave Duan Lingtian to you. There's also this little girl. I've already promised Duan Lingtian to allow her to join our Wood Peak as well. Ku Zheng spoke respectfully to the one-armed old man, and then he bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian before turning around and leaving with Chen Wei. His entire movement was smooth like flowing water, and it was extremely elegant. You're called Duan Lingtian? The one-armed old man looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked, and he completely didn't have the contempt from before. Elder, how should I address you? Duan Lingtian nodded. You can just call me Elder Yang. Let's go, I'll arrange a place for both of you to stay. The one-armed old man warmly brought Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian to a row of pavilions at the side of the martial practice grounds, and he arranged a place for them to stay. You weren't able to react in the slightest when he attacked earlier? The other Wood Peak disciple supported up the Wood Peak disciple that was easily blasted flying by Duan Lingtian, and he asked with an astounded expression. I didn't. The latter gritted his teeth and stood up, and besides a bitter smile, there was a trace of seriousness on his face. I must report the appearance of such a young expert in the Wood Peak to Elder Tang as soon as possible. You're injured, go back and rest first. I'll personally notify Elder Tang of this matter. I truly never imagined that a place as weak as the Wood Peak would be able to find such an outstanding young expert. The former took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely serious. All right. Subsequently, the injured Wood Peak disciple returned to his pavilion to rest, whereas the other walked out and left the Wood Peak's base in Settlement City. All of this was noticed by the one-armed old man, and the old man grunted coldly. It's really as I expected, Elder Tang? The Earth Peak is going slightly too far. As he finished muttering to himself, two cold lights shot out from the old man's eyes, and his clothes fluttered without any wind as he emitted a vast and powerful aura. Interesting. On the pavilion, Duan Lingtian stood on the balcony as he looked at the one-armed old man that descended from the sky, and a wisp of a smile suffused the corners of his mouth. He'd noticed the movements of those two Wood Peak disciples earlier, but never had he imagined that those two people were actually spies. If Elder Ku knows that the two Wood Peak disciples he found are spies, I wonder what sort of expression he would have? Unknowingly, a wisp of a deep smile suffused Duan Lingtian's face. As for the origins of the two spies, he was easily able to guess that they were surely from the Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak of the Five-Element sect. It's getting more and more interesting. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before returning to his room, and he cultivated as he comprehended concept. Settlement City on the other side. Outside the high walls of the enormous estate, a swift figure flashed in, and in a short moment, it headed towards the depths of the estate before finally stopping at the rear garden that was covered in luxuriant flowers and plants. At the center of the rear garden was a pergola, and an old man was sitting there playing chess. The old man held a white chess piece in his left hand and a black chess piece in his right hand, and he played chess by himself with extreme delight. Elder Tang. The unexpected guest appeared and arrived before the pergola before bowing respectfully to the old man. The old man seemed to not be surprised in the slightest by the sudden appearance of this person, and he continued playing chess as he asked indifferently, "Is there anything?" "Yes," the person replied, and then he said, "Kuzheng brought back a person today." Kuzheng really found a void interpretation stage martial artist below the age of 40 outside? The old man was slightly surprised, but he still continued playing chess, and his emotions didn't seem to fluctuate in the slightest. "Yes." Let's go. Let's go ask around and see where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held. Xuanai, wait for me. When she saw Han Xuanai vanish like a wisp of smoke, Mu Shui lightly stomped on the ground and hurriedly followed up. After they walked into a restaurant, Han Xuanai and Mu Shui sat down before calling the attendant over. "Attendant, do you know of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties?" Han Xuanai asked. "Of course." The attendant hurriedly nodded, and then he said, "Young miss, you've just arrived at our ancient desert city, right?" Han Xuanai nodded. "Then it's no wonder. But young miss, if you've come for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then I'm afraid you've come too late. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties has already ended over a month ago," the attendant said with a smile, "but even if young miss arrives in time, you'll be unable to witness the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with your own 2 eyes, and you can only wait outside for news." But Han Xuanai frowned as she asked. Because the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held at Skywolf Fort, and it was held at the outer fort of Skywolf Fort, so no outsiders were allowed to spectate. The attendant continued. At that time, even though many people came to join in the fun, yet they stayed outside to wait for news. Skywolf Fort. Mu Shui was stunned, and then she couldn't help but ask the attendant. "Attendant, what's the relationship between Skywolf Fort and Skydog Fort? Why are their names so similar?" "Skydog Fort." The attendant was stunned. "What's that? Doesn't your ancient desert city have a Skydog Fort?" Mu Shui asked with a bewildered expression. She still remembered that it was Xuanai that told her this. "Shui, you're mistaken. The Skydog Fort I spoke of is the Skywolf Fort he spoke of. I truly never imagined that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was actually held by Skydog Fort." Han Xuanai said to Mu Shui, "Shui, let's go ask the members of Skydog Fort if they know where Big Brother Ling Tian went after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended." Both of them stood up in unison and walked out of the restaurant. Skydog Fort? Early on when he heard Han Xuanai address Skywolf Fort as Skydog Fort, the attendant's expression had gone grim. There's actually someone in the ancient desert city that dares to address Skywolf Fort in this way? Does she want to die? When Han Xuanai finished speaking, the attendant couldn't help but be stunned. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Big Brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian? In a flash, the attendant's eyes lit up abruptly. Could it be that the Big Brother Ling Tian she spoke of is the Duan Ling Tian that obtained the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? That culprit that killed the patriarch's grandson, young Master Han? The restaurant he worked in now was a subsidiary of the Donghua clan. In the Donghua clan, he was only a tiny member of the outer circle with a lowly status, yet this didn't mean that he was willing to continue being lowly. He had the heart to rise up in the sky as well. Thus, he paid special attention to many things in the Dongwa clan for the sake of waiting for an opportunity to turn things around. He knew clearly about the matter of the patriarch's grandson, young Master Han, being killed over 1 month ago. The person that killed young Master Han was a young man called Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was also the young expert that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he'd left with the members of the Blade sect after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Never had he imagined that he would encounter someone that knew Duan Lingtian one day. Moreover, it seemed to be someone that had an extremely close relationship with Duan Lingtian. He faintly realized that his chance had arrived. My luck is about to change. The attendant shouted in his heart as he chased up to Han Xuanai and Mu Shui, who just walked out of the restaurant. Young Mrs., is the person you're looking for Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. The attendant's words caused Han Xuanai to stop moving, then she turned around and asked with glowing eyes. Attendant, you know my big brother Lingtian? Of course. The attendant smiled and said, Young miss, to tell you the truth, this restaurant before you is the property of the Dongwa clan. The Dongwa clan? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned slightly. What does that have to do with my big brother Lingtian? What if the person young miss is looking for just happens to be a guest of the Dongwa clan? The attendant's eyes narrowed as he asked with a smile. Big brother Lingtian is a guest of the Dongwa clan you spoke of? Attendant, quickly tell me where the Dongwa clan is. Han Xuanai asked excitedly. Young Mrs., may I know what's the relationship between the two of you and young Master Lingtian? According to my knowledge, after young Master Lingtian obtained the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, there were many people that wanted to pay him a visit, yet he didn't meet just anyone. The attendant spoke with a slightly troubled expression. He naturally did this because he wanted to understand the relationship between the two young women before him and Duan Lingtian a step further. If they didn't have a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, then even if he tricked them into going to the Dongwa clan, he wouldn't obtain any benefits. How can those people compare to me? Go to the Dongwa clan now and look for my big brother Lingtian, and tell him that Xuanai is waiting for him here. Do you believe that big brother Lingtian will appear before this young miss within the time of 10 breaths? Han Xuanai was instantly enraged when she heard the attendant. The attendant completely confirmed it when he heard Han Xuanai. This yellow-clothed young woman before him surely had a deep relationship with that Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, how could she dare speak so boldly? Young miss, calm your anger. I'm only worried that someone will disturb young Master Lingtian's peace, so I ask this. Since young miss has a deep relationship with young Master Lingtian, then I'll bring both of you to the Dongwa clan to see young Master Lingtian. The attendant spoke as he led the way ahead. Young missus, the Dongwa clan is over there. Shui, let's go. Let's go look for big brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai called out to Mu Shui, and then both of them followed the attendant to head to the Dongwa clan. In next to no time, the three of them arrived outside the Dongwa clan estate. At the entrance to the Dongwa clan estate, the few Dongwa clan disciples that were guarding there instantly frowned when they saw 3 people walking over to them. Chapter 863. Within the vast lake in the Dongwa clan estate, the pergola at the center of the lake that was destroyed over a month ago had been repaired since an unknown time. At the side of the pergola, the old man sat silently there with a fishing rod in his hand, and he was fishing. Even though the old man was fishing, his eyes were closed tightly, and his face carried slight loneliness mixed within. This old man looked to be no different than an ordinary old man. After a long time, alas! The old man opened his eyes and let out a long sigh, and then he raised the fishing rod and looked at the perfectly straight hook as he muttered. Since Han left, I've been unable to calm my heart down any longer. Han, do you know that since grandfather found out about the news of you leaving, I haven't caught a single fish again? The old man took a deep breath, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Patriarch! Suddenly, An anxious voice sounded out from afar, and it shocked the old man to the point his eyes squinted before the tears in his eyes evaporated completely. What is it? The old man stood up and looked at the Dongwa clan disciple that stood on the shore of the lake, and his face sank slightly. Could it be that you don't know that I hate being disturbed the most when I'm fishing? Patriots. It's that Duan Lincoln. The Dongwa clan disciple had just opened his mouth and hadn't finished speaking when he felt a violent gale assault him. Subsequently, an aged figure appeared before him, and it was precisely the old man that was at the side of the pergola at the center of the lake a moment ago, the patriarch of the Dongwa clan, Dongwa Lei. What did you say about Duan Lingtian earlier? Cold lights shot out from Dongwa Lei's eyes as he stared fixedly at the Dongwa clan disciple before him, and he asked with a low voice. The Dongwa clan disciple was pressured to the point he was slightly unable to catch his breath, and he said with difficulty after a short moment. Duan Lingtian's younger sister, Duan Lingtian's younger sister has come. Duan Lingtian's younger sister? The cold lights in Dongwa Lei's eyes grew even more intense as he asked with a low voice. The audience hall. The Dongwa clan disciple spoke with difficulty. As soon as the Dongwa clan disciple finished speaking, a violent gale arose before him, and it blew his hair and clothes to the point of fluttering. As for the Dongwa clan's Dongwa Lei, he'd vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian's sister? Dongwa Lei dashed towards the Dongwa clan's audience hall as his eyes revealed a ghastly sheen. Duan Lingnan, I can't touch you since you've joined the Blade sect, so I'll kill your younger sister and take revenge for my grandson. You made me suffer the pain of losing my grandson, so I'll let you taste the pain of losing your sister. At this moment, the hatred that was buried deep within Dongwa Lei's heart gushed out once more, and it was like an erupting volcano that couldn't be stopped. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended that day, he'd been waiting outside Skywolf Fort with the intention of waiting for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and take revenge for his grandson. However, who could have imagined that Duan Lingtian would leave with the people from the Blade Gate, leaving him with no idea where to start? When he found out that Duan Lingtian had joined the Blade sect, he realized that it would be very difficult for him to avenge his grandson. For a time, he could only bury the bone-deep hatred he had towards Duan Lingtian deep within his heart. Now, when he found out that Duan Lingtian's younger sister had come to their Dongwa clan estate, he only had a single thought. Kill Duan Lingtian's younger sister and take revenge for his grandson. Kill. Only this thought remained in Dongwa Lei's mind. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form before dispersing. Ice concept? Dongwa Lei exclaimed in a low voice. He'd utterly never imagined that Duan Lingtian's younger sister had actually comprehended ice concept, and it might seem to be extremely extraordinary. But he wasn't afraid. He was in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. Could it be that he couldn't defeat a mere 15 or 16-year-old little girl? Wait, 15 or 16 years old. Suddenly, Dongwa Lei realized a problem. This yellow-clothed young girl before him that was only 15 or 16 years old had actually comprehended ice concept. Moreover, based on the level of her ice concept, it seemed to not be low. You're a demon? Dongwa Lei looked at Han Xuanai and asked with a low voice. As far as he was concerned, there was only one possibility for this yellow-clothed young girl before him to possess such a terrifying cultivation at such an age. She was a demon. A demon was a demon beast that had broken through to the void transformation stage. Because demon beasts that had broken through to the void transformation stage were able to take human form, so when they were addressed, the word beast was removed. Besides possessing intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans, demons were also able to take human form. After they took human form, they weren't much different from ordinary humans. Demon? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned when she heard Dongwa Lei. What's wrong with demons? Based on your tone, you look down on demons? In the past, Qing Nu, who was always by Han Xuanai's side, was a demon. Moreover, she was a powerful demon. So in Han Xuanai's heart, there wasn't much difference between demons and humans. Looks like she really is a demon. Dongwu Lei's heart sank. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually take a demon as his younger sister, and for a time, he felt it was slightly inconceivable. Since big brother Lingtian isn't here, then I ought to leave as well. Geezer, you don't have to send me off. Han Xuanai grunted, then stretched out her hand to hold Mu Shuiyi's slender hand before walking out. Shui-yi, let's go to Sung. Han Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when a gust of violent wind had already blown before her, and an aged figure appeared to block her and Mu Shuiyi's path. Geezer, what are you blocking my path for? Han Xuanai's voice was slightly chilly. Shui-yi, do you still not understand? This old fellow probably has enmity with your big brother Lingtian. Mu Shui-yi laughed bitterly. She felt that this playmate of hers that she'd played with since she was young was truly too naive, and she actually didn't know the viciousness of the human heart in the slightest. You have enmity with my big brother Lingtian? Han Xuanai glanced vigilantly at Dongwu Lei when she heard Mu Shui. Exactly. Dongwu Lei didn't deny it and said frankly, that Duan Lingtian killed my grandson and severed the roots of my bloodline, causing me to suffer the pain of losing my grandson. The enmity between me and him is absolutely irreconcilable. As he finished speaking, Dongwu Lei roared out, and his eyes were suffused with a scarlet-red color. At this moment, Dongwu Lei seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty wild beast, and he stared fiercely at Han Xuanai and Mu Shui. Han Xuanai grunted indifferently, and then she said with a calm tone, since my big brother Lingtian killed that useless grandson of yours, then it's naturally that grandson of yours that deserves death. What are you being long-winded for in front of me? You wouldn't be afraid of my big brother Lingtian, so you want to vent your anger on me, right? A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on Han Xuanai's beautiful face. I'm afraid of Duan Lingtian? Dongwu Lei was first stunned when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter as if he'd heard an enormous joke. What are you laughing at? Han Xuanai's face was covered in a layer of frost, and icy cold and bone-piercing cold air started to accumulate on her body, and she was prepared to whistle out at any moment. If it wasn't for that Duan Lingtian joining the Blade sect, do you think he would be able to live until now? But killing you two little girls today is the same. The origin energy on Dongwu Lei's body whistled out and transformed into waves of vast strong winds in the blink of an eye, causing some of the decorations in the hall to shake. He made me suffer the pain of losing my grandson, then I'll let him properly enjoy the pain of losing his younger sister. You two little girls, remember not to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian in your next lives. Chapter 864. Besides not withdrawing his spirit weapon, Dongwu Lei attacked with his full strength and didn't hold back in the slightest. Instantly, 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, and then another 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. The 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were precisely the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth condensed from Dongwu Lei's eruption of origin energy. 6th level of the void transformation stage. The 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were precisely the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth condensed from the 6th level void transformation concept drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth. 6th level advanced wind concept. Void initiation concept was elementary concept, and it was the lowest level of concept. First level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of one ancient horned dragon. Second level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of two ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. Ninth level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Once one broke through, one would comprehend void interpretation concept, and it was intermediate concept. First level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. Second level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. Ninth level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Once one broke through again, one would comprehend void transformation concept, and it was advanced concept. It was the highest level of concept, and it was capable of condensing precious concept fragments within one's body. First level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Second level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. Ninth level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Bang. The vast origin energy that gushed out from Dongwa Lei's body fused with his sixth-level advanced wind concept and transformed into a vast violent gale that accompanied the wind blades that covered the heavens and the earth as they swept towards Han Xuanai and Mu Shui. The strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons had been completely exploded out. Die! Dongwa Lei stared at the two young women as his eyes revealed a sense of madness, and it was as if he'd already seen the scene of them perishing. But his eyes that contained a sense of madness and laughter couldn't help but constrict in next to no time. Heavens! What have I seen? Han Xuanai snorted softly. The cold qi that had been accumulating in her body whizzed out like a gust of extremely cold wind. The terrifying cold wind was like an enormous ice beast blowing, and it instantly collided with the violent winds and wind blades that swept out from Dongwa Lei's body, causing waves of terrifying sounds of air exploding to resound out. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of air exploding was like a thunderclap that shocked the entire Dongwa clan's audience hall to the point it seemed as if an earthquake had occurred, and it started trembling intensely. At the point where the forces converged, the ground cracked. Cracks spread out in all directions, forming a huge spider web. The air seemed to have frozen, and the entire hall seemed to have sunk into winter, emitting a bone-piercing chill. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After the two forces collided, the cold wind that came from Han Xuanai's body completely crushed the violent winds and wind blades that swept out from Dongwa Lei's body, and then it didn't lose momentum as it charged towards Dongwa Lei. No! When he noticed that his attack had been suppressed, Dongwa Lei's face went grim, and his pupils stared wide open as he recovered from his shock and intended to flee. But unfortunately, Dongwa Lei had just turned around and soared into the sky when he was drowned by the cold wind. In the next moment, Dongwa Lei, who was in midair, had transformed into an ice sculpture. Within the ice sculpture, Dongwa Lei's eyes were filled with extreme terror. Never had he imagined even in his dreams that Duan Lingtian's younger sister would be so terrifying and easily crush his full-force attack. No, I don't want to die. I still want to take revenge for Han. No. Dongwa Lei, who was within the ice sculpture, shouted ceaselessly in his heart. At this moment, he felt an extremely icy cold energy pierce into his body from every single pore on his body, and it completely obliterated his origin energy. It wasn't just that, the meridians, internal organs, flesh, blood, bones, everything in his body was quickly frozen by the extremely icy cold energy. When his heart was frozen and his soul was crushed, Dongwa Lei's consciousness vanished along with it. Bang! Dongwa Lei, who'd transformed into an ice sculpture, stayed in midair for a while before falling heavily to the ground and transforming into a pile of ice fragments. The cold air in the hall gradually dispersed, and the icy cold energy on Han Xuanai's body was restrained, causing the frost on her young and beautiful face to disperse along with it. You dare fight before this young miss with just this little strength? You overestimate your ability. Han Xuanai looked at the pile of ice sculptures before her and grunted coolly. At the same time, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky above her gradually dispersed, causing the entire hall to return to calm. Xuanai, what are you doing? Mu Shui looked at Han Xuanai, who was searching for something within the pile of ice fragments, and she asked curiously. I found it. Meanwhile, an ice fragment appeared in Han Xuanai's hand, and along with a shapeless energy gushing out from her hand, the ice melted to reveal a completely azure-colored fragment in her hand. A 6th-level wind concept fragment. It was precisely the crystal condensed from the 6th-level advanced wind concept that Donghua Lei had spent his entire lifetime to comprehend, and it was capable of assisting one to swiftly comprehend wind concept until one comprehended 6th-level advanced wind concept. Once he died, the concept fragment in his body was bound to become a gift to another. Xuanai, what do you want such a low-level thing for? When she saw Han Xuanai happily sizing up the concept fragment in her hand, Mu Shui frowned and was slightly puzzled. You don't understand. This thing is useless to us, yet it's useful to Big Brother Ling Tian and his friends and family. I'll give it to him when I see him. Han Xuanai chuckled. I want to see that Duan Ling Tian even more now. I presume he's not a simple figure since he's able to make our little she-devil, Han Xuanai, care so much about him. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes were suffused with curiosity as she ridiculed. Tui. Han Xuanai was instantly unhappy when she heard Mu Shui, and she spat with a stern expression. You're the little she-devil. I'm clearly a little virtuous girl, all right? Little virtuous girl? Mu Shui couldn't help but look at the pile of shattered ice sculptures on the ground when she heard Han Xuanai, the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei, had transformed into an ice sculpture, and she was speechless in her heart. Is this something a virtuous girl can do? Xuanai, I notice that your skin has become thicker and thicker since you came out last time. Did that fellow called Duan Ling Tian lead you astray? Mu Shui said in all seriousness, if it's true, then I'll surely tell Uncle Han after I return and ask him to properly teach that Duan Ling Tian a lesson. Shui, don't blame me for not warning you. If you dare tell on him, then not only will I burn Uncle Mu's hair, I'll burn your hair as well. Han Xuanai had her hands on her hips as she glared at Mu Shui. Mu Shui couldn't help but shudder. As the companion of Han Xuanai since they were young, she was extremely clear about the temper of this little she-devil, and she was absolutely someone that would do what she said. I'm just joking. For the sake of her smooth and beautiful hair, Mu Shui had no choice but to compromise. That's more like it. Han Xuanai's tensed beautiful face collapsed as she revealed a smile that could turn the world upside down, and then she held Mu Shui's hand before walking out. Let's go. Let's go to the Skydog Fort and ask that fellow if he knows where Big Brother Ling Tian went. After the two of them walked out of the Donghua clan audience hall, Han Xuanai casually raised her hand, causing a gust of wind to sweep by and push down the attendant that was frozen into an ice sculpture. Bang! The human-shaped ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. You actually dared to deceive this young Mississippi. After glaring angrily at the pile of ice fragments, Han Xuanai and Mu Shui soared into the sky together and left the Donghua clan estate. After they left, the entire Donghua clan was in chaos. Their Donghua clan's patriarch was dead. For a time, all the higher-ups of the Donghua clan started to struggle for power, and it couldn't be stopped. After this day, the Donghua clan suffered endless internal and external troubles, and it had completely declined in less than a few years of time to be reduced to an inconspicuous small clan in the ancient desert city. At the eastern area of the northern desert, Settlement City. Too slow. Duan Ling Tian, who sat cross-legged on the bed, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the wind concept fragment in his hand. Presently, in terms of cultivation, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. In terms of concept, he'd comprehended 3rd-level intermediate wind concept, and if he wanted to comprehend an even higher-level wind concept, then even with the assistance of a concept fragment, it still required a period of time. But if he concentrated on the comprehension of wind concept, then he would undoubtedly fall behind in comprehending other concepts. Besides wind concept, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended lightning concept, earth concept, and sword concept. However, compared to wind concept, the levels of the other 3 concepts weren't worth mentioning at all. It would be great if I'm able to rely on the concept fragments of these 4 concepts to comprehend them at the same time, Duan Lingtun muttered to himself, and at the same time that he had a beautiful dream, another 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand. It was precisely the lightning concept fragment, earth concept fragment, and sword concept fragment. Long ago, Duan Lingtian had once tried to rely on 2 concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time. The outcome was naturally failure. One couldn't do 2 things at the same time, this was common sense. This time, Duan Lingtian held 4 concept fragments, and for some reason, he wanted to try if he was able to rely on 2 concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time. Wind. Lightning. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and wanted to multitask and comprehend wind concept and lightning concept at the same time. Duan Lingtian, who originally thought it would end in failure and was even mentally prepared since long ago, noticed to his shock that his consciousness had split apart. His consciousness had actually split apart since an unknown time, and it was respectively comprehending wind concept and lightning concept. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought it was his misconception. However, after a round of confirmation, he was completely sure of it. This wasn't a misconception, it was real. Relying on 2 different concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time and multitasking. Even if it's in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this is practically impossible. Now, I've done it? Chapter 865. Comprehending 2 types of concepts at the same time by relying on 2 types of concept fragments, multitasking. Duan Lingtun had a solemn expression on his face, and his breathing became heavy as well. Earlier, when I tried to comprehend wind concept and lightning concept through the wind concept fragment and lightning concept fragment, my consciousness split into 2, and I comprehended 2 types of concepts at the same time. Moreover, the speed at which my consciousness comprehended wind concept after it was split into 2 isn't any different than before. Duan Lingtian gasped again. What's going on? I couldn't do this in the past. But now I've done it. Curious, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in an attempt to obtain an answer. However, even the reincarnation Emperor Wu, who had experienced 2 lifetimes and seen countless scenes of the world, had never heard of anyone being able to multitask and comprehend 2 types of concepts at the same time. However, according to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, consciousness comes from the soul. I've tried to comprehend 2 types of concepts at the same time, but I failed. This proves that my consciousness was unable to split into 2 at that time. Now, my consciousness can split into 2, allowing me to comprehend 2 types of concepts at the same time by relying on 2 different concept fragments. Since consciousness came from the soul, then, the change in consciousness was naturally related to the soul. For a time, Duan Lingtian began to ponder. In the end, he only thought of one possibility. The Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he took a deep breath. Besides the Devil Seal Tablet, he really could not think of any other reason. At that time, the energy of the Devil Seal Tablet surged into his body and soul, causing him to devilify. It allowed him to possess the strength to instantly kill a void transformation stage powerhouse while his consciousness was drifting. After that incident, the Devil Seal Tablet left behind 2 major side effects in his body. Firstly, his emotions were easily irritable and difficult to control. Secondly, his spiritual energy was suppressed, and it could no longer improve along with his cultivation base. From the looks of it, that incident must have affected my soul and caused my consciousness to change, allowing me to split into 2. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, there seemed to be no other reason. My consciousness is divided into 2, and by relying on 2 different concept fragments, I can comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time. In other words, in terms of comprehending concepts, I have an advantage over ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists can only focus on comprehending one concept at a time. If they want to comprehend two concepts to a certain level at the same time, they need to spend twice the amount of time. As for me, I don't need to spend so much time because I can comprehend two different concepts at the same time. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was a little excited. Now that his consciousness could be divided into two, when he comprehended the concept of wind in the future, he could comprehend the other concept at the same time and rapidly improve that concept. Right? Duan Lingtian, whose gaze inadvertently fell on the four concept fragments in his hand, shuddered as if he had thought of something. Since my consciousness can divide into two and comprehend two different concepts at the same time, I wonder if I can divide into four and comprehend four different concepts at the same time? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's ambition was extremely great. But unfortunately, after experimenting for a while, he helplessly noticed that his consciousness could only divide into two at most. In other words, he could only comprehend two different concepts at the same time, and was unable to comprehend three or even four different concepts at the same time. What a pity! If I'm really able to comprehend and improve four different concepts at the same time, then it would be awesome. Duan Lingtian sighed, but he wasn't dejected. As far as he was concerned, being able to comprehend two different concepts at the same time was already much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Comprehending two different concepts. Duan Lingtian's gaze once again descended onto the four concept fragments in his hand, and then he put away the earth concept fragment and sword concept fragment in the end. The strongest concept he'd comprehended now was the wind concept, and he'd already comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept. Secondly, it was the lightning concept. Once I successfully comprehend intermediate lightning concept, my strength will obtain a completely new leap. Just like Su Li. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Su Li had executed two intermediate concepts at the same time, and it could be said to have shocked many people. At that time, amongst all the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, only Su Li had comprehended two intermediate concepts at the same time. Lightning concept. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment in one hand and the lightning concept fragment in the other, and he comprehended the two concepts as he cultivated. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Duan Lingtian's consciousness that had divided into two fell into the ocean of wind to comprehend wind concept, whereas the other fell into the thunderclouds to comprehend lightning concept. His cultivation and the two concepts rose swiftly at the same time. Since he broke through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy of the violet pill was extremely potent. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill rejected the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that was absorbed into the body from the outside, including the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that came from origin stones. So Duan Lingtian utterly didn't need to consume origin stones to cultivate now. Because even if he wanted to consume them, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill wouldn't allow the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within the origin stones to come into contact with the origin energy in his body. If one really had to make an analogy, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was extremely possessive, and it seized the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body and didn't allow the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to taint it in any way. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed, and Duan Lingtian woke up and heaved a sigh of relief. His cultivation hadn't broken through. His two concepts hadn't broken through as well. But Duan Lingtian was still extremely happy because he was able to comprehend two different concepts at the same time. So long as he was given time, the concepts he comprehended would be able to surpass anyone. As the saying goes, where there's loss, there's gain. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. My spiritual force has been suppressed, yet I unexpectedly possess the ability to comprehend two concepts at the same time. After he shook his head and smiled, Duan Lingtian opened the door that he hadn't opened for 3 days and walked out. After he noticed there wasn't any movement from Yi Xian's room, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. That little girl is really going all out. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Yi Xian was cultivating in her room. As he stood before the balcony of the pavilion, Duan Lingtian looked at the vast martial practice grounds before him. The martial practice grounds was completely empty, and it seemed to be slightly desolate. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. When he turned around to look, he noticed that a young man had come out from the balcony of a nearby pavilion and was greeting him. He had an impression of this young man, and it was precisely one of the two Wood-Peak disciples he'd met when he'd just arrived here. That Wood-Peak disciple that had comparatively better luck and wasn't thrown out by him. Do you need something? Duan Lingtian glanced at this Wood-Peak disciple and asked indifferently. Duan Ling, why have you come to the Wood-Peak? The Wood-Peak disciple asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the Wood-Peak disciple and replied with a question. Then why have you come? It's naturally for the sake of obtaining even better cultivation resources, especially those high-level concept fragments and Grade 2 spirit weapons. The Wood-Peak disciple spoke as a matter of course. Then we're the same. Duan Lingtian shrugged. The Wood-Peak disciple's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a wisp of a smile suffused the corners of his mouth. What do you have to take care of? When he saw the expression of the Wood-Peak disciple, Duan Lingtian had an expression of anticipation as he asked, and he didn't communicate with the Wood-Peak disciple via voice transmission. On the other hand, the Wood-Peak disciple didn't mind and nodded before continuing via voice transmission. Since you're on the same path as me, then I'll point you in the right direction. The 5-element sects Earth Peak's Elder Tang Lin is extremely interested in you, and he wants you to join the Earth Peak. Earth Peak? Elder Tang Lin? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, and then he asked. If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a Wood-Peak disciple, right? Why are you recruiting people for the Earth Peak? I'm only a Wood-Peak disciple on the surface, and my true identity is an Earth Peak disciple. Besides that, that person you defeated a few days ago is an Earth Peak disciple as well. The Earth Peak disciple that was hiding on the Wood-Peak's side continued speaking to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. So that's how it is. I wonder what benefits the Earth Peak can give me? Duan Lingtian asked once more. A Grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th level concept fragment. The Earth Peak disciple ought to have been affected by Duan Lingtian's continuous speaking, and this time, he actually didn't communicate with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, there was no one in the surroundings, so it was fine even if he spoke. So stingy? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard the Earth Peak disciple. Stingy? The Earth Peak disciple was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. Chapter 866. What? Your Earth Peak wants to use force? Duan Lingtian sized up the Earth Peak disciple with interest, and then he laughed with disdain. You seem to not have the strength to use force with me, right? You. The Earth Peak disciple's face went grim, and he said with a dark face, Duan Lingtian, our Elder Tang asked you to join our Earth Peak because he thinks highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Good, very good. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when a cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and not only did it cause the Earth Peak disciple's face to go grim, even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the one-armed old man that appeared out of thin air before him. Since when had this Elder Yang been hiding in the vicinity? He was actually completely unaware. He could imagine that if Elder Yang wanted to make a move against him, then perhaps he wouldn't even be able to react before being killed. The one-armed old man was precisely the Wood-Peak's elder, Yang Ling. After Yang Ling made an appearance, he smiled lightly to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're really not bad? You're still unmoved when facing the temptation of a Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment. How rare. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel slightly guilty when he heard Yang Ling's praise. It wasn't that he wasn't moved, but he utterly didn't take a fancy to the Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment because they were of no value to him. If it was a profundity fragment or a royal grade spirit weapon, then even if he didn't join the Earth Peak, he would surely think of a way to obtain it. Sush. When the Earth Peak disciple saw Yang Ling make an appearance, his face went completely pale, and his body started trembling intensely from fear. When he saw Yang Ling make an appearance and pay no attention to him but speak to Duan Ling Tian instead, his face instantly revealed an overjoyed expression. Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, the Earth Peak disciple flashed out towards the distance, and he obviously wanted to flee. But was it possible for a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage to escape before Yang Ling, an elder of the Wood Peak, with a mere slap? A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw the Earth Peak disciple fleeing. Although he didn't know exactly what Yang Ling's strength was, Yang Ling was surely a Void Transformation stage expert without a doubt. Moreover, even that elder had to address Yang Ling as senior brother. Yang Ling's strength was obvious. He was probably not inferior to Kuzheng. When he saw the Earth Peak disciple intending to flee, Yang Ling's eyes narrowed, and then he raised his lone arm before abruptly swinging it in a circle and swiftly spinning it. At the same time, a vast gale gushed out from Yang Ling's severed arm that ceaselessly spun in reverse, and it formed a wind vortex along with the rotation of his severed arm. As soon as the vortex appeared, it emitted a terrifying suction force that pointed directly at the Earth Peak disciple. In practically an instant, the body of the Earth Peak disciple that was fleeing swiftly froze abruptly, and then he flew backwards like an arrow that had left the bow, causing him to completely lose control of his body. Swoosh! The Earth Peak disciple that was enveloped by the suction force of the vortex was forced to transform into a bolt of lightning that didn't stop in the slightest as he charged into the vortex. No! This was the last miserable cry the Earth Peak disciple emitted before his death, and after his entire body was sucked into the vortex, he transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky before completely vanishing in the heavens and the earth. At the same time, Yang Ling withdrew his hand like a bolt of lightning, and the vortex formed from his severed arm and strength vanished along with this. Because from the moment Yang Ling attacked until he withdrew his hand, it had only occurred in the blink of an eye. So the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky hadn't had the time to completely condense into form before dispersing. Duan Lingnan gasped as he looked at the one-armed old man that wasn't tainted by a trace of blood, and his heart was filled with shock. The strength of this Elder Yang is actually even stronger than Elder Ke who'd broken through. Ke Zheng was at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage after breaking through, and he'd once fought before Duan Ling Tian and instantly annihilated a 7th level Void Interpretation stage bandit. Now, Yang Ling had fought before Duan Ling Tian as well, and he'd executed an extremely formidable heaven rank martial skill. Duan Ling Tian, who'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes and inherited Emperor Wu's discerning gaze, was easily able to discern that Yang Ling was stronger than Ke Zheng. Swoosh! A gust of wind howled from the distance, and it drew Duan Ling Tian's gaze. In the distant sky, the Wood Peak disciple that was injured by Duan Ling Tian a few days ago, or more precisely speaking, the Earth Peak disciple that was hiding in the Wood Peak, seemed to have noticed that his identity had been exposed, and he was fleeing towards the distance. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He knew that it was impossible for that Earth Peak disciple to escape. The facts were just as Duan Ling Tian thought. Along with the one-armed old man vanishing before his eyes, the Earth Peak disciple in the distance exploded at practically the exact same moment and transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky. Blood sprayed through the sky as the one-armed old man's figure appeared. Subsequently, he vanished once more. The Wood Peak. Perhaps there's no one in the younger generation, but the experts in the older generation are numerous like the clouds. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Just think about it. After all, the Wood Peak was the strongest peak beneath the Gold Peak in the 5-element sect over 20 years ago. The reason the Wood Peak was strong at that time was undoubtedly because of this group of experts of the older generation. Elder brother Duan. A voice that was pleasant to the ear like an aureole sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses, and he turned around to look at the source of the voice. There was a beautiful young girl standing there. The young woman was around the age of 16 or 17, and she seemed to be rather lively. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that something was wrong, and he obtained the answer after his spiritual force stretched out. Xiao Xian, you've broken through? Duan Lingtian asked with slight surprise. Yes. The young woman was precisely Yi Xian, and she nodded excitedly before speaking with a confident expression. Give me another month of time, and I'm confident in breaking through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he heard this, and he only sighed slightly with emotion. He knew that besides the high-purity medicinal pills he'd refined for her, the reason Yi Xian's improvement was so swift was most importantly because of the origin stones to assist in her cultivation. Coupled with Yi Xian's current natural talent, her advancement was naturally swift. Then continue working hard. Perhaps, even the Wood Peak will have to rely on you to support it in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Elder brother Duan, stop joking. Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, the future of the Wood Peak will surely be shouldered by elder brother Duan. As for me, I'm only an invisible person. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't explain further. What could he say? Could it be that it's impossible for him to always stay in the Five-Element sect? Could it be that he joined the Five-Element sect only for the sake of reuniting with those friends of his? As for what he said earlier, Duan Lingtian was naturally not speaking without thinking. Perhaps Yi Xian's current strength was nothing, but he believed that so long as she possessed a good cultivation environment and resources, then Yi Xian would surely become the most outstanding disciple in the younger generation of the Wood Peak in another 10 or 20 years. South of the northern desert, ancient desert city. Skywolf Fort, Inner Fort. In the luxurious hall at the center, a yellow-clothed young woman sat at the seat of the head, and her beautiful brows were slightly knit while she had an unhappy expression. The green-clothed young woman sat silently at the seat of the head, and she asked after a short moment. Xuanai, it has already been 3 days? How long more do you intend to wait? These two young women were precisely Han Xuanai and Mu Shui that had come to Skywolf Fort 3 days ago. Han Xuanai grunted, and then she stood up while her lively eyes flickered with a bright light. I don't care anymore. If that fellow still doesn't come out to see me, I'll freeze those 5 fellows into popsicles. As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of awe-inspiring coldness arose from Han Xuanai's body. Along with this piercingly cold coldness sweeping out, Han Xuanai's figure vanished on the spot. Someone is going to suffer again. Mu Shui shook her head and chased after her. Inner Fort. 4 old men and a middle-aged man sat in a circle within a spacious courtyard. At this moment, the 5 of them had a similarity, and that was their brows were knit tightly as if they'd encountered some sort of trouble. If a disciple of Skywolf Fort was here, he would surely be able to recognize them with a single glance. The 5 people that sat in a circle were precisely the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Master, what should we do now? It has already been 3 days, yet that young miss still hasn't left. Looks like she's going to waste time with us. Feng Wei looked at the old man that sat opposite him with a bitter smile on his face. The old man was precisely one of the 2 9th-level Void Transformation Stage Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. He was also Feng Wei's master. There's nothing we can do about it. All of you saw it as well. Even the Fort Master was terrified to the point of hiding when he heard that young miss had arrived. Luo Fu laughed bitterly. Even though he was the leader of the 5 great Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort and the strongest existence below the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, he was helpless when facing that yellow-clothed young girl. That yellow-clothed young girl wasn't someone he could afford to offend.